反正就代表中国最强的实力去参加这次最后的比赛吧。
Today's OMG is much stronger than those days we beat them.
我觉得他们强的原因是他们中路的操作是没话讲的。
Beautiful all the way back to the turret. Faker with a beautiful play.
롤드컵 나오면서 결승전까지 꼭 가자 하는 마음가짐을 왔거든요. 그래서 지금 5분의 2 확률을 뚫은 거잖아요. 4강 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
The road to the biggest event, esports, begins right here.
Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. I'm your host, Efju Shokuzaportre, and tonight SK Telecom T1, OMG, Royal Club, and the Gamma Bears take to the Rift in a battle for the last 2 semi-final spots. But before we get to the matches, let's send it around the League of Legends studio and check in with all the casters that will be bringing you tonight's quarterfinal action, starting with Trevor and Freak over at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and this is, of course, David Freak Turley. Besides headbanging during the commercial breaks, we'll be calling tonight's first quarterfinal matchup, Taiwan's Gamma Bears versus SK Telecom T1 and their MVP mid laner, Faker.
And I'm excited to get our first look at these Taiwanese champions here at Worlds and just see how they stack up against an SK Telecom team that, well, they kind of destroyed OMG in the last group stage game. And honestly, I'm so excited, I can barely wait.
With that, let's send it over to D-Man, who's kicking back up in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am, of course, Lee D-Man Smith, and tonight I'll be sitting down with some of the LCS pros to get their take on the World Championship so far. But for now, let's keep this trip around the studio rolling and send it over to Riv and the guys at the Analysis desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Riving Tabizin III, and locking down the Analyst desk with me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, plus grouping up with us in our 5-man push through the 2 quarterfinal matches is OG and Caster Monte Cristo, Evil Geniuses Crepo, and Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift. But before we insta-lock our predictions for tonight's series, we need to get our flux capacitors up to speed and head back to Monday's games for another look at our first 2 semifinal qualifying teams.
In the first game of the Season 3 World Championship quarterfinals, the number 1 seed from Europe and the top team from North America faced off in an all-out brawl.
Pushu gets focused on, he has to get away. He's actually tanking up the dragon. Soaz hasn't used that ultimate yet. He's going to lock down Lemonation. Lemonation with no mana at all, but look at this.
Can you flash?
Yeah, oh nice.
Oh, get him. Get minions.
Chase on through, he may be the death of him. Yes, he will. Soaz in the meantime, he comes around. He is going to get one down, but look at that. Sneaky once again gets the kill this time on Peke. Soaz though comes in. He takes down high in the mid. Lemonation getting taken low, gets dunked on by Cyanide. Yellowstar off the back.
I can arrow. You have an arrow? I'm arrowing Yellowstar.
Yes. Goes down, it's a 2-for-2. The arrow on towards Yellowstar. He's so low on hit points, he's going to get locked up. It will be another. It's a double kill for Balls. Cyanide now, he's in trouble. He's not going to be able to escape this one, surely. The slow arrow from Sneaky does catch him down. down. Hawkshot's going to give his vision away. Balls is ready and waiting to chase, but it's not going to be. It's a 3 for 3.
Wow.
What a fight.
These fights
Dragon
are
didn't even go down.
absolute chaos.
Fnatic's unpredictable rotations would catch Cloud9 by surprise.
Ball's getting locked up. Stranglethorns comes out. He's already used that Shadow Dash. Meteor's doing what he can, but he may get locked up as well. The whole of Cloud, Fnatic coming on towards him. He does get away. So is going to follow him through.
And that is the legendary Fnatic rotations that we talk about.
And Fnatic's ace would secure them the win in Game 1.
Peke picks up one. Peke going to close in towards Lemonation. He's going to be the next focus target. There it is. The Rift Walk force pulse straight on towards High. Going to be next. Sneaky goes down off the side. Peke's going to roll him in. There's the triple kill. And it's Fnatic cleanup duty. That's an ace. They have struck first blood on North America's Cloud9.
Fnatic were one win away from a trip to the semi-finals.
But it is going to be High going aggressive. Urgent Strike is available on Peke. You can see he's already used the Ignite. It's going to take him very low. High should get this one. First blood for High.
That is exactly what Cloud9 needs in this game.
Cloud9 were able to turn the series on its head to force a third and deciding game.
Whoa! But they've gone a little deep. What a fantastic kill there, though. Straight away, push you down. That's a massive damage dealer for Fnatic. They've got to back out of this fight. And you can see High, he wants to go in. Urgent Strike on towards Sino. He's going to go down the dot, ticking away. But there's nothing Fnatic can do. We're going to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. North America strikes back.
Game 3 started with disaster for Cloud9, and North America's last hope was dashed before minions even hit lane.
Fnatic catches him in the brush.
The catch on towards Sneaky. He's going down. He's going to get dropped. First blood comes out. They may get a second as well. Lemonation's going to be the focus target. He gets locked up. Yellowstar goes in, and Cyanide gets a double kill.
That is immensely huge for Fnatic.
Fnatic would snowball that advantage, and Xpeke cleaned up once again to send Fnatic into the next round.
But it is going to be another triple for Peke. Here comes the Quadra. They're going to give it to him. Yes, they are. It is Peke dominating 11-0-7. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
In the second match of the day, Gambit Gaming were looking to be the second European team to advance to the semi-finals. They faced off against Korean Najin Black Sword. Gambit stood united behind Darian Shen.
They see Shen to start to come in. Nagane gets hit up. There's the attack. They pull it around.
Oh no, Genja's gonna eat it.
Prey walks right on a Genja, but there's the Stand United coming in. The taunt to come out, and that is a dead Prey. Buff transfer to Genja secured.
It was a back and forth game, but Gambit's dive would swing the game back in their favor to give them the win and a 1-0 lead in the best of 3 series.
It's like, yes, everyone build magic.
Oh, wow.
Defense.
Oh, look at him. Nagane gets taken down instantly. They didn't see that one coming. This is a choose-your-own adventure
Prey
for
still
Gambit.
up,
They are still going on to the next chapter. Prey goes down to the back line, or gets the takedown onto Alex Yish, I should say, using Flash. Using Flash. The second piercing arrow from Genja, spot on. Takes the apple off the head. Gambit with a definitive win after an amazing 50-50 game for the first 20 minutes.
Najin Black Sword turned things around in Game 2 by getting Prey's Twitch fed early.
Mount Zona, some of that low HP. The expunges there. They get the first blood down onto Voidal.
And this game was never in doubt, as Najin's Sword would secure the win to even the series at 1 game apiece.
Prey again, right next to everyone.
Just, whoa, he gets hit in the face with the unstoppable force, but he's brought back into the fight by Kane. A great move there. He actually picks up a kill off of it as well. Amazing coordination in the team.
Congratulations, Magic Sword.
That's all she wrote for Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. We take it to a Game 3. Najin Sword turning it up a notch here in Game 2 to bring it to 1-1 in the best of 3 series.
In the final game of the set, Sword got kick-started by their bot lane.
Combo from Kane!
On to Voidal, the Ignite is down. There goes the Valkyrie.
God.
The 1, the 2, the uppercut coming in.
Another play!
Kane grabs first blood a second time in a row. Genja wants to answer, but it's just on the edge. That's the way the cookie crumbles. The flash comes in. The Valkyrie was down. The Acathian surprise. It's not enough to take him down.
All right, bottom lane outplay once again. Kane is just destroying Gambit.
An ace for Najin Sword would all but secure the win.
All of Najin is combining themselves on each other right now. Very hard to click into the damage. They now focus on Darian.
오케이! 오케이! 나 잡았어! 형이다. 플래시 있는데.
오케이, 에이스. 나 탑 올라간다.
And Najin's patient poke comp allowed them to push to victory, earning their ticket into the semi-finals.
Gold lead from downtown. The spear coming up big, going on to Voidal. This could be a final push here.
Congratulations to Najin Sword. Well-deserved win right there.
And with half of the quarterfinals in our rearview mirror, let's take a look at the updated tournament bracket as it stands now. After cruising through the group stage, blowing away Cloud9, and earning a spot in the semifinals, Fnatic has guaranteed themselves at least a top 4 finish here at Worlds.
While in our second match, Najin Black Sword shook off a Game 1 loss to get past Gambit and earn the second spot in the semifinals.
And remember, if you want to watch Fnatic, Najin Black Sword, and tonight's 2 winners throw down at the Galen Center, there are still a few tickets available.
Head over to lolesports.com/tickets to secure your seats to watch the 4 best teams in the world compete for their spot at the Summoners Cup.
All right, gentlemen, it's your time again to drop some knowledge. What were your thoughts on yesterday's 2 quarterfinal matches? Crepo, we're going to start off with you. What were you feeling about yesterday now that you've had some time to sleep on it?
I was just really impressed with Fnatic. The way they came out to play, like really prepared. They got their Kassadin through. I have no idea how. Their rotations were really amazing. The way they hide in brushes even between lanes, and people, they basically force people to keep falling for it, and just really well played by them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Cloud9 actually kept up in laning phase. If you had asked me after groups who would win in lane between Fnatic and Cloud9, I would definitely have said, you know, Fnatic all the way. But even high even first-blooded, expect a 1v1 mid in the second game, and I just expect them to lose really hard. And I'm also really surprised that Sword seems so uncoordinated. Their team comps were kind of weird, to me at least, and they play the game really slow even when they're ahead, which is really uncharacteristic of Korean teams.
That was the big surprise to me as well, and we knew that Sword a month or so ago wasn't looking so hot, even though they have all of this talent on paper. This is a great patch for them. We saw those Jax bans coming out against Expression because he's such an interesting top laner carry.
Right.
But they still haven't fixed their problems, which were a bad pick and ban phase, and that pick and ban phase sunk them in Champions Summer. The Syndra-Draven combo was an absolute horror in that tournament. I think that's why Prey yesterday was trolling a little bit, mousing over the Draven, because it's kind of become a joke in Korea about how bad he is at playing that champion. But the issues, they're still there. They're not aggressive enough. They're not decisive enough. They lack that crisp shot calling.
Right.
I mean, even though these guys are talking about how their pick and bans were kind of lacking, their team synergy was kind of lacking, they still had some very, very strong individual play. What impressed me most was that bottom lane. Kayn and Prey almost just single-handedly won them that series.
Well, gentlemen, tonight we'll be finding out which teams will be joining Fnatic and Najin Black Sword in the semifinals. So let's take a look at our first match of the day. The Taiwanese champs, Gamma Bears versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. What are your thoughts going into this best-of-3 series? Doublelift, take it away.
Well, I think Gamma Bears needs to play the best games of their life if they want to beat SKT. And the reason is SKT has been getting better and better every game I watch them. As they entered groups and they lost to OMG, I was like, wow, SKT doesn't know what to do against these early game stuff. They don't seem that crisp and clean. Now, I see them, they're just a machine. Their last game against OMG, they took an inhibitor at like 13 minutes. So they're just getting better and better.
I completely agree. At this point, I need a very compelling reason to choose anyone against SKT, and we haven't even seen Gamma play under the pressure here at Worlds yet.
Well, it's also just looking at the Gamma Bears record. I mean, yes, they had a spectacular run to make it through the Taiwanese qualifiers, but if we actually look at the Taiwan Esports League where they were playing, they were 12-13 in that league. And yes, they beat a lot of those teams to get here, but they're a young team. They're pretty new with their current roster, and we haven't just seen that consistency. And you look at SK Telecom, the pinnacle of consistency. They've only ever lost a best-of-series to Ozone.
Right.
There's not much more left to say. Mona said it all pretty much.
Yeah.
If you struggle to get out of the groups and just barely make it here, no pun intended, then you have to play against SKT1. Well, I wouldn't be happy if I draw that card.
All right, well, now I'm going to ask you to predict the winner of the first quarterfinal series here in just a moment. Right now, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how everything is added up. Thanks to yesterday's 2-0 record, Monte Cristo has taken over the top of the analyst desk standing so far, while the casters, Crepo, and the viewers are 1 game back. And finally, there's the man who changes his mind almost as much as he changes supports, Doublelift.
Dude, that's not even fair. That's not even fair. I believed in America. I watched the American Dream die on game 2. I was
and then
like,
you hopped off the train right before
because
it crashed.
I thought like,
it's all right. If we turn the analyst desk into a show, I'll give you an entire episode to talk about it. I promise. So, guys, just so you know, you're probably going to get into a little flack tonight if you don't make the right choices. So better get your choices right. It's time to put your analytical abilities to work and tell me who you think is going to be winning the first quarterfinal matchup here. Gamma Bears versus SK Telecom T1. Remember, gentlemen, the quarterfinals, each correct guess is worth 2 points, and each fail count as 2 losses. So, Kobe, let's start with you, since you have the courage to stick with your picks more than not.
All right, well, for all the reasons that we just listed earlier, I'm going to have to pick SKT, their individual players. I mean, they have Faker, and Gamma really have to prove themselves against them.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to be picking SK Telecom T1 as well. Again, we've talked about it. They're just that very consistent team. And I talked with their coach again before the match today. I said, how are you feeling about the Gamma Bears? And he said, we're just going to play solid. They're not cocky at all. They just want to play as methodically as possible, get the win, move on to the semis.
All right.
It'll be SKT. I don't have much hopes for the Bears.
Alrighty, Double Lift.
Yep, I'm with SKT as well. Even if Faker has a bad game, as you see, he can give first blood and he'll still win the game because his team is just so good.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Everybody, here's your chance to let us know whether you agree or disagree with our casters' picks.
All you have to do is head over to lolesports.com, click on Schedule, select the quarterfinals, and hit the thumbs up under the team that you think is going to win.
Then, when you're done making your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know what has been your favorite moment from the quarterfinals so far and why.
Can hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. If you want a chance at winning a Logitech G602S gaming mouse,
I'd want one, but we can't win.
No.
I'm still going to try to tweet. Crepo did. He got one on. All right, we got to take a quick break, but when we return, the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1 take to the Rift for our first game of the day. But right now, we take a closer look at the Bears, a team that went from unknown to underdog to champions of Taiwan in less than a year.
就是觉得我们一开始本来就对自己很有自信，可是又想到对方是 TBS 就很难打。
今天晚上就是刚上台比赛的时候，看到小巨蛋下面那么多人，就觉得有点紧张。
其实不太会紧张，因为自己本身喜欢在大家面前表演这样吧。
就是最后我抢到8王的时候，抢到8王，并且把对方 A 系，然后时间秒出口的时候，我们就已经知道我们要。
Rocking down, Zonda pops an ultimate. Oh, and the Bears still coming in for win.
对，可是等到真的珠宝爆掉那一瞬间，我们才真的就是恍惚。对，是珠宝那瞬间，我们才确定我们真的赢了。
We have your champions, Gamma Bears. They are going to the World Finals.
当我们赢下来这场就是 S3资格赛的时候，就是觉得很开心，能够就是跟队伍证明自己的实力。对，
其实老实讲，就是另外一队的粉丝人数远远高过我们这队，然后我们可能拿到冠军的时候，呼声还没有他们一个击杀还高，就是真的这样拿到冠军真的是蛮开心的。
今天比赛完就真的蛮想哭的啊，有一次看到队友们就是都有在掉泪，都觉得很感动。
平常不会，只是因为今天真的太开心了。对，因为
我们就是可能会是被看好的队伍，然后尽量就是研究下一场对手的战术之类的，来确保胜利。
去LA 一定非常的开心啊。然后，因为这次我们是没有奖杯，只有 GPL 有奖杯，所以我打算去 LA 拿一个奖杯回来。
其实我以前对于 LA 就是比较偏篮球啊，就 NBA 啊，就是什么洛杉矶湖人，因为以前很喜欢洛杉矶湖人这个队伍。然后当听说今年的那个 LA 比赛主场是放在那个洛杉矶湖人篮球场，我就觉得哇，好兴奋！以前只看到那个场地，没想到今天是真的人到那边。
我觉得应该会比这次小巨蛋厉害很多很多。
去年看 TBA 就是表现的，就是在世界舞台表现的那么好，所以我们今年也要跟他们一样。
之前在去年的时候是看了那个 TPA， 就是 S2 台湾代表队去打那个世界冠军赛，就是在家里的时候看的时候觉得非常兴奋，没有想到就是今年的话会换成自己去打，对，然后也是希望能够帮台湾拿下第2个冠军。
我们一定会。
welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from the League of Legends studio here in Los Angeles, California. It is time for tonight's first quarterfinal best-of-3 series between Taiwan champions the Gamma Bears and Korea's SK Telecom T1. Right now, though, let's send it over to Shox on the main stage for the introduction of tonight's starting lineups.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for tonight's first quarterfinal best-of-3 series between the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's the Gamma Bears. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, State. In the jungle, Wind. In mid, Maples. At AD carry, NL. And at support, Zordar. They are the Gamma Bears.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's SK Telecom T1. Here's tonight's starting lineup.
Starting in the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. In mid lane, Faker. At AD carry, Piglet. And at support, Pu Mandu. They are SK Telecom T1.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. Now let's send it back over to Freak and Quick Shot at the caster desk for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shox. And now that we've met the players, let's talk a little bit about the team, starting with the Gamma Bears, because frankly, not too much is actually known about these guys. Just like last year's world champion, the Taipei Assassins, the Bears are coming into this tournament flying very much under the radar.
Yeah, the Gamma Bears are really one of the youngest cubs in this tournament, but don't let that fool you. They're actually a very, very aggressive team that's already beat some of the best teams in the world at the Taiwanese regionals. They only lost one game in the group stage there, and even though they got dropped to the lower bracket, they stepped up and beat Mistake and his Taipei Snipers in the grand finals. A lot of this was due to their AD carry NL. The man put up incredible numbers in that tournament. He farms a lot during the game, has high CS numbers, and though he normally plays safe, sometimes jumps in there and makes flashy plays.
Yeah, during the regionals, he really played a lot of Caitlyn and Varus, and we'll have to see if he sticks with what he knows, or if he's going to be expanding his champion pool as the Gamma Bears make their World Championship debut against one of the pre-tournament favorites to win the entire Season 3 title, SK Telecom T1.
Yeah, SKT started out the group stage a little bit shaky, but they got better with every single game. And they ended Week 1 of Worlds by crushing the previously undefeated OMG with like a 12.5-minute inhibitor kill, landing like every single skill shot in that push.
Yeah, it was really scary. Speaking of skills, SKT's near mythical mid laner Faker proved once again why he has the world's respect and recognition as one of the best players on the planet, one of, if not the strongest mid laner.
Exactly. OMG's Cool called Faker the unkillable Demon King after facing him, and it wasn't just his stats, which aren't even the best on his team, but it's the plays that Faker made. He beats almost everyone in duels in lane, and his play creates huge openings for SKT. Though, even though he's that core playmaker, the rest of the team is actually very, very skilled, and that complete package is what's so scary for teams to face.
Yeah, coming into this match, SKT has been scarily good at the Season 3 Championship so far, and while the Gamma Bears know that this matchup will be the most challenging of their careers, if they can pull out the win, they'll instantly become a favorite at Worlds.
其实一开始我之前都有在看欧拳，就韩国篮球比赛。那时候我在发现，我觉得其实 SKT1 真的是一队很可怕的对手。
SKT 会这么强，是因为他们的中路玩家是现在世界上最强的 AP 嘛 ，Faker。
일단 8강에 올라온 팀들은 저희보다 준비를 더 많이 했을 거기 때문에 모든 팀이 다 무서웠고요.
일단 그 감마웨어스의 키플레이어가 정글이랑 탑이라고 하는데 저희 정글 탑이 좀 잘해주면 게임을 쉽게 풀어놓을 것 같아요.
算感觉一开始就直接挑战魔王那种感觉，
그러니까 이번에 저희 목표는 결승이니까 가뿐하게 8강 넘겨서 4강 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
而且碰上 SKT T1，我觉得如果我们赢下这场的话，我们很有把握可以拿下世界冠军。
I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup because of that surprise factor that the Gamma Bears has.
Yeah.
We noticed that the Korean teams, they trended towards starting off slowly. All of the teams that we've seen so far have not done particularly well in their first couple of games. And if
true.
the Gamma Bears can exploit that, they might be able to get an early advantage against SKT.
There's definitely a chance here, and it's going to be interesting watching just how much these teams have gotten to research, just because even if you try to look at the games that Gamma Bears have been playing, most of that regional was actually a couple patches back where Ryze and Jace were really huge champions, and so there's even less research you get to put on these guys, whereas, of course, if we've seen 8 group stage games, a lot to look at. And the one thing I actually want to point out here is going to be Zed, because so far we've never seen Maple play that champion. Even when they're blue side, they'll ban it out. Faker's never been allowed to play Zed all tournament. It's been a perennial ban the entire time, and I want to see if it's the Bears who have to ban it themselves.
Well, we'll have to see how this plays out for them. We know there are a couple of contested picks here, and both of these top laners like to run Shen. Now both of the mid laners like their Ari and their Orianna and Fizz. We see the bans. Gamma Bears have taken out Corki, Aatrox, and Zed.
Yep.
As you've already highlighted, on that blue side, it's something they don't want to play against at all.
But what he does have open is his Ari, which is a pretty important one for him. Maple does a very good job on Ari, making a bunch of plays throughout the mid lane. And I also have to respect SKT banning away Thresh, because Sword Art is scary good. Now, his Sona is great as well. He really doesn't miss his flash crescendos, and that's really powerful, but you give him Thresh, he's going to land all those hooks as well.
Well, we'll see how it pans out for them. Thresh was that third and final ban from SKT. The very first lock-in is going to be that Elise. So not only are they locking that in for themselves, they're denying it from Bengi. If you remember how SKT demolished OMG in the last group stage game, quite a bit of that was the cocoons and the charms from Bengi and from Faker.
And of course, the Ari is still available as well, which is a bit of a scary thing here. You've got to kind of be afraid of that one. Of course, the Varus, not a surprising pick here at all for NL. He played basically Caitlyn and Varus the entire time in the last couple of months. So with the Caitlyn being stolen away there, I actually have to respect the early pick there from SKT. It kind of guarantees the other side. The Zyra being taken away is actually Mandu's most played support here at Worlds, who's going to have to take kind of a run down and probably play the Sona there himself.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Faker is going to lock in that Ari, making it to the third round of picks. A little bit non-traditional for what we're seeing on most of the games this tournament. We have been seeing a lot of priority on those single, assassin-type mid laners. And of course, for their jungle, it is going to be Vi. So we'll see Bengi on another very powerful ganking jungler once he hits that level 6.
And that is really going to be a tricky thing here, because if we do see Maple go for Kassadin, he's notably weak pre-6. And that's going to be an interesting thing to deal with, because Vi's not the best ganker pre-6. A soul laner should reach the ultimate before a jungler could. But if you do something crazy, Bang gets a really good gank, or he gets a lot of help in the jungle or something, or you force Maple back a couple of times, you might get those Assault and Batteries before Riftwalk, which could completely just demolish that lane.
Well, we'll see how this works out for them, because I just think you remember the odd one running that jungle Vi against Nuke Duck's Ari. And that Spirit Rush didn't allow you to get away. It's going to be a similar situation with that Riftwalk. Bengi should be able to just lock on and completely shut down that Kassadin once he hits 6. 3 seconds left to go in this pick and ban, and the Gamma Bears are going to lock in Kassadin and Shyvana. So most likely going to be a top lane Shyvana.
That's my guess here.
That's what my gut's telling me.
Yeah, from what I've been told by other pro top laners, Renekton's actually a good matchup to play as when you're fighting an Elise. You can generally sustain through it. You have pretty good trades as well, and so I don't think they want to fight that matchup. Shyvana, on the other hand, though, has really good one-on-one trading. Shyvana can proxy waves if she wants to as well. And there's still a lot of pushing pressure there that can actually keep impact away from the rest of the team. Honestly, both these top laners, you'll see picks like this the rest of the way through. They're heavy brawlers who want to fight things.
So the SK Telecom team is a lot more traditional from what we've been seeing from the Worlds. These are all picks that have been, trended towards, with the exception of maybe the Nami. I think this may be her first appearance, actually.
He played it once already in the group stage, but only the one time here. So SKT's pretty much got sort of their style of lineup. They've got the easy, safe backline. They've got the ability to dive into fights with Ari, Nami, Vi, and Renekton. So they've got a bunch of chaos, and then Piglet's just there shooting people in the back lines, relatively safe. It's a good SKT lineup.
Relatively safe. We'll see how well that Siobhan and Elise can get to him. And while the teams are loading into the very first game of this best of 3, let's take a look who you guys at home think is going to win this series. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you think that SKT will be taking a Najin Black sword in the semifinals.
Yeah, and of course the analyst said SKT as well. Honestly, these guys were the favorites to win the whole thing before we ever even saw them play. We're looking at them now. You heard the analysts say how scary they are. Certainly, the SKT lineup is merciless, but I always want to play the underdog story. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. Gamma Bears here are in the exact same position as Taipei Assassins last year. They have to play a Korean team in the quarterfinals. Oh, yeah, that's going to be hilarious, right? Sword's going to demolish them. No. Right? And the entire way through, TPA was the sleeper who kept hitting there. And you know, maybe the Bears are coming out of hibernation.
We'll have to see how well they perform on the Rift. They've already pulled out... That's a sigh from the audience. I like these guys.
That was not applause.
I definitely want to see how this composition is going to work out for them. We have seen a top lane Shyvana once this tournament already. Darian ran it against Fnatic, and I was not particularly impressed by it. You can see we are loading onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the third quarterfinal of Worlds. It's the Gamma Bears taking on SK Telecom T1. And we'll see how well this team comp works for them. We talked about how they're a little more difficult to scout, and we're already seeing a composition that we have not seen from them this weekend. All the crowd control is actually mostly coming from their duo lane. You can see that large numbers of SK Telecom are hanging out in and around the river.
Hey, this is just interesting because you talked about the unscoutability. A lot of these picks are completely new for the Gamania Bears. Those the top laner and mid laner specifically are things that wouldn't have been easily scouted. These are new things they've picked up that SKT is going to have to adapt their bans to as this game goes through. But we're looking at the level 1 setups here, and it's I think, proper deep warding. These are wards that will let these teams know the jungle routes, so that teams will know if they're about to get ganked or if they're safe to push really hard. And those are just important for the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game to know what you can get away with.
Well, we'll see how the teams do decide to settle their lanes. There is a lot of options available to try and shut down your opponent's solo laners if they wanted to go for those lane swaps. But as it stands, we may be having head-to-head matchups as both of these teams just do this warding dance, really. They've got full vision of one another over the last 20 or 30 seconds, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any invades.
No real invades, just for the wards right there. And both these teams got relatively equal information out of this, though SKT's ward in the bottom jungle is a little bit deeper. At the end of the day, it really just means they'll see when they go towards red buff and near the wraiths and whatnot, and it tracks jungle movements. That's what those wards are for. And when you consider how scary jungle Elise is, the fact that you can gank for Zyra with a 0.75 second root, I believe it's a 1.5 second stun off Cocoon, you can kill someone with that kind of damage. So it's important for SKT specifically to know where Wins is going.
Well, we'll see how well it works out for them. You can see Win starting on his blue buff, while Bengi is about to secure his own buff. And we're going to have this straight-up 1v1 matchup. You can see Faker already just landing auto attack after auto attack onto that melee carry of Kassadin. We'll see how well Maple can do in this mid lane, because Faker's Ahri has been incredibly good throughout this tournament.
We've already got an inkling of offense, though. You actually saw Bengi running down early on. He didn't actually decide to get anything for that. But the one thing to point out, actually, is that the duo lane for the Gamania Bears is pushing first. They're actually going to have level 2 first. They'll have the ability to trade a little bit more. And dealing with Zyra spawning plants on you, like, forever and ever is very difficult. They're actually going to go in... Ooh, almost.
A little excited there. It's not landing on Mandu. He's able to sidestep it, but we do see a small CS advantage for NL thanks to that aggressive pushing on this bottom lane. They managed to push the wave up to the tower, so this should reset lane overall. We do see Maple falling behind in the CS in the mid lane, 6-11, but that is to be expected in this matchup.
It is going to happen right here. It's a melee versus range matchup, and Kassadin's forced to last it with spells half the time. And as you've sort of seen, even from Peke's Kassadin and whatnot, you can sit there, as long as you don't die or miss XP, you're pretty much going to do okay as far as a Kassadin lane goes. It's really when you get the tier and the catalyst completed that you sort of turn on. When you hit close to level 13, you really start getting abusive and scary. So that's the lineup we're going to look for here. One thing I want to point out for the Bears, though, is they've hit literally every minion in the bottom lane so far. 19 is perfect for this point.
Well, let's see if they can keep that one up. NL, we talked about him coming into this matchup. He does have that passive CSing style in the laning phase. He likes to farm a lot during the qualifiers against the likes of the Taipei Snipers. He was actually averaging about 10 CS a minute for the majority of that playoff bracket. So mechanically very strong, and he's on one of his most played AD carries. So Pretty good start for them. We'll see if they can secure the kills, though, because that's what's really going to help them get objectives. And we still see the mid lane Maple falling behind on those CS numbers.
One thing I am going to point out, though, as we kind of look through these lanes, though, is that ward control is in favor of the Bears at the bottom lane right here. There's like one ward and a brush, but if this lane ever resets, the Elise from Wins can sneak in and force a gank here. And Nami doesn't escape all that well. They could probably pick her up with Grass Roots in a Cocoon.
See if they can manage to land any of that CC. That's what's going to help them pick those kills up. Maple now chugging through his very last potion, as Bengi does once again roam to look for an invade. He's going to run into Wins. The Cocoon does land, as well as the volatile Spiderling. Bengi's going to charge up the Vault Breaker. Does manage to get up, but we see Wins is chasing for this one. He does repel forward. Now there's no Spirit Rush down in the bottom lane. Piglet's now in trouble. He's cleansed the Ignite. That's a flash ball from NL. A great bubble from Mandu. Throws NL up in the air. NL continues to auto-attack down. And we see Mandu force backwards. That's a 2v2 win for the Gamma Bears.
It's three Summoners belts for three Summoners for three Summoners, but really good trade right there. There's only a flash up for Mandu and a barrier for NL, and now you can see Wins. I like this move by him. He's come to the mid lane to shove it out to allow Maple to run back to base. A fight in the top lane.
Oh, Impact's going to slice out. Does have that dice available. Not going to be needed, as now Bengi's coming in from the river. The question is, can he get onto Stake? Stake's caught between a rock and a hard place. He may be able to pick up first, but Impact gets away. That's a flash. Flash for flash. Bengi lands the killing blow, securing it for SKT.
Very well played right there by Impact, making sure he didn't take too much damage. And that was the gank we also needed to see coming, was neither of these top laners came in with wards in their opening build, and you saw it capitalized there by Bengi. Well played.
Congratulations to Bengi and Impact there, able to give them even more of a lead up top. Their Stake is already 10 CS behind. Thanks to Wins sort of babysitting that middle lane a little bit, Maple still holds on to that 10 CS deficit, and he's about to hit level 6, and once he's got that Rift Walk available, it's going to be much more difficult to catch him and lock him down.
It looks like he'll hit that level 6 mark in time to survive into the major ganks, and we'll probably see him be okay. The other thing to point out, though, is that even though that bottom lane should have went well for the Bears, the one thing to point out, actually, is that they both went back to base and got the same items. Both AD carries have Vamp Scepter and Doran's Blade, so the CS lead doesn't mean much yet.
Oh, take a look at this. NL and Sword Art going super aggressive, but now the bubble catches Sword Art out. We do see Piglet not going in for more auto attacks, but thanks to that bubble, they do trade relatively evenly.
And Wins is looking for a counter gank here in this mid lane, expecting Faker to go in, but he won't jump into that minion wave, so this will take a while for anything to pay off for Wins.
Oh, the charm does land, though. Maple gets the silence down. Faker still not used that Spirit Rush. They decide to continue fighting. Up in the top lane, Stake is actually doing very well in the 1v1 against Impact. However, it does look like Dragon's Descent was used, so Ultimate's going to be unavailable until he's got all that Rage built back up.
And Impact still has his, so you're going to have the Dominus back available. But Wins is showing up for the bottom lane. Gets spotted by a Cupcake, though.
Does manage to get caught out. Piglet is going to back away just a little bit. You've seen Bengi. He's hanging out in that bottom lane as well. Assault and Battery is available, so a squishy Zyra or a squishy Varus could be squished into the ground if they decide to go in. Maple, once again, just CSing in this mid lane against Faker. It does look like Bengi is backing off on the minimap.
Yeah, it looks like nothing's going to really happen here. I do want to point out, though, this top lane you were talking about, because even before the kill, Impact had a pretty large minion kill lead, hold on to a level lead right now as well, and Impact has gone for early magic resist. That's actually most of the damage that Shyvana deals with her Burnout, with her Flame Breath. This is going to be an interesting fight, though.
Oh, we do see Impact. He throws down the Dominus, slices and just manages to chase Stake back. Stake still trying to build up that Fury. Impact now with some minions behind him. I don't think he's going to be confident enough to dive without that Ignite, but got himself a chunk of HP and is going to sustain a little bit in lane thanks to getting that back.
Yeah, absolutely. So Impact's honestly going to probably keep scaling up in this lane. He's just plus a Negatron Cloak right now, has the same other items, so that's probably going to be a point where Wins needs to turn something around, or Impact will be very hard to deal with in these fights. It's something to keep in mind in this game.
Well, Wins, we've seen him moving to that mid lane to help cover off some of those minions. Faker only 10 CS ahead. In the bottom lane, Mandu's now managed to flash away. These do see NL, he's just hit level 6. Chain of Corruption could come out. He's got the mana for it. Decides against it thanks to that massive minion wave in front of him. But Pumandu's only on a couple hundred hit points. Bengi is waiting in the wings, though.
Oh, and they've got the Renekton as well. It's going to be a 3-on-2 in SKT's favor.
That was a great silence onto Bengi. Meant the Assault and Battery couldn't come out. Maple tries to get the blue buff, but Bengi is going to smite that one away. Now Bengi charges the Vault Breaker and gets out cleanly. So a good blue buff steal there from SKT.
That was incredibly well played right here. I don't think many Bears can capitalize anything here. Bottom lane is taking more damage.
Oh, Tidal Wave actually gets pulled out. Bumandu was afraid of the committed attacker from Gamma Bears, and this is going well. You do see NL still 10 CS in the lead. Oh, Bengi's going to secure his red buff in the background, but they're trading blow for blow with the exception of that first blood.
And the buff steals, though, start to push yourselves towards SKT. There was actually an early gold lead for Gamania Bears, but even if you subtract the 600 gold lead that SKT has from the first blood, they actually still hold pretty equally despite the buff steals, despite everything else. I have to say lanes are completely holding on right now. What's going to matter is actually the teamwork, the mid-game rotations, which is the one point we have praised SKT for the entire tournament. If there's one strength that's going to win them the game, it's the core SKT strength.
Well, we'll see if they can make it work for them. As it stands, no pressure has been applied to Dragon, as we do see Bengi moving his way towards this bottom half of the map. Still has not used that Assault and Battery either. Remember that NL is alone in this lane. Here comes Bengi from behind. The bubble doesn't land. The Vault Breaker does. Assault and Battery should be channeled in the not too distant future. In the background, Piglet and Mandu were locked up by the Chain of Corruption, but it was all too easy for Gamma Bears as they secure this, for SKT as they secure the second kill.
And look how coordinated that was. Pink wards all over the river, or towards the bottom lane for the river, for Mandu to make sure that Bengi got to get in there for free without getting spotted. Those are the kind of moves we're going to keep seeing. Bengi has both the kills, keep that in mind, so it's actually on him to do well in the fights as we move forward.
Well, Stake right now does have the option to dive into that Dragon form onto Impact. However, playing it a little bit more passively. Now finally dives in. Dominus has just been popped, so they've traded Ultimate for Ultimate. Impact is going to have much more sustain thanks to that Call the Meek, and we'll see if he jumps on him. For the time being, just using that AoE to at least farm up. A flash away from Stake into Burnout. Decides to back away, a little afraid of Bengi's presence.
Stake now, Stake why? Bengi's going to get this
Bengi
one.
comes in, the red buff is busy sticking. Impact throws down the Ignite, plus the damage over time. That's a flashball from Bengi to get the last auto attack, and kill number 3 for SK Telecom.
Very well done. Bengi has all of them. Keep that in mind. In this mid lane, already almost going down. Faker doing a very good job in this matchup as well. You're seeing the game just start pushing more and more and more towards SKT's favor.
Very good charm there onto Wins as well. Gets a lot of additional damage onto that jungle Elise. He's going to be forced to back away. I think the best he can to farm. Does have a 15 CS lead over Bengi, but it's 3 kills down, so there's a pretty big disparity there as far as gold available. Charm goes out once again, connecting with Maple. Maple actually goes in. This may be more than he should have chewed. Flashes out cleanly, afraid of the Assault and Battery, but wasn't available for Bengi to use.
And it's worth pointing out that all the money that's gone into Bengi has been jumped into a very fast Oracles. I feel like he's going to live here. There's a fast Oracles and fast boots mobility, so Bengi will keep finding openings like this, but has no combat stats, which is why you're seeing Wins do so well here.
Well, Wins does a lot of damage, does force Bengi away. Vault Breaker's out, he does get out cleanly. However, Sword Art is now caught. We do see the bubble lands. Tidal Wave follows as well. NL decides not to use that Chain of Corruption. Now, Dragon is still standing. Neither team has made a move for it, and as it stands, SKT are just accelerating ahead in the gold values. Already a 3,000 gold lead with only kills and CS on the board.
That's very well done by them, and even though Bengi got forced out of lane, there's just not enough power on the map for the Bears right here. Their dual lanes are basically equal. They traded an ultimate for health, which is rather important in a team fight, and so even on what would be a 4v3, Bears can't go for these kind of moves.
Well, we do see Piglet gets rooted up, takes a lot of damage. The Chain of Corruption doesn't connect. Once again, we see a Varus ultimate miss. I'm sure nobody in the audience has ever seen that before. And SK Telecom managed to get away. However, Gamma Bears have started Dragon.
This is risky. They actually decided to go when Faker left instead of when Bengi left, so the Smite War could happen here.
Now there's no Tidal Wave available. We do see Bengi with Assault and Battery available. Does look like SKT are going to back away from this one, and Gamma Bears hold on to the goal difference as they secure the first Dragon of the game.
That's very, very well done. We actually saw Stake pulling his way down the map partway until they realized SKT weren't looking to really engage in that battle, so Stake went back. But that matchup, these top lane bruisers were going to keep pushing against each other. You're seeing now a 20 minion kill lead grow for Impact, which is rather valuable. These guys are going to keep throwing their stats at each other, and Impact's going to have more of them.
And as it stands right now, is nearing a 50 CS advantage for Faker in that mid lane. It was even for a very long time, but with Maple's tower going down and the inability to stay in that lane, he has lost significantly more CS, and of course it was picked up by Wins the times he was covering those lanes out. We do see that both Bengi and Faker are moving towards the bottom half of the map, so this could be a 4v3 in favor of SKT.
And they've got pretty good ward coverage. You saw the oracles, the pink ward's already used. They're going to be able to go into this one without getting spotted.
Well, Wins is going to be around to counter gank and see if they can manage to pick up a kill before SKT get the numbers advantage. We talked about how Shyvana could do that sort of lane cutting. As it stands, impact on Renekton is going behind the tower. Wins throws himself at Piglet. Chain of Corruption is not available. That looked like a flash forward. No, it wasn't. It was just a move there. Tidal Wave is going to slow all of the Gamma Bears. And SKT managed to get out with just the use of that Tidal Wave.
And as Tax were going to the bottom lane, the blue buff has once again been stolen here by Bengi. Really good read there by the Vi player. And we've noticed now that Maple has not gotten a blue buff all game and is falling behind now 50 minions away from Faker.
I don't think Faker has missed one of those charms yet. Every time we look at him applying damage to these mid lane towers, he's catching Maple out, he's catching Wins out. We'll have to see if it does result in kills. A 3-man Gamma Bears is now hammering away on this bottom tower. However, they're a little nervous about their HP bars and they back away. Piglet now with the CS advantage against NL. All of that early aggression hasn't worked out in Gamma Bears' favor.
It really hasn't for these guys, unfortunately. The minion leads you're seeing grow and grow every single lane. The levels going up for them. And Bengi, of course, standing on pink wards, wearing an Oracles. Maple will not see this coming either.
Well, we'll wait for the Assault and Battery. Is going to follow in. Here comes Faker. Maple tries to get away. He is going to get taken down. And that Assault and Battery just locking up Cassidy for too long. Not even he could escape it.
Yeah, well played by Faker. He saved the charm until it was guaranteed. They knew their first attacks were going to miss thanks to Riftwalk. But once you get Assault and Battery, just one more push forward by Ahri, and they're going to have the lockdown. Well-executed gank. And honestly, this can just keep happening over and over again against Maple.
SKT now approaching the 4,000 gold lead. They have 2 towers in their back pockets. They didn't secure the first dragon. I'm sure they'll be willing to fight for the next one as their power spike is a little bit higher. We see that Maple is sort of rushing that Rod of Ages right now. Decided to forego the likes of a TL or even a Chalice, as I've seen some Cassidans build. But we'll have to keep our eyes on his itemization and see how it works out. NL forced back by the auto attacks of Piglets.
And it's going to keep happening here, honestly. You're now starting to see the individual skill really stack up for SKT, and they're just controlling the game. And the thing is, they've never been the most hyper-aggressive team. They don't dive a lot. They'll gank you on your turn if it's there. Yeah.
He does manage to cleanse out of that Chain of Corruption, and the rest of Gamma Bears, it was a bit of a half-hearted gank, but the chain did connect, and it did get the Summoner spell.
Yeah, so SKT, honestly, they're happy to play the control game. An aggressive control game, to be fair, where they'll take anything that's there for them. But you've seen from the buff steals, from the turrets going down now, 2 of them so far. It's just going to be controlled aggression, rolling over the map here for SKT. For the Bears, they've got to learn how to actually make some plays. They've got Catalyst on Cassidy. He's spiked up. They can use him.
Oh, we do see a root now lands onto Piglet. There's no chain available. A very good tidal wave from Pumandu. He actually exhausts Sword Art though. NL throws out the piercing arrow, does not connect as now Piglet throws out his Pult over Peacemaker. Ace in the hole, his channel doesn't secure a kill. Now Bengi comes in from the side. Repel lands onto Piglet, gets caught in the bubble. Piglet is still alive. Faker comes from the background. They've killed AD carry for AD carriers. Now Pumandu is the next target. We do see Wins getting dropped by Bengi as Maple is chasing forward. He's got 1. Ignite may get number 2. Assault and Battery plus the tower and the shield is not going to be enough to save Bengi as a double kill is secured for Maple.
That was very, very good because that was the shutdown gold as well onto Bengi. So Maple just got massive. This is going to be a fun game for Cassidy. Look at this fight. So good Barrier by NL keeps him alive. And Wins just has nice low cooldowns. Piglet just gets to be jumped on. Despite an amazing bubble there by Monju, Faker wastes every major cooldown and is now basically out of the fight. He's got to get over a wall with basically 1 dash left. And so he can't reach Sword Art anymore. And Maple just gets to be a Cassidy who's not getting bursted down. Cassidy's actual DPS very, very high, and he's going to take kill after kill after kill.
Well, works in his favor, and now we'll see whether or not he can make it count. His Rod of Ages has just been completed. 2-1-0. He is 90 CS behind Faker right now, which is an incredible amount, and all of SKT's solo lanes are now starting to pull ahead. 177 to 142 for the top laners, 157 to 139 for their AD carries. So SKT, even though they gave up a couple of kills, they still hold on to about a 5,000 gold lead. And they're still looking very good for the next fights.
And the gold is actually in a lot of really good plays for SKT as well. Impact is up about 1,400 gold over his lane opponent. So you're seeing like he has Spirit Blizzard versus the makings of a Sunfire Cape. Look at Faker, he's 1,600 gold up despite Maple getting that double kill in the shutdown Muddy. And SKT, look at this. They do it with Baron a lot. They're doing this bait with Dragon to a certain extent, seeing if someone's want to look from the side. Instead, they'll just get free neutral objectives to grow their gold lead.
Yeah, we've talked about how Faker likes to just destroy supports when he's on any of the assassins, and SKT pick up an uncontested Dragon. Nobody from Gammon Bears was brave enough to move in there. They didn't have any vision in the pit. And I think they were going to be fully aware of SKT's positioning. Stake and Wins now trying to get some damage on this top lane tower, but Impact is going to respond in time and clears the way with a couple of abilities.
And one thing actually, as I looked down the lineups as well, that I sort of wanted to see from Gamania Bears was actually putting some pressure onto Faker himself, because you look at that minion kill lead, you look at the effect Faker's going to have in this game. And actually, I believe they never really did much with Elise Cassidy, who could have jumped in, silenced to prevent a flash, prevent a Spirit Rush away, and chain the cocoon off of it, and then chase down Faker. But now, well, now Faker's got a whole bunch of health. He's level 14. He's got a Negatron Cloak. That option no longer exists, not to mention the fact that Mondu started to pink ward everything. The vision control is now SKT's, and they can start strangling even more of the map.
Yeah, as it stands right now, Wins tried to make some ganks happen with that Elise, and he had presence on the map, but it wasn't enough to secure kills or shut down any of SKT's lanes. You see Bengi, he's roaming up to this top lane. Does have those home guards, boots of mobility. He really wants to be omnipresent on this map and make sure he has an impact everywhere. Piglet, with that Avarice Blade, earning some additional CS and trying to work towards what's going to be that static shift. So that's going to be a lot of on-hit damage for those first couple of shots.
And actually, as the AD carries have gotten more accustomed to Season 3, I believe it was Doublelift said that he actually likes Static Shift a lot more than Phantom Dancer, because team fights now, you have to be very mobile as an AD carry. You're actually going to stack up that Static Shift charge a lot more in team fights. And so even though Phantom Dancer gives you more stats for your Infinity Edge, you're just going to get more Static Shift procs. And Doublelift, if I get the player right, was saying that's actually worth more overall.
Well, let's see if it works out for Piglet. He's currently 0-1-3, does have a 20 CS advantage over NL and a fair amount of items. It looks like NL's going for what we've become calling the Legolas build, thanks to Crepo. Is of course that Bloodthirster into the likes of a Lost Whisper, and you just start sniping people as a marksman should.
Yeah, you really should there. And honestly, NL's done a very good job of not dying much in fights. And here's going to be interesting. Can Impact survive a 2v1? Yeah, he'll walk away.
He's just going to slice and dice out cleanly. And once again, Gamma Bears trying to make something happen, but not fully invested or fully committing to it. As it stands, Faker is going to Spirit Rush forward. Sword Art is going to be able to survive for the time being. The Ignite not going to shut him down. Now they dive onto Bengi. Bengi gets caught in place by the Chain of Corruption. Tidal Wave will interrupt the Gamma Bears, and the Charm doesn't land. That's a great pickup for the Taiwanese champs.
That's a really good fight for these guys, and they've pretty much all got health bars here. They've got enough to keep pushing forwards. Wins has an Oracle as well. With this 5v4, with pretty much no important ultis available for SKT, Gamania Bears can start taking over the map and get some ward coverage back here.
Well, we'll see. As it stands, SKT not necessarily too afraid. Another good Charm catches on to Wins, and that Orb of Deception melts his HP bar. But now, Gamma Bears are stacked up as 5. There's no chain or Strangleforce. Maple's gone in. That's very brave. He flashes out instantly. Now Impact with Dominus. He's just diving the back line. Gamma Bears can't deal with that immensely tanky Renekton. Ace in the Hole is available for Channel, and that's a 4v5 that SKT won.
Yeah, that was really well played by Impact specifically. 2 completed items there, just sat in the front line, taking damage while zoning out the back line himself, and didn't allow any counterattack. There was an exhaust used by Mondu, but way more spent by the Bears, and you could just tell SKT are a stronger team right now.
Well, Bengi right now is going to at least take out a bunch of those minions in the mid lane. Stake and Maple doing the best they can to hold onto this top inner turret. There is some decent AoE wave clear, but Stake's going to get into basically spellcast range of SKT, and he takes a lot of damage for doing it. NL defending this mid lane off. This SKT hold on to a 6,000 gold lead and look to set up some more vision control in the jungle of the Gamma Bears.
Well, let's see if they can do it. I mean, honestly, SKT, this is their hallmark thing. This is the thing that makes SKT win games, is the fact that they just control vision so much. And I expect them to start doing this around Baron now. As items get completed, as their front line is tankier, you're going to see them be able to bait the Bears into trying to take Dragon, or trying to stop Baron, I should say, and getting caught. That's the likely play producing for SKT.
Well, let's see how many vision wards they manage to pick up for themselves. You see that Last Whisper getting closer to being completed for NL. Zeal is the word I'm looking for, in the back pocket of Piglet, as well as a pickaxe. We see Faker. He's got himself a Negatron Cloak as well as that BF Sword to go along with his Deathfire Grasp. So he was almost able to take out Sora on their last rotation, but the charm didn't land. So Sora was able to flash to safety, and that's really what allowed the Gamma Bears to pick up that frag onto Bengi. You know, SKT, they stayed overextended. They were split up by the Stranglethorns, and it was something that Gamma Bears will have to try to repeat in these coming fights.
But here we go. There's the ward control. There's all the sweeps over on Baron, and let's see which option SKT goes for. They're going to hide in one of these brushes, and Gamania Bears has to do something to know what's going on.
The Death Bush has been created. They're now hiding around the corner. Stake is pretty tanky. Almost finished that Spirit Visage. Has a Sunfire Cape. And we'll see how well Gamma can handle this.
Oh, Wins! Goodbye!
Wins is just taken out, blown away by Faker's Ari. And that's going to allow SKT to secure this blue buff. There's no smite available. So we'll have to see if they want to go for what's going to be a pretty safe Baron.
Yeah, there's no jungler. There's no smite steal even possible. None of these champions have individual spike abilities either. The thing is, SKT can always bait for another kill, but Gamania Bears has to realize if they can't stop Baron, they should just go for a turret or something instead.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. As it stands, they are once again grouped up as a 4-man, moving closer and closer. Mandu, can he land the bubble? Aqua Prism's being charged. He doesn't manage to connect in the background. Stake is still alive. Dragon's descent out. That's a great Stranglethorns. Will at least interrupt SK Telecom. Bengi's the first victim of the fight, but it's soon going to be much more of the Gamma Bears down. That's a double kill for Impact as he continues to chase down. Another kill for Faker, and everybody but Wins is dead.
Yeah, Wins is stuck in the base anyway. He's just coming out right now. It's a 4-for-1 battle, and you face-checked into a team with all their abilities up, and even with a Zyra ulti, there is just so much chase potential. Bengi sacrificing his life to lock down the back line. And what do you know? Faker landed a bunch of great charms, guaranteed the kills here. And now with 15 seconds, SKT can get an inhibitor and back to base.
They're going to be able to secure this tower. They're going to bash away on this inhibitor. Piglet in the background has lost a little bit of HP. They decide to play it safe. The death timers are still fairly short. You can see all Gammas respawning. Here's a replay.
Yeah, so they do then the charm onto Stake, deal a bunch of damage, get him out of the fight. That tidal wave hits everybody on the Bears, and it's just easy damage onto the back line. You can see how well SKT are able to chase down that max range charm on Maple. Was pretty important to make sure they got those last few kills, but that's what these guys can do. This is a very, very mechanically proficient team who set up that fight perfectly.
Yeah, Faker does not miss those charms when they count. Manages to secure yet more kills. He's 3-0-4 as his Deathfire Grasp completed. Now, the Gamma Bears are stacked up in this mid lane. NL is trying to apply damage on the tower. They've got Faker out. They are going to jump in. We do see Wins is the one that secures the killing blow. Now Mandu's the next target. They have not taken the tower out, as now we see that Piglet has come to defend. He does have red buff on, and he's putting a lot of hurt down as he's caught up. The silence goes out. He instantly claims it away. Bengi's on the retreat. Piglet's on the retreat, and the Gamma Bears are holding strong 5v3. Here comes Impact. Dominus is ticking. He's taking on 5 members of the Gamma Bears, and they don't have the bite. Ace in the hole, threading the needle. Tidal wave comes down, and the Gamma Bears are drowning under the pressure of SK Telecom. Impact is still alive. He's been tanking up the Bears for 3 full minutes, and Impact finally backs away. 2 kills on the board for SKT.
That becomes a 2-for-2 fight despite the free kill onto Faker, which was an excellent play to be completely fair, but that's what happened when Impact is huge. SKT said it would be on him to be important. Yeah, they said it. Their top lane is going to be important for this matchup. Just watch Impact here. Dives in to get the reset and jumps on the AD carry, kills him for free, kites out some of the damage, makes sure no one can jump back in. He is basically single-handedly removing the back line of Gamania Bears.
SK Telecom secure the Dragon as well on their way out there. Now 6 kills ahead, 10,000 gold, and have yet to lose a turret right now, defending all of their outer turrets. And Gamma Bears, they found a good pick, but maybe just stuck around a little too long in that mid lane. They're now falling even further behind. We do see that Piglet's got himself those clearer boots completed, and he's also working towards his last Whisper.
The Gamma Bears needed to really choose one because once they were all in, Impact wasn't in that fight yet, and they had time for a 5v4. The exhaust was used early on Maple before he cast any spells, and he didn't have to lose any damage by doing that. They get the catch on a Bengi, but Bengi's really big.
Yeah, there's a lot of tankiness there. He does have his locket available. Stake does get caught out by that Aqua Prism, but the first tower falls. Gamma Bears clawing back some of their goal difference.
They're going to try. Honestly, getting some of these turrets is really nice, and a lot of that I think they were relying on Stake's Shyvana, who is hard to chase. She has a movement speed buff, she can jump really, really far in Dragon form, but because Impact has won the 1v1 so well, because Faker is so huge, any one of those guys can just stop Stake's pushing whenever, and that's actually removing a lot of what would have been the Bears mid lane pressure, is they don't have a real split pusher. It's not Teleport Kassadin, it's Ignite Kassadin. So no one gets to do anything by themselves here for the Bears.
As it stands right now, SKT, they played the Baron game a couple minutes ago. It worked out in their favor, winning 2 team fights back-to-back. Now they are a little bit split up. In actual fact, though, Gamma Bears may be the ones that are in trouble. Dominus has been used by Impact. He's dove in. He's between 4. We'll see how much damage he can put down. The Stranglethorns is up. Instantly deleted is Sword Art, and Stake forced to retreat. They have caught Faker, though. They've traded mid laner for support. The Gamma Bears are not doing badly as Maple is retreating over on the background. But look at that Aqua Prison. That locks up NL. They managed to secure the kill. Impact and Mandu are chasing. Vault Breaker catches, wins. Now he's the next target as Piglet. It's going to 90 caliber over the wall. Doesn't get sight for Ace in the hole, but they trade 1 for 2.
That was a very, very good team fight, once again by SKT. You had Impact on one side, and it's like, well, we either run into the other team and Impact flanks our backline, or we run into Impact and we just don't kill him. So SKT got a surround there. They got a very good Nami ult as well, and they're rewarded with, honestly, this is not a contestable Baron.
Well, Stake is sticking around. Does look like he has his ultimate available. We'll see if he decides to dive in. Piglet is zoning Stake out. Burnout is ticking. Now Stake, once again, not taking as much damage from Piglet as we thought. They've actually backed away. Bumandu doesn't land the prison, and they were able to at least interrupt that Baron. So well played by Gamma Bears, and more importantly, Stake. That was well done.
I don't know why Piglet was the one to defend the guy jumping in, because he has the highest single target DPS on that team. Any other person could have been able to spot who was coming in and still allow the damage to come through, because still, Wins was far away from that fight. But regardless, good job by Bears to hold on. They've managed to not give any other leads to SKT. But what I have to ask, though, is who's actually going to get rid of Impact in these fights? He's a 5/0/5 Renekton, 320 minions in 31 minutes, and no one's been able to kill him so far, and I think it's pretty unlikely that no one but the Fountain Laser ever does in this game.
I completely agree with that. He's only got himself a Randion's Omen, a Spirit Visage, a Sunfire Cape, and a Hex Drinker. I don't think he has enough items right now, and as it stands, there's nobody from Gamma that can deal with him. We'll see whether or not Gamma Bears can find more of those picks. They've had some success in it, but they are still 10,000 gold down.
And that's the unfortunate side effect of the Legolas build, is you never get the Infinity Edge for a very long time, which is a really core and very key damage multiplier for single target damage output. Anyone but Impact, great. He's going to snipe them. His Qs will deal 600 damage or so. He even has a static shift burst to follow up. That's all wonderful, but you can't burst a Renekton. And this is part of the reason Impact is getting untouched in these fights.
Well, we'll see how well it works out for them. Once again, Gamma Bears are stacking up in this mid lane. Stake and Impact, they were going toe-to-toe for a while. But you see now Impact has dived in. Dominus is channeling. Stake still yet to use Dragon's Descent. Tidal Wave comes in from the background. Does manage to catch 2 Sword Art, and NL in trouble. That was a good Stranglethorns, but NL is down. That's a lot of Gamma Bears damage. Removed Wins is going to be the second kill of the fight as now they turn onto Sword Art. That's going to be a triple kill for Piglet. If they can get some CC onto Maple, he'll be in trouble. And we do see him actually flashing forward, but Maple was able to get away. We did see Stake going down in the background, but this is an exposed inhibitor that SKT will secure.
This is going to be a very, very easy one for these guys, and if they want, they really could go for Baron afterwards. The inhibitor goes down, they say, no, we've got minions instead. They might be able to get this.
There are minions pouring in from behind them. They land the charm. Maple is down. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out, and the Gamma Bears are going to drop 0-1 in this best-of-3 series.
This is a 33-minute game, and SKT are one Nexus away for being one of the top 4 teams in the World Championship here for Season 3. A team that got thrown together just a few months ago. and they're already poised to take the entire world.
SK Telecom playing slower, and I think feeling out their opponents, the Gamma Bears, as it stood in those lanes. Didn't see too many aggressive moves, and we actually seen NL and Swordart doing very well against Piglet and Pumandu, but just couldn't build the lead for the Gamma Bears.
Yeah, and that's just the sort of, they didn't get the option to make a lot of plays. The run for Dragon was very smart, it was well timed, they had pushed the mid laner out and knew that with the core damage dealer gone in the mid game, then great, they can go take a global objective. And the actual laning mechanics were pretty good for the Bears. Okay, there was a gank without a ward, that was a little bit rough. Eventually the bottom lane turnaround, that was a little bit rough, but there was a pretty good early game for the Bears. They just couldn't find more things to do, which was a big weakness.
Yeah, I definitely think that Wins is going to need to make those ganks work, because I feel like he tried about 4, 5, 6 times during the early stages of the game, but just didn't really get anything, impactful or meaningful. We're going to throw this one over to Riv and the gang for a breakdown of SKT's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And as the players alike start talking about what happened in the game, we as well are going to start discussing it a little bit here on the analyst desk. And right out of Champion Select, as usual, we kind of see some different things. Jarvan being left open, but the Vi pick up there. Piglet getting his AD carry in the bottom lane. But most of all, Gamma trying to show a little bit something new as well.
To break down picks and bans a little bit, coming into today, I didn't know whether T1 would be trying to maybe create some fear in other teams by picking out, maybe using some more different champions. But this is SK Telecom through and through. Nami, Caitlyn, their bread and butter lane. The team has about a 90% win rate when they use those champions. We have the Vi, which we saw Bengi bringing out in the Champions Summer Final. And, of course, Ari for Faker and Renekton up in top lane. So it's pretty much as standard as you'd expect from this team. What was really confusing to me was Gamma Bears banning out Aatrox.
Right.
Now, we did see SKTT1 play Aatrox against Gaming Gear in groups, but that was the first time a professional Korean team has ever played that champion. So
maybe the last time?
Maybe the last time, too.
Ban that out.
It did confuse me somewhat as to why that was such a high priority
and that
ban.
victory with Aatrox was actually against the Gaming Gear. Not to take anything away from it, but obviously they almost got in their head a little bit with the homework that they did. It was almost a ban that they put to the wayside.
Yeah, it was strange.
And one thing I want to point out about Gamma Bears is that NL and Swordart actually did really well in lane. They almost killed Piglet. He lived with like 10 HP, and they had like 15 to 20 CS throughout laning phase until they made a misstep, got 3v1 dove by the Vi when the Zyra wasn't there. And another thing that really caught me as a surprise was the fact that Piglet and Pumandu consistently got chunked or caught as the teamfight would start. And that's actually why Cassidy was almost in that game. He got 2 kills, but he was so far down in lane. He was like 80 CS down from Faker because Faker's a god.
I mean, coming into that too, usually when we see that Nami Caitlyn lane, they 2v1 it. And so I guess I was a bit confused. You want to use that lane because of Caitlyn's range and the power-up from Tidecaller's Blessing. You can really chunk a solo laner hard and take that turret very quickly. So I was not too thrilled seeing the 2v2 matchup, but I guess SK Telecom felt pretty confident. But I think NL and Swordart did a great job in lane.
I pretty much agree there. I think a 2v1 would have been more optimal for them. While this is the bread and butter SKT comp, I don't feel like Gamma Bears was outpicked at all. I think they had the means to deal with SKT1, and there were a few holes left in strategy-wise by SKT1. The Gamma Bears, if they executed what they did a little more mechanically correct, then they actually had a chance at winning this, because against this team, Cassidy can snowball pretty hard.
And this is the second time that I've seen Shyvana top this tournament, the first one being Darien. And I'm really not sold on it because the first time he played it with TF, I don't see synergy there. And this time he played it with Cassidy. I see no synergy between Shyvana and Cassidy. I feel like the old Ori-Shyvana combo is really strong, or potentially just like, I don't know, I just don't see...
Something else that brings crowd control.
Yeah, exactly.
He could have become like an unkillable monster at one point, though. That's what Shyvana does. It's really hard to deal with once he ramps up and has a lot of base damage. Problem was he got caught in lane. He actually flashed out, walked back in, and the jungler got him, which he should have known with the aggression coming out from the enemy top laner. He should have known that he was probably getting ganked.
Yeah, let's steer this towards the jungle because I want to talk about Bengi
Yeah.
here. He really performed very well. He got that first blood in the top lane, and when you get a first blood as a jungler, you just feel like you won the jackpot because usually you're a very poor, a poor man on the team. But Bengi really put his money to interesting use here. He rushed home guards, upgraded into mobility boots, and bought an Oracles on top of that. So that's 0 combat stats. It's all about him making that first blood money be felt across the entire map by Gamma Bears. He uses the mobility boots to go clear out all the vision, and then he uses that information that he now has to gank lanes where there's no possible way for a counter gank. And that's all that Vi needs. As long as Vi can get off her ultimate into a vault breaker, that's the most CC that anyone in any of those lanes needs to take out a kill when they have the man advantage.
Now, that came back to haunt them a little bit because when they were doing turret dives with
kind of squishy.
later on, he wasn't exactly holding up because we were looking up that it's like, that's a 1475 gold investment in your shoes.
Plus an Oracles on top.
Yeah,
so
and the
even
pink
more.
wards he was buying as well. So
It actually reminds me a lot of Season 2 where you'd see a lot of those Alistars roaming around with mobility boots. Although an Alistar would have his ulti to make the dives a little easier. I don't really agree with the investment. I think if Vi can still manage, especially with vault breaking over walls, can still manage to find paths not warded, or just 1 or 2 peak wards could suffice. I think, as Mondi said, that amount of gold on just your shoes is a little bit too much.
I like to see this difference in jungling styles because, like, coming from NA where everyone's just trying to imitate Meteos, this, like, Bengi will give away every one of his blues. He'll buy these kind of supportish items like Oracles, and he'll go back to, like, Season 2 throwback. But, you know, in NA, the jungler takes the blue, the jungler buys selfish items, takes your CS. Bengi didn't, like, take any lane CS, really.
All right, we'll see if they can do what they can do in those lanes. We've got to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it is Game 2 between SKT and the Gamma Bears. But first, is it better to win your way out of group stage or get a bye directly into the quarterfinals? So far, the results have been mixed, and so are the opinions of tonight's competitors.
제가 생각하기에는 좀 분석보다는 게임을 많이 하는 쪽이 좀 더 유리한 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 뭐 저희가 좀 자만했었던 것도 있고 그런 것 때문에 좀 경기를 하면서 그런 것도 좀 이제 풀어 나갔고 그렇기 때문에 좀 경기를 좀 더 많이 하는 게 좋지 않을까.
而且我们毕竟是还没开始打，他们还没看我们比赛，而且基本上我觉得我们队伍其实资料应该算比较少，因为毕竟我们是算成干实力比较少时间队伍，所以我觉得这是我们有利的地方。
我觉得应该我们比较占有一点小优势吧，因为毕竟我们来得早，然后我们的调整时差方面的状态肯定也比他们调整的好一点。
我觉得一半一半吧，他们能打这么多局，手会很热，就很有那个比赛的状态。但是我们就能分析他们最新的录像，他们不知道我们最近玩了什么新阵容，我们肯定会跟以前不一样，但是他们的新阵容我们已经看到了。
头发我大概留了半年了吧，自然卷，所以长长就会变这样。台湾的观众都觉得很可爱。
I love that little introduction. Steak's hair is even better than Charu's hair from CS.
It's true.
And welcome back to the League of Legends.
Who was the number? I don't know what comes through here because Ari, I think, is still a big pick for Maple so that he can start making moves in the mid game. And Thresh is huge because if you give that Sword Art NL lane Thresh, you can actually have them start winning the lane with kills and not just a little bit of CS.
Well, we'll see how it works out because as it stands, Ari and Zed are still available. And I think what SKT are doing with that Renekton ban is saying, well, you can only ban one of those and we'll probably lock in the other one. So we'll see how this first couple of picks goes, Renekton being that final ban from SKT.
Oh, it is going to be the Zed, and actually the Shen comes through here. Now, this is actually interesting because every game in the group stage, when SKT had first pick, they would insta-lock Ari. If it was available, it was always Ari here. So the Shen coming through, plus the Renekton ban actually is really smart because they said, all right, now you have to really give us one of these champions as well. Ari, it's interesting that we see Elise here. Now, Thresh is not the most common pick for Mandu. SKT's let that come through the group stage a number of times, but he's still run the champion before. And like I keep hyping up Sword Art here, but I really think that Thresh is an important pick here that has to be dealt with.
Well, neither of these champions have been locked in just yet. For the Gamma Bears, Ari was one of Maple's most played champions in the mid lane, and they do actually secure it. So with that Ari and the Elise, we know that wins in Maple most likely going to be on very comfortable, mobile, assassin-y type champions. And we'll see who else they round out the composition with as far as that tankiness is concerned.
And here's Bengi on the Lee Sin as well, which is just such a good pick for him. Bengi's so mechanically good, and putting someone like that on Lee Sin lets him make a whole heck of a lot of plays. And this is now SKT's team, is they are able to just make plays. Anyone who gets a pick can get a Channel. Everyone who gets a pick can set up someone else for a kill. These guys have a lot of long-range engage potential here. So this is still SKT picking a very Arcel's team comp. And I'm going to have to guess that's Support Annie here.
That would be my first guess as well. And I know that Support Annie is something we've actually discussed at length over on the analyst desk. And, you know, Crepo is leaning more towards disliking it and can see the strengths that it offers. But we'll have to see how well Sword Art can make this work. Because as it stands, Piclet's considering playing Ezreal. And, you know, if Ezreal can just Arcane Shift away while the stun is in air or before Tibbers lands, it's going to be difficult to be impactful in that lane.
That's generally going to be incredibly difficult to do, though. It's really hard for you to reflex an Incinerate or a Tibbers. If you stun with Q, then yeah, it's like a free Arcane Shift and it's no big problem. But generally speaking, it'll be hard to dodge Annie's stuns without seeing it coming. But what I'm curious to see, though, is the analysis on Support Annie is that you want a 2v1 mid, but Ari's not the best like side lane 1v2 champion.
And not only that, but Faker is going to be playing Lissandra here for, I believe, the first time at the World Championship. So going to be very interested to see how this SKT composition plays out. I kind of feel like they're lacking a little bit in the damage side of things. That Ezreal and Lissandra, don't get me wrong, they deal damage, but it's not a Ari, Elise, Annie, Varus, and probably, you know, Rumble if they add that as well.
This is a nice comp here, I think, more for Germania Bears right now, especially with the Rumble lock-in. That is a champion that we have seen Stake play before. And honestly, the last time I saw this comp from them, it had Varus, but it was Orianna in the mid lane. And Orianna's still available, but they said, you know what, Annie's going to bring enough area of crowd control down. We'll be able to run Ari some like low crowd control and still make the Rumble work. And I like this Bears comp in terms of team fighting. I think they have the playmaking they need in the mid game for Maple, which was their weakness last time. Maple and Wins together can make a lot of things happen, and then they can run it all together for a team fight. Whereas, as you mentioned for SKT, you're right, their damage is pretty low. These guys, I think, are going to need an early game lead in order to keep winning team fights.
They do have an immense ability to control the team fights, though. With that Shen being ever present, with Lissandra's ridiculous amount of utility, that's definitely going to play into their favor. So the game is loading up. There is about 20 seconds left on the clock before we get into this one. And, you know, it's all in the line here for the Gamma Bears. They were the underdogs coming into this matchup. And you have to give props for the very early stages of the game, but Wins needs to make his ganks count in this one in order to help snowball Gamma Bears and get them, pushing forward proactively.
And it's going to be, I think a lot of this does rest on the early game overall. And just sort of to point something out for fun, Sword Art's Runes and Masteries, 21 offense on support Annie, AP Quince, dude wants to do a bunch of damage to you early on, but that's what it's going to be on because he has no movement speed, no gold generation. He's going to go broke or kill a bunch of things. It's going to be one of those two options, though.
Yeah, go big or go home. And that's literally what's going to happen. They either go big in this game and force the decider, or they literally pack the bags and fly back, as this could be the end of the Gamma Bears tournament. We'll be loading up in just a second, and the one thing that I'm a little nervous about is that 4 out of the 5 members of the Gamma Bears are ability power or magic-based damage. So if SKT can prioritize some of those Spirit Visages, Banshees, Veils, it's going to be very, very difficult for the rest of the team that's not NL to clean up fights.
And that's an important thing that you point out here, actually, because you've got a top lane Shen, remember. You've got Impact here, who gets to go first item Spirit Visage, have 20% cooldown reduction on his Stand United, and keep showing up to keep making plays for these guys. So here we are into the Rift, Game 2.
So, Game 2 loaded up. This time around, SK Telecom are wearing the blue trunks. And of course, the Gamma Bears are in the red. We'll have to see how well they can take charge of this matchup. I do prefer the damage options for Gamma, but if they are unable to kill through the shields of Lee Sin and Shen and the invulnerability of Lissandra, you can have all the damage in the world if you can't make it all stick to the right targets.
I'll see if they can land enough crowd control together here, Gamma Bears. The early battle line's drawn. No big deal.
I think Wins threw the spider the opposite direction to throw SKT off.
Yeah.
Because I was like, the thing's
Mind
going the
games.
wrong way, dude. All right, now Gamma Bears backing away from the river. SKT, they've got a little bit of a ward over by the red buff side, and this spiderling does manage to find SKT out. So they'll be aware of their positioning as Gamma Bears, once again with a more of a defensive start here.
Yeah, so this little piglet's going to go back into his own jungle. Nope. Maybe? Okay, he is. I got it right. And here actually is going to be the lane matchup situation, because I feel like Varus Annie has so much poke and the ability to turn around and all in from Thresh that life's going to get difficult for the SKT duo lane. Notice that the Bears are already set up here to be in lane. They're already prepared to do all kinds of funky things, right? Early pink ward on the tri-brush. They're trying to come into this unspotted. Oh, that blind hook.
But we do see Sword Art has his stun available, and you see that Pumandu realized he did not want none of that. Does manage to back away, but position revealed, and I think Gamma Bears a little bit of early vision on that side of the map. Impact and Bengi now going to start off on the blue side. Well, it looks like Wins may actually be soloing that red buff. Actually, he's got the help of Stake, so they're both starting on the top half of the map.
And that's interesting because neither team got deep enough wards to know where people were starting. Anytime you start the jungle with only your top laner, you risk getting invaded, you risk bad things happening to you, and neither side capitalized on that. They both got away with the risk. There's the battle on Pumandu early on!
Oh, they've got him out. Ignite is ticking. NL decides not to flash for this one. Flash and barrier available, but that's a lot of damage, and Pumandu is eating through his consumables.
He's going to have to chug a lot of those, but honestly, he started out with just potions and wards, and Mandu will be back to full health pretty soon. Sword Art's going to run low on mana while charging up the stun.
Ignite was burned by Sword Art's Annie rather. So not going to have that available if they decide to jump on Pumandu and Piglet. As it stands, once again, NL and Sword Art with the early lane control thanks to that trade. And NL doing the best he can to pull ahead as far as the CS.
And what I'm going to sort of watch as well is how much of that CS goes to Sword Art in order to get those mana-less costs. But look at that. The early pink ward allows Wins to get through. Bengi knows this is already poised to counter gank.
Well, we'll see how well these ganks work. Wins unable to secure kills in the previous game, whereas Bengi did get first blood with his jungle Vi. The hook catches NL. Rumandi goes forward. The flash comes out. Now NL is going to have his barrier available. Does pop it, but it's not going to be enough. In the background, Wins doing the best he can to trade. Now Bengi is sticking to him. Sonic Wave, can it catch? That is the question. It does! He follows up. Sword Art's in trouble. 100 HP. The volatile Spiderling goes down. The cocoon does not connect.
This
Bengi
could be 3.
Gets a safeguard shield. We do see the Sonic Wave gets dodged by the repel. Wins lands down. Does get taken out. And that's a 3-for-0 in favor of SKT.
Amazing play by these guys. At the end of it, they donated the kill to Piglet just to give him double buffs and that extra gold. Really nice hook there by Mandu. I'm glad for SKT that they picked the Thresh up early on because you make plays like that, and everyone gets really sad when they start dying.
Well, 2-0-1 on Piglet's Ezreal. He's going to have a massive spike in power as Impact is also building ahead in the CS. Look how cheeky that is. Arcane Shift and Mystic Shot, and then just takes the Lantern out, and Piglet says, what you going to do? I've got red, I've got blue, and he's going to continue piling down the damage onto NL and Sword Art.
My buffs are red, my buffs are blue. When I throw Mystic Shots, I don't have a rhyme.
It was a good attempt nonetheless, as now Maple and Faker
They'll hit you?
are trading damage back and forth here. Maple, 2 CS behind that of Faker's Lissandra. And he's going to have a lot of mobility to deal with the damage that Faker has. Wins on the sideline, no red or buffs available for him. So Faker, as long as he doesn't get caught by too much CC, he can just use that claw to get out clean.
If they're going to go in at all, it'll probably be off of a cannon minion or anytime Faker goes in for one of these last hits. But you just notice how safely Faker's able to play. Wins not having flash, can't go for like a flash cocoon to at least force the summoners out of Faker. There's just no way that Wins gets into range in time. Faker doesn't hug any of those walls.
Well, do you see that Faker's using the range of Lissandra? Going to be throwing out those shards and the splash damage associated. We do see that Stake and Impact now continue to farming up, but Stake is half the CS down. Impact Shen already at 37 to Stake's 18. There is a decent wave in front of him, but as it stands, and lane heavily in favor of Impact once again.
And that is actually a massive lead. Rumble can, do okay with just experience and not much gold, but that kind of a lead is going to let Shen, just like last time for Impact, ignore the enemy back line and just tank forever here. This is a ticking time bomb that I don't think the Bears really want to deal with here. This is dangerous.
Well, with that overheat and Flame Splitter, there's a lot of damage going onto Impact. So if Stake is able to get some assistance from Maple or from Wins, maybe a kill can swing that lane a little bit more in his favor. As it stands, Piglet, with all of that gold he's accrued, is just spamming out, making use of the buffs that he's got in lane, and just trying to maintain control. And Wins, basically just farming up lane tax here. He's stuck in this lane for the last sort of minute or so, and he's not really having an impact. He's 10 CS to 24. It's not making ganks. As it stands, Bengi does jump onto Stake. Doesn't have his Dragon's Rage available. You see the shield coming up from Stake. He pops down the Equalizer just to clear out some of the waves and just continue farming, but not entirely convinced that was needed.
That wasn't. He wasn't going to have the damage to turn that fight back around, unfortunately. Wins, yeah, they spawned, bro. You can take those away. So at least that was smart, though. Wins, you can clearly still a good player here by going for the counter jungling, spotting out that Bengi was on that side of the map. But of course, by doing this, Wins ran through a ward himself, and Bengi steals away a big golem. So both these guys happy to steal with vision, and
Now Stake is in trouble. We do see the Resonating Strike follows through Stake. He's burning on the HP. Ignite is ticking down as well. Impact forced to fall backwards, and with the aid of the tower, Stake does survive, but he manages to get out. And you imagine, if Equalizer is available there, maybe could have turned that one around. Maybe could have set up some kills. Piglet, now with the buffs worn off, he's pushing the way basically with the aid of his minions.
Yeah, but mind you that Stake had already gone back to base one time already, had to go back again just from those ganks right here, and now you're seeing pressure on the bottom side of the map as well. These, unlike last game where the duo lane had a really good early lead and the Bears almost took some kills, the Bears almost took a kill, but they're losing in minion kills pretty rapidly, in addition to all the champion kills. And mind you, Piglet hasn't even had to go back to base just yet, so he's sitting on a mountain of cash right here, 2,100 gold. And you're just going to see Piglet be able to take over the game if he wants to. That damage we were concerned about, he's going to have it.
Yeah, we see right now, NL, with that first recall, he comes back and look at that True Shot Barrage plus every other ability there from Piglet, connecting and dropping him down to half HP. Remember, Sword Art does not have any GP10 on his runes or masteries. He went all in for that ability power, and Sword Art falling further behind. That early game kill potential of the Annie has not been made use of just yet.
And look at the build that even Mondi went for here. Early boosts of speed to help create catches as well. The SKT lineup are going aggressive with this one. Piglet has finally gone back to base for some items, but you're gonna see them keep trying to make plays. Bengi, even without a ton of kill gold, okay, 1 kill and assist, again boost mobility, again trying to make plays. This time though, just a little bit too late for the blue buff.
Well, blue buff was secured there by Maple, so maybe the additional spamming power of that mana and CDR can work in their favor. Mandu hanging out on the side. They're trying to set up a death sentence over the wall. Now, there's no vision in that tri-bush there for the Gamma Bears, so they've got to be a little careful as that lane is definitely pushing against the SKT tower, so it's risky for Gamma to be that far up.
It just allows them to recall back, though. I don't think they had a ward that spotted that Bengi had gone there, but generally speaking, they knew that SKT's dual lane hadn't gone back yet, just got the quick shove, which will allow them to equalize items a little bit here, but there's just such an item difference. Instead, though, it's the ward control game now turn on for SKT. It's them saying, all right, mid-game's begun, we're ahead, let's start taking objectives.
Well, we do see that Bengi and Pumandu are hanging around in the river. They were putting some wards down, and they have started this one off, both of which are level 6. Faker's coming to help out, and Gamma Bears are going to have to start wondering where are our lane opponents, but it doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to get there in time to contest. Dragon number 1 of Game 2 is secured by SKT.
This is a good start for these guys. The Koreans looking poised to 2-0 this match if they can keep it going. You've seen this battle now between Stake and Impact.
Oh, do you see the trades going back and forth? The Equalizer goes out, clears the wave down, and Stake managing to at least hold on to a 10 CS deficit. He forces Stake backwards. There's not really kill potential from either of those champions just yet. Spirit of Visage, Spectre's Cowl picked up that by Impact, working towards that Spirit Visage.
Yeah, and you're going to see Impact not really take damage for the rest of his landing phase. He's got a lot of health sustain, he's got the shield, and of course the cowl as well for the magic resist. So it's going to be a difficult life for Stake, which is okay as Rumble to just sit there and free farm. It just depends on how well he can last it, because here comes Bengi.
Oh, Bengi once again comes in. Dragon's Rage goes backwards. Sonic Wave does connect, follows up with the resonating. One more auto attack. And Bengi and Impact just picking up an easy kill into Stake.
A good job at Bengi disturbing the piece right there. He's not going to let that guy free farm. They're just going to force the issue. Good taunt flash, though, by Impact to set that up. And here's another one in mid with Shen.
Here comes Stand United. Maple is going to do the best he can to get away. Flashes the taunt. Spirit Rush is not available. Will be in a few seconds. Faker follows the Claw of Doom to end Maple's life. Now the Death Sentence connects onto Sword Art. He tries to flash away. True Shot Barrage into Arcane Shifters. Piglet and Pumandu pick up a kill. And do you see the shield going up? But that's out of tower range. Pumandu, 210 HP, is able to scare NL away.
Just about a half-second late and actually cast the ultimate. That would have been a kill secured right here. And you can just see the harass Faker can do. He knows Winds can't kill him off in the minion wave and puts himself in danger just for no good reason. And now Bengi, you're seeing, knowing that the enemy junglers in the mid lane, says, I can steal away the golems. Realizes they actually weren't cleared since last time he countered jungle. Says, fine, I'll go back to base.
Alright, just decides to recall. Gonna go up to those double golems as it stands. You can see him moving on the minimap. And once again, SKT find themselves 5,000 gold ahead. This time at the 12-minute mark. This match's early game has been significantly more in favor of the Korean powerhouse, and there's no more room for error here if you're a Gamma Bears, member. You cannot afford to give away more kills or more gold. Mechanically, they're keeping up fairly even in CS.
Sure.
They just haven't made the plays count.
And that's always been sort of the issue is kind of, I feel like the days are gone of teams that could sit there passively, give up a kill or a dragon once in a while and just say, we'll play for late game. The teams that come back are the teams that actually make plays, create openings, and get some kills back in their favor. But unfortunately, it's Bengi the one who's making all the plays here. Bears are looking for mid, I just don't know.
Oh, that is a flash cocoon. It doesn't manage to land as Maple saves the charm. Does catch it out onto Bengi, but flash burned from Winds there. And actually, nothing really earned. Faker was able to get out. This time around, the Death Sentence doesn't land. NL is safe for the time being.
And that was just a straight-up dodge. Even though that was probably the right play to try to go for, not only was Bengi already there, but the cocoon missed. Bengi's still running around. Early Sightstone as well for him. So this actually helps Bengi make ganks happen, knowing no counter gank is here, even though they're already ahead in gold.
We do see Bengi continues to roam around the jungle here. We do see that Faker is joining him, so probably just going to wait for this blue buff to spawn up, or they may be deciding to go for a tower dive. This is going to be a 4v3 in the bottom lane.
This is going to be very successful for SKT. In fact, the turret likely not be enough.
We'll see how this works out. There comes the Claw of Doom. They land the massive Glacial Doom, and that's just melted. Double kill for Faker. He does get shut down by the Ignite, and the Tibbers of Sword Art in the background, and NL, with the aid of the tower, forces Pumandu to flash. But that was just instant burst in conjunction with that True Shot Barrage.
It's a really, really nice play by these guys. The early steps on helping that one. The dive!
It's not over yet. Piglet and Bengi go forward. NL's the first victim, is now Bengi and Piglet turn onto Maple. They carry on chasing. Maple doesn't have Spirit Rush available. Piglet getting the movement speed from the Phage there. Is going to able to sidestep. Mystic Shot doesn't connect. And it does allow SKT to get out cleanly, but another kill on the board onto NL.
Good dive there by SKT overall. I actually like Piglet. He Mystic Shot it, expecting Maple to dodge, but Maple didn't dodge far enough down to make it connect. He actually led his target, though.
Well, We do see the charm goes out, that doesn't connect. Maple now forced a little bit backwards. Here comes Wins from the side, there's no smite available. He picks up a kill, that's onto Bengi. Now it turns onto Pumanu, the Cocoon, slowed him down, and look at that box slow. Immensely powerful and allows Pumanu to get away. Blue buff has been started and this will be secured by Maple, so at least another kill on the board, and importantly, blue buff for Maple.
Definitely a good job by the Bears. This is, by the way, I think Maple's first blue buff of the game, or sorry, of the tournament, I believe, in fact. But that's really good there by the Bears, turning around fights. NL surviving the tower dive initially and getting one for it. It was Maple coming back and trying to get another one as the dive continued. The team showing up for the blue buff. The Bears have started to make some actual aggressive moves in terms of looking for fights, but they've got to keep doing this to pull themselves back in. SKT are just going to continue to take ward control, continue to take buffs, and they've got to get punished for it for the Bears to have a chance.
Yeah, 8,000 gold is the difference between the two teams right now. We see Fakeout returning to this mid lane, 125 CS to the 110 of Maple's Ari. Bengi secures another buff for himself. He's currently 2-1-4. Death Sentence doesn't connect as we do see Wynn's able to repel over to the red buff and gets out cleanly. But with an Oracles on the back pocket of Humandu's Thresh, they're getting real good vision control as you see Piglet and Impact on the top lane.
And I like pointing out what Mandu's done with his build right here. Actually, this could be a fight. It's going to be close.
Ignite is burning. Piglet is going to Arcane Shift away. Impact gets caught up by the Cocoon on the Equalizer. In the mid lane, the Tomb locks up Maple. He Spirit rushes to the side. We do see in the background, Bengi comes in with the Sonic Wave to pick up the kill. Now, Stake running away as best as he can. He's burning from the Ignite. Wins in the background is going to fall victim as Sword Art is now being jumped on. He does get a stun down, but it's not enough as Piglet and Pumandu close out on Stake in the top lane, and they stack on the inner turrets.
This is really good for SKT. They're making much more aggressive moves than they were in the game one. This is a much more comfortable SK Telecom. We talked about them being a little bit slow when they first start out series, but it seems that they're such a strong team that starting out slow means they just won't win really fast. This time around, though, this could be interesting.
Such a corruption lance from NL doesn't follow up with anything else. Another tower falls. That's the third of the game. Faker will be securing this tower if he decides to. In fact, minions should be able to close this one out as well.
Yeah.
Unless anyone gets here in time. Doesn't look like it. And that's going to be 4 towers to 0 in favor of SK Telecom. 10,000 gold in the lead. And Stand United hasn't even been needed in those previous fights. They're so far ahead. Here's a replay of the mid lane.
So it's going to be Faker making a lot of just early bursts that can't be dodged here. And just the flash W guarantees. Bengi's stealing away, but no big deal. And this is just Mandu setting things up. He went boots of speed, but first Impact's getting caught.
So Impact is being chunked down. Stand United was used. In fact, now we see him. He taunts out over the wall. Feint is up. He's got a couple hundred hit points, 380. Still taking everybody on a walk. Just a matter of time before they close him down as Maple is joining from the side. The thing is, how long do they stand? He's still alive! Sonic Wave comes in. Impact runs! Impact is not dead! Impact gets away from 3 members of Gamma Bears. And now SK Telecom turn it on. The Claw of Doom comes in. They root Stake in place. That's a self-cast from Faker to slow down the Gamma Bears. They manage to pick up a kill. It's Impact that closes out Wins, and they turn the focus onto the rest of the Gamma Bears. There's a minion wave behind them. We'll see if they stick around for the tower.
And they've certainly got the ability to push if they want to, but some reasonably low health bars says SKT, you know, let's just take the safe objective here. We know that the Bears are stuck in their lane. We'll take a dragon and secure off this. And you're just seeing now how far ahead SKT are. They're warmed up. The Flame Spitter might have helped that happen. And now they're just ready to go.
Such a great pickup there. Second dragon of the game. Now 13,000 gold. And Impact ran away from 4 members of the Gamma Bears. He tanked them up. He even managed to re-engage on that fight and secure the killing blow onto Wynn's Elise. Wynn's Elise right now 1-4-1. He's behind on CS. And as we've highlighted, he's been present on the map, but he just hasn't made it count. Not like Bengi, 3-1-6 on that Elise. I believe this will continue his 100% win streak on Lee Sin here at the Worlds.
Definitely the case for these guys. And you're just sort of seeing the high skill level of the SKT members, right? Both of these junglers are skill shot based. Okay, sure, you can jump in there with Repel, you can jump in there with Safeguard, but you still got to land the skill shots to make anything happen. And time and again, Bengi is making the openings, jumping in and kicking someone back, jumping in and diving a turret. Rush's non-combat items still has better record in fights.
Oh, here comes Faker. He has just melted Stake. And that was just a massive burst of damage.
That was just brutal right there. Actually rushing the Deathfire Grasp to give more burst damage out there. Again, accentuating the damage might be low, so I'll build damage items and destroy you anyway. And SKT just going to continue the siege. I don't think they even need to play the Baron dance. They've got enough damage out of it. They can play a siege game and close it out.
Tower number 5 secured. The rest of SKT group up in this mid lane, and now they turn their attention onto the first inhibitor turret. Even with the charm landing on Pumandu, the Orb of Deception does not. And SKT are in a commanding position right now. They have minions on the top lane, minions in the mid lane, and it's just a matter of time before they set their sights on one of these towers.
And they're going to look for the mid lane right now, actually. 5 members in there. Charm lands an impact. Might be a fight.
It's not the target you want, though. Tibbers goes down, doesn't catch any of the priority targets. Equalizer goes down, and most of SKT avoid it. Pumandu's going to be the first victim, as we see Shen unable to land, thanks to the Stand United. Bengi forced to flash over the wall, and SKT caught a little overcommitted. A single kill for Gamma Bears.
But think about what that fight could have been for Gamma Bears if they had actually used their cooldowns on someone who wasn't impacted. That is the single member of SK2 who is actually poised to take that kind of damage. Mandu died without Tibbers. He died without a lot of the initial burst from the Gamma Bears lineup. If these guys can actually get a real team fight, I mean, maybe this is overselling their chances here, but we've seen crazier comebacks, and the Bears have a team fight composition. If you've got to hope for the Gamma Bears, you hope for a well-executed 5v5.
Well, we'll see Piglet actually securing the blue buff this time around. Let's see, he's picked that up. He's going to return himself to the jungle, continues farming up those large buffs. Faker once again with a massive CS advantage, 220 to Maple's 133. Numbers are fairly close across the rest of the board, but with so many dragons and towers and global gold down, Gamma Bears are 14,000 gold behind. That's roughly 50% difference there that SKT is ahead, and we'll have to see how they decide to close this one out. Faker now with that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. He not only has the ability to use that Frozen Tomb on himself, he can follow it up with an Hourglass, and it's even more difficult to kill him because of all that additional invulnerability that he has.
And it's much more likely now for Faker to target someone with the ultimate there. He can just chain all his abilities down, basically wait for the cooldowns during the Zhonya's on himself, and basically remove Maple from the fight. Now realize that Maple still hasn't completed his own Deathfire Grasp, whereas Faker has his plus a Zhonya's. Like, let's just highlight how far ahead Faker is right now. A full item, 4,000 gold. Like, there's just such a massive lead here for SKT. They're walking bags of gigantic stats.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Gamma Bears to pull themselves out of this one. We do see Baron has been started. There is a ring of wards around the red buff area here, so SKT will be well aware of any sort of invade. The piercing arrow goes out. Baron down to 6,000 HP. Gamma Bears going to try to engage in this one. They've got no vision, though. That's a flash over the wall. Impact does catch him. Look at that massive damage from Impact. The Ring of Frost locks him up for a couple of seconds. Hourglass has not been used yet, as the first victim was Maple. Spear Rush not even used. Now the Hourglass by Faker keeping him alive. NL does throw down the barrier. In the background, Sword Art Ignite lands down the final tick of damage, but that is a 3 for 1. And Gamma Bears get out, but Baron still stands, and it's just more control from SKT.
And look at the decisiveness of SKT. We actually talked about that in their Game 2 win over OMG, and they all came over the wall. They all bursted down right away. Maple did not get to do anything. Flash and Spirit Rush still available. Wasn't allowed to do that because Faker just deleted him in that team fight.
Well, there's one thing that we've learned from the 2 games that SKT have played here today, is that they are more than happy to pull you towards Baron. It's the old fake and switch and immediately jump on you. There was no hesitation to hop over that wall. Here's actually a replay of the fight.
So watch Maple here. You ready? The claw comes over, and the flash W into goodbye. Just completely bursted down. You don't get to flash or ult while rooted, so Faker didn't even have to stun his opponent. Smart of him to wait a little bit on that cooldown. The Zhonya's well timed. NL, I like the move there. He flashed, I think, a Q actually from Faker, but unfortunately didn't have anything else to do in that fight.
Couldn't get anywhere far enough away, only sitting on a Bloodthirster. You compare NL's Varus, Bloodthirster, Berserker's Greaves, in comparison to a Hex Drinker, a Cutlass, and a Trinity Force. That is an immense difference here. Piglet going with a slightly different Ezreal build than we've been seeing, but against so much magic damage, that Hex Drinker is probably one of the best items you can pick up.
I do really like that he stopped to pick that one up as well. And he doesn't need Blade of the Ruined King, but it's just it's a strong item, especially when you don't have a lot of other multiplication there, because you can't multiply the proc damage anyway, so screw it, just get the attack speed from the Trinity Force from the passive and just throw damage at them. It's not bad overall, but it just wouldn't be the most efficient. But it tells me also that SKT are likely to play a fairly short game here in their minds. 24 minutes, they're looking at the Baron dance again, and once again, they've got ward coverage. They could take it down or they could jump over the wall.
So Stand United is available here for impact. He's not going to flash taunt this time round. He will piggyback taunt. Bengi is hanging out on the side. Piglet and Faker waiting to find a victim. Who's it going to be? Stake gets booted into the wall. The Claw of Doom goes up, but Faker doesn't follow it up. Bengi is alone on the enemy territory right now as we see. Here comes Stand United. Stake is the first victim of this fight in the background as he gets taken out by Piglet. Now Pumandu running interference and bringing the box in place. A decent chain of corruption is going to slow down Bengi, but that's a double kill for Piglet. Thanks to those Mystic shots, they're going to carry on chasing. Sawdart's going to be the third victim he has. Faker closes it out. Now NL way out of position. That's the third kill of the fight for Little Piglet. Now Maple's in trouble. Claw Doom goes out into the Ring of Frost, and that's 3 for Piglet, 2 for Faker. They're on the inhibitor turret. This could be game.
This is very likely to be the 2-0 here for SKT. They started the group stage 7-1. They're looking to end the quarterfinals 2-0. They've got to look forward to a best-of-5 against Najin Sword later on in the week. SKT really showing they are taking no prisoners here. Their decisiveness is here. Their decision-making is crisp. And they're playing some very good League of Legends.
Playing this one safe as well. Even with those minions, they don't decide to close it out. Here's a replay of the fight.
Yeah, so they jump in, and I like the decisiveness to actually wait here. They didn't actually just immediately jump in. No one went onto the equalizer. Once it's down, then SKT engages. Mandu gets caught out. That's not a big deal because he sets up the rest of the fight, and the front line is able to dive in there, make everything happen in that battle. So I like that they are able to all go in together, but also all wait around a little bit together and not take really silly risks. It's always been a strength of SKT, is they don't really take silly risks.
And you've also got to remember the zoning potential of that glacial path that is Lyssandra's E, the ability to just roam. And when you see that thing coming at you, you panic. You're like, I don't want Faker or Lysandra to rock up here and lock me down. And Gamma Bears were backing away. As it stands, 20,000 gold difference between the teams. Inhibitor down in the top lane. Inhibitor exposed in the mid lane. It's really just up to SKT to decide to pull the trigger. You have to feel that Gamma Bears will be going down 0-2 here in their quarterfinal matchup.
There's a real good chance that happens here. SKT, I'm trying to think if there's ever a game I've seen them actually lose from having a lead. I think it's pretty uncommon. And here these guys go. They're looking up towards the mid lane. Of course, they've got an exposed inhibitor down there. I don't see why that wouldn't be their point of ingress. And they can sync up the Nexus with the top lane. The Superman is already pushing in.
Stand United and the box will be available very, very shortly as those cooldowns do begin to pop up and become clickable. Right now, SKT, they go onto the inhibitor. They're bashing this one down. The rest of the Gamma Bears are basically hanging around on the sidelines. We do see NL has been caught. He's been kicked backwards. That's NL dead to rights. Now Stake will be the next one to fall. Who gets the kill credit? It's Faker as Piglet picks up his second. Now Wins is getting dropped down as Sword in the background is crushed. A clean ace for SKT, and they're going to close this game out. They're on to the Nexus turrets, and SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semifinals.
Incredibly well played game by the Korean team, convincing 2-0 victory, warming up over the series, and then taking it home right here. 27 minutes, the Nexus goes down. Piglet didn't even die in that last game. 11-0 on that Ezreal. Gotta hand it to SKT. They definitely deserve this victory.
11-0-10 on Piglet's Ezreal. This is going to be an all-Korean semi-final. Najin Black Sword taking on SK Telecom T1, and that's a matchup that is going to be awesome to watch. But what a controlled performance here from SKT. They started a little slow, they respected their opponents, and once they got that lead, they never let it go.
And I actually have to compliment their champion select here as well, because they ran a bit of a different team. But so I actually want to point out something kind of specific, though, because I think it explains how they're able to win the late game so well. Once they were on blue team, they picked a lineup where every single one of them could jump over the wall and participate in the "you're trying to stop us at Baron, oh no, you're not going to" team fight. And the only guy who couldn't easily, which was Mandu's Thresh, was the one waiting outside the pit, waiting to hook someone in. This was actually orchestrated. The end game plan was actually orchestrated from Champion Select. SK2 knew they could fall back on this one to close the game out, and then their decisiveness in those team fights, jumping over and picking things off. was really well done.
Yeah, they just switch it on at a moment's notice. There's no hesitation at all here from SKT when they want to just pull that trigger and take somebody out. And I do not think I have seen a Lissandra burst people down that immensely before. I know I've seen a fair number of Lissandra games. That Deathfire Grasp into the Frozen Tomb, it obliterated Stakes Rumble.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen when you're Faker, when you're that far ahead in your lane. To be honest, I think there's some good players on the Gamma Bears side, but this was definitely an individual skill mismatch, especially in the mid and top lanes. Like we talked about NL and Sword Art being good, and they did very, very, very well against one of the best teams in the world. You've got to compliment these guys for that performance, but Faker just got ahead. One time, okay, he's fighting Cassidy, and Cassidy loses lane. Other time, just obliteration here against Ari, who we see almost all the time. Impact, same.
And it was the same actually in the early stages of the matchup. You know, Faker taking on Maple, they were even for the longest time. And once Faker got ahead, he then just accelerated further. There was no slowdown. You know, once he started getting up to tempo, getting up to pace, I believe he was about 100 CS ahead at around about the 20-minute mark, 21-minute mark, which is a massive number.
And that's what SKT does, both in terms of the mechanics of minion killing, but also in team fighting. Once they say they're confident, once they get word control, they're going to go after you. They're going to pick up kills and snowball the game.
Well, guys, now we know our first semi-final matchup of the Season 3 World Championship. It is a Korean showdown between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Swords.
And remember, if you want to watch those two teams fight it out for a trip to the finals live at the Galen Center, head over to lolesports.com/tickets for details.
All right, let's send it over to Sharks, who is hanging out on stage with SKT's jungler, Bengi.
Thank you very much, Freak. First off, congratulations, of course, Bengi. Awesome performance here. You guys didn't have that much time to prepare for this. How were you able to prepare for the Gamma Bears?
벤기 선수 일단 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 가마 베어스 상대로 준비할 시간이 길지 않았을 텐데 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 연습 도와준 로얄 팀에 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 열심히 준비했어요. 스크림 하면서.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Royal who helped us prepare. We scrimmed against him, and I'd like to thank him. And we prepared hard.
And that showed you went with Vi and then Lee Sin in the second game. How was your matchup against Wins in the jungle?
첫 경기에는 바이로 하셨고 두 번째 경기는 리신을 플레이하셨는데 상대편 정글러인 윈스랑 어떠셨나요?
일단 좀 저를 좀 많이 파악하신 것 같더라고요. 처음에 딜교환을 실패해가지고 좀 불리하게 가서 마음이 조급했는데 운 좋게 탑에서 킬을 딸 수 있어서 게임이 쉽게 풀렸던 것 같아요.
I think Wins had a good scouting report on me. He knew me really well. So the first encounter versus him, I kind of messed up. So I felt in a hurry, but I did pretty well in the top lane. So that helped me.
So this means that you guys are going to the semifinal, and there you're meeting a team you know quite well, Najin Black Sword. What's your impression of their current form?
오늘 승리하셔서 이제 4강에 진출하시게 되셨는데 4강에서 이제 본인도 매우 잘하는 나진이랑 붙게 되셨습니다. 나진이 지금 현재 폼이 어느 정도인가요?
최근에는 스크림을 잘 안 해서 모르겠는데 일단 제일 마지막으로 스크림 했을 때는 정말 잘하는 팀이었고 서로를 너무 잘 알아서 걱정이 많이 되는 팀이에요.
Even though we haven't really scrimmed against them recently, the last time we scrimmed against them, they were really good, and we know each other really well. So yeah, they're formidable.
All right, well, thank you very much. Give it up one more time for Bengi and SK Telecom T1. Thank you very much. Looking forward to that semifinal. As for us, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Riv and the guys at the analyst desk are going to break down SKT's dominant victory. Plus, the Evil Geniuses jungler Snoopy will join us to share his thoughts on Worlds so far. And then, it's time for our second quarterfinal match of the night as China's two tournament teams take to the Rift. It's Royal Club versus OMG. So stick around. The Season 3 World Championship will be right back.
I just have to. Welcome back to Season 3 World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, it's our second quarterfinal fight between Royal Club and OMG. But right now, I was almost locked. I was almost doomed, ladies and gentlemen. It's Evil Genius's Snoopy. He was staring me down. I was worried.
Well, to be fair, you actually caught a second win. Like, he came in halfway through and then started staring at me, so that's a bit cheating, to be honest.
No, I did you, man. I outstared you.
I have these guys as backup in the audience. They watched some of it. You were just cheating.
So you've been here pretty much the whole time. What were your takes on the group stages? Did the teams that got through, were you expecting that from the outset when we had the regionals back in Europe?
Oh, definitely not, actually. I thought Fnatic were a good team, but I didn't expect them to come out so strong. Like, we played them throughout the entire split, for example, at Gamescom. And up until Gamescom, they were a good team, but they weren't like standards, like leagues above anyone else. And then following, I don't know what they did between Gamescom until Worlds, but they must have practiced hard, and they said they did, and it definitely shows they're doing really, really well at this tournament.
And obviously they've got through to the semi-finals now. Do you think they've got it in them to go all the way? And do you think, obviously, the other teams, we've just seen SKT, T1 going through, OMG Royal coming up as well. We've already got Najin Sword in there. Do you think anyone out there that could possibly stop them?
I think it's still up in the air. I don't think anyone's like a clear winner right now. I think OMG had a really solid performance through groups, but everyone thinks that Royal's going to do what they did before and then stop OMG in their tracks again. If they're going to do that, we'll find out. I think Fnatic's, they've got a little bit of momentum behind them right now, but they're not getting too confident. They're very down to earth, and they realize that there's still a long way to go before they're actually in the finals. So I think they're down to earth about it, yeah.
And has there been any players here that have caught your eye and you just thought, wow, I wasn't expecting him to play like that, or somebody that surprised you that previously to this tournament you just... I mean, there's a lot of great players here, let's not go, but anyone that's completely surprised you?
I would say, like, obviously, like, Faker's an exceptional player, and everyone has the Faker hype train, but Putsu, or Pushu?
Pushu, yeah, we've been calling him Pushu.
Yeah, so I think he actually stood up above quite a lot of people for me. I think he had a fantastic performance. He kind of was in the shadow of Reckles throughout the entire split from and back in Europe, but coming out here, he actually proved himself on an international stage, and I think he very much deserves his position in the team. He's a solid player and been really solid games. And I think he's actually one of the guys that's carrying Fnatic, not exactly only PK, to be honest.
And if you had to put your money down, who would you put down as the team that's going to win everything?
I'll have to stay with my home crowd in Europe, so I'm gonna go Fnatic, and I really think those guys can take it. I'm glad the crowd appreciates that as well.
And final question, obviously, you're a player yourself. How does it feel to be here and not taking part in this awesome Season 3 World Championships?
It absolutely sucks. It's still too soon, Lee. Still too soon. Actually, it's the same thing last year when we got to the semi-finals as well, and it was me. I was in Gambit there, and then we went to the Galen Center and we were in seeing TPA and Frost play last year. It was the same kind of feeling when you're sitting there and you're not on that stage and you came so close. Same thing here. We came so close to being here at group stages, and we just didn't quite make it. But what can you do?
Yeah, exactly the same, unfortunately, for Crepo and Double Lift, who are back there and have said exactly the same things. Thank you very much for the discussion. So let's send it over to the guys at that desk and see how exactly they feel about SKT's impressive performance.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And indeed, an impressive performance. We saw, again, in picks and bans, it just seemed to kind of fall in the bread and butter comfort zone of SKT as they came out very strong. And to think this is Faker's first pro game with Lissandra. He did it with Riven coming out in a pro game, and now Lissandra. What is it?
He brought his own flavor. The Deathfire Grass there on Lissandra. Crepo was talking about in EU, yes, Lissandra does plenty of damage, and Faker definitely showed he can back that up.
Faker just adds a little more because he can.
So what else were we talking about here? We're thinking a little about the Bengi show as well, from first to second game. Monty, do you want to delve into that a little bit?
Well, I mean, this win just started off that huge snowball that was created off those 3 kills in the bottom lane. And first off, starting off with that hook, which, look, I mean, I'd like Crepo to talk about the hitboxes here because he knows as a support player better than I do, but that setup was pretty good.
Yeah, well, everybody knows Mando is being so phenomenal on Nami, so he can land an AoE bubble on somebody, and that's nice and all, but then the hook, he was, so, like, the enemy AD carry was pretty much behind the creeps, but he knows how far he can shoot it right next to them, so he grabs them at the side of the hitbox and basically pulls them all around, like curving the bullet as if it were, and then the beautiful setup goes in, flays them backwards, and it's pretty much free kills.
And then, on top of that,
Bengi does the same.
Bengi goes and chases. He does the exact same thing. He uses the side of the Sonic Wave, because the width of that Sonic Wave is pretty large, to barely hit Annie and get around the Elise there. He follows that up with, I don't know where he came out with his juke, but the split second Cocoon comes off cooldown, he also makes a weird side movement up into the bush and dodges it as well. It just seemed like he predicted every single thing that Gamma Bears were going to come out with.
Yeah, and to move on just to talk about SK Telecom a little bit, they did look a little shaky in that first game,
Right.
especially coming out of the gates early on. But this is a team that when they get into a best of series, they pretty much always lose the first 1 or 2 games of a best of 5, and we've seen that over and over and over again in Korea. But they bounce back. It's almost like they can just instantly adjust between games. It's like you give them a read on your play style, they absorb it, and then just absolutely demolish you in the games after that. I really feel that's what we saw here tonight.
Yeah, and the casters were saying that you can't, when you get behind, you can't just roll over and just wait for the enemy team to end the game on you. Because before, a legitimate strategy was just to turtle the game out, wait for 15 minutes, and maybe the enemy team would throw.
Don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, exactly.
Who plays like
that? Gamma Bears bot lane actually didn't play scared the entire series, even though when they got behind, they were still playing aggressive. I feel like their solo lanes and jungle really kind of sat back and didn't make any plays, but their bot lane was always aggressive, and I kind of admire that.
It's actually a way you can play the game. If all 3 lanes play like that, it actually really makes it really hard for enemies to capitalize on it. Sure, the jungler might catch one guy being overextended, but at the same time, the other 2 lanes are getting benefits constantly by being so strong. If one guy only does it, he overextends, he draws the aggro, and the other lanes are actually not capitalizing on the jungle aggro being there. So hyper-aggressive teams or hyper-aggressive laning is actually a valid strategy.
Alrighty, so now that 3 of the 4 quarterfinal series are in our match history, let's take a look at the newly patched bracket. With SK Telecom's victory over the Gamma Bears, our first semifinal showdown has been set. SKT will take on Najin Black Sword this Friday at the Galen Center.
While in the other semifinal series, it'll be the winner of tonight's second quarterfinal match, Royal Club versus OMG, taking on Fnatic.
And if you want to watch the semifinals live and in person, head over to lolesports.com/tickets and grab your seat at the Galen Center. We still have a few spots left, so get them before they're gone. Okay, guys, earlier we asked you what has been your favorite moment from the quarterfinals so far and why. Here's what you had to say. The Walrus watches clutch Baron steal with Nunu, showed composure and timing, and gave his team a way back into the game. And remember, that was not a consume smite. That was just a flash smite, which is pretty damn good.
I was just going to point that out.
Oh!
On top of that, he was 1 level down. Not that it matters that much, the 70 damage or whatever you get from 1 more level. It's just so nice to see the guy just flash in, take the buff, and then just die. And he just stands there taunting the entire team. I just took your Baron. What are you going to do about it?
And it's also heart-wrenching to see that happen to a team that's really far ahead, because when you're that far ahead, you're in control of the game. You can make it so that it's a 100% chance for you to get the Baron, or the enemy jungler dies for it. Strategically, it's much smarter to just take another 30 seconds to set it up and make sure that there's no chance of getting it smite stolen, because we see it so much in Worlds.
That's actually what SKT1 does a lot. Some people might even say over-baiting Barons, but it's just so efficient, and people will eventually face check, and it's so satisfying after waiting for 35 seconds. It's one of my favorite plays, just getting your team, everybody buys a few pink wards, you get an Oracle, you clean everything, and then you just punish every brush they face check.
All right, next up, Maniac Haywire says, my favorite moments were those Nocturne dives by Cloud9, just watching them pick someone in the back and see them disappear.
Yeah, and that's a testament to how tanky Meteos gets on all of his jungle champions. I believe he had a 4,000 HP Nocturne in one of those games. And so when you're that tanky, it makes it so easy for you to initiate, because you can really tie up the back line and wait for the rest of your team to come up with a secondary engage.
Yeah, I was calling that the super dive, because he was backed up by the Fizz High, who had gotten fed so early, and they would just obliterate their target.
It's funny, though. It's Meteos doing his thing, because the first time he built it, it was that Hydra build, and he just started taking everybody out of the game. So Blaze77 is our next one, says, the best moment has to be that first double teleport by Expeke and Soaz, completely tearing apart Cloud9 in the first fight. Absolutely. This Fnatic, I think we have said it the entire time. Rotations, the Fnatic brush, them always being where you don't want them to be.
The most surprising thing about that is, well, from what my solo laners have told me, is that when you go TP, you actually have a disadvantage in lane. But you don't see Expeke and Soaz actually losing lane very much, even though they have TP. They don't have Ignite for all in, so they have to play passive, and they have to wait for the time to use TP. There's only a few opportunities throughout the game. But they just never lose lane. They always use TP well.
You calling out your solo laners now? They need to step up
No,
here?
it's actually true. That philosophy is true, I think. I love my solo laners. Please,
at the same time,
give me a raise.
It's really Okay, it's really hard to gank a bot lane. It's actually, I don't even know why people do it against double TP. You should actually aim at getting one of the TPs out, because they have an innate disadvantage. Like Double have said, the summoner down, the target should be on those lanes. But Peke and Soaz, they kind of nullify both of their weaknesses, because they can still TP to each other's lanes, and they've been playing with it for so long that they know exactly how far they can go with a TP or not. And if they get too far behind the lane, they just base and TP to the lane. So I really hope a lot more teams pick up teleport, because it's such a viable tool.
So you're just trying to like put out a subliminal message that says don't gank bottom lanes?
Maybe.
Don't
Maybe
gank the bottom lane. It won't work, guys.
Never,
I swear.
You can't do it.
Even
All
with
right.
teleport on cooldown.
Because those 3 tweets made it on air, the authors get the Logitech gaming mouse. Congratulations to all of you.
And if you want to hear your handle read by Riv, then keep sending us your tweets. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
And when you're done sending us your picks, head over to bit.ly/worlds1 and give us some feedback on our broadcast. It's fun, it's easy, and you'll help us level up our game even more. Guys, 3 quarterfinals down. When to go? Up next, it is going to be Royal Club versus OMG. I think a much awaited match here by a lot. Mani, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I want to start actually by talking about Royal just a little bit and introducing them here. And you know, a lot of people may have heard about Uzi, and he's a lot like Faker. He's a very young prodigy and extremely fun to watch. And the whole strategy of Royal is built around what they call raising the puppy. It's a lot like protecting the double lift, except more effective.
Except it works.
Except more effective, yeah. And so he's known as the puppy in China because of his youth. So, but we may see some really unorthodox strats here as well. These guys are so used to playing each other. Usually OMG has had the edge, but Royal did win in the regional finals. So,
And that's the most recent matchup,
Yeah.
so that's the one that sort of counts here.
Yeah, and Uzi is one of the most, if not the most respected AD in China. People always say Royal is a team where if Uzi gets ahead, they will win. And the thing is that Uzi doesn't have bad games. When I watch Royal games, Uzi, he just never has bad games. So it's going to be interesting to see what does OMG do against this godlike AD carry.
All right, Matt, words on you. You said that. So if he has a bad game, it's all coming on to you.
Yep, I'm taking it, dude.
Crepo, your thoughts?
I pretty much agree with Mani. It's always interesting to see teams battle each other again when they have faced each other so many times before. It can either go 2 ways. Either they stick to their guns and they have these very significant playstyles that both of them know, and they'll just duke it out. Hey, we're better than you. Even if you know what we're playing, we'll bring it to you anyways. Or they go the complete opposite way. They stray from their usual picks. They haven't been practicing in the dark. Royals coming in cold. OMG had group stages. So it's pretty unpredictable what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Unpredictable here does not mean a support Annie. Like, that's very common for Royal. I think they will be sticking to their guns, though.
All right, well, before we get to the game, I have to get all of your picks, so let's make it official. Royal Club or OMG? What's it going to be in the semifinals? It started off with Crepo. Give us your pick.
It's going to be OMG. They played really well in group stages. I believe it was a fluke when they lost to Royal. I'm just not sure if it's going to be 2-0 or 2-1. Yeah, my gut says 2-0 for OMG.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a really close series, 2-1, but I think OMG is going to take it. As much as I respect Uzi and as much as I actually studied him halfway through the season because of his immense skill, OMG just seems a lot better as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I think the teamwork from OMG, I'm going to pick them as well. That teamwork is going to put them over the top, and they know how basically Royal tries to feed Uzi with a lot of all-in dives early in the game, and I'm sure they have a great plan coming into this series.
You know, I'm going to have to jump on that OMG train, but I really want to go with Royal because not actually Uzi, but actually Whites and Tabe, they used to play on the North American server. We know them from long time ago, but I'm going to have to take OMG here. My boy Loveland just too strong in the jungle.
All right, gentlemen. As a side note, again, you've picked the same team, and you cannot catch Mani if you all get the same picks right at the same time. So there may be some thinking involved with the next ones.
I'm okay with this.
We need to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see how those predictions hold up when China's team takes to the Rift. It's Royal Club versus OMG when the Season 3 World Championship continues.
我取 Never Lose 的原因是因为我不想输。如果遇上一个叫做永远都会赢的对手，我应该还是会赢他。
원래는 expression이 표현이라는 뜻이잖아요. 네, 근데 제가 영어 단어를 깜빡해서 R을 빼먹고 했는데 그냥 거기서부터 그냥 계속 쓰게 됐어요.
그게 딱히 의미가 있는 게 아니라 어렸을 때부터 그러니까 게임을 했을 때 친누나랑 많이 했어요. 같이 할 수 있는 걸 해서 누나가 그냥 그 푸우만드 아이디를 쓴 걸 그대로 따라 쓰고 있는 거예요. 그게 저도 어감이 좋아서 그냥 계속 쓰고 있어요. 그 어감은 동찬으로보다 좋아하는 것 같긴 해요.
我想不起来了，但是也是因为玩游戏取的，而且我很喜欢白色。
有时候想说取一个简单一点的，对，就取牛排。因为我最喜欢的食物。
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Joe Miller because I'm not as creative as those guys and don't get a video about my easy name. But joining me is Jat. A very familiar face who did pick a nickname, so good job with that one, Jat. It's time for our fourth and final quarterfinals matchup of Worlds, and it's China's #1 seed Royal Club versus the second seed from China, OMG. But guys, before we get to the match, we're going to send it over to Shox on the stage for tonight's starting lineups.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet the teams for tonight's second quarterfinal best-of-3 series between China's Royal Club and OMG. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's Royal Club. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, Godlike. In the jungle, Lucky. In mid lane, White. At AD carry, Uzi. And at support, Tabe. They are Royal Club.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's OMG. Let's meet the players.
Starting in the top lane, Going. In the jungle, Loveland. In mid lane, Cool. At AD carry, Zahn. And at support, Big Pomelo. They are OMG.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, Royal Club and OMG. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And let's send it back over to Joe and Jat at the caster desk for the game.
Thanks a lot, Sharks. And while I'm sure China's a little bit disappointed that their two teams have to face off this early on in the tournament, it does mean that unlike the other quarterfinal matchups, these squads are very, very familiar with how the other team plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And to talk about OMG, they had a very impressive regular season record. They won the spring playoffs, and then they actually took first during the regular season of the summer, whereas Royal Club, on the other hand, finished 5th in the spring, missing those playoffs, but then in the summer season they improved to 2nd place, and that eventually seeded them into the qualifier tournament that got them here. But you know, despite the 10-win discrepancy in these teams' regular season records, with OMG having the upper hand then, when they play each other, the games are actually very close. All-time regular season record against each other, 4-3 for OMG over Royals. So this one is definitely going to be a close one, Joe.
It certainly is, and it's really hard to call. One thing that we know that these teams are so very, very aggressive. So we're in for an explosive match. And then, of course, there's the fact that Royal Club beat OMG in the Chinese regionals to actually claim this #1 seed and come straight to the quarters.
Yeah, and we're going to get to see which team was better off with that result, because they have just been so close the entire season. Actually, to go back a bit, in 2011, this is a story about Tabe. In WCG, he was actually on IG, and my team played against him then. He played mid lane Annie and just stomped all over us. It's nice to see he's now moved on to support Annie and made it to the World Championships. I was always happy to see that. And of course, Uzi, we've talked about him a lot. He doesn't run any unusual champions, but he is the player to watch on Royal.
Well, while Royal is making their first appearance on this world stage, we've seen already what OMG is capable of here. They've done very well in the groups.
Sometimes just running absolutely crazy things like when they did against Lemon Dogs, but honestly, the leader for them seems to be Loveland. That guy has just been all over the map. I was trying to compare the jungler styles of the regions, and China's junglers were always the one that created the most action. They were very hesitant to farm, but pretty much always found ways to make plays. I didn't actually think it was going to work that well on the world stage, but the way they move around the jungler, and specifically how unpredictable and how he doesn't necessarily use patterns, just makes Loveland just on the next level.
So, guys, while both of these teams are determined to get one step closer to Staples and the Summoners Cup, they're just a little bit sad that their path has to go through their regional rivals.
就是很不想抽到中国战队吧。
最不好的一个签被他抽到了吧。还有抽到 OMG 的话，肯定是比较不开心，因为不想在8强就要淘汰掉随便一个中国队。
应该是很好的竞争对手吧，因为我们在国内就是2支队伍一起出现参加 S3嘛。
Today's OMG is much more stronger than those days we beat them in the finals.
就是我们这次交战肯定比上次更有信心。
基本上我觉得银皇族信心还是很大的，我觉得胜率也是非常高的，因为我们对皇族了解比较多嘛。
非常期待，就会全力以赴。
准备好了。
This is our time, like our destiny, because if we lose, we just go out.
Two very big rivals coming out of China, and we're going to find out who's better right now. But Jack, that week of playing group stage here for OMG, we can't underestimate how that's put them into a great place, probably mentally and physically here coming into this game.
Well, there's definitely that inherent advantage of being here before, but honestly, getting past all that and being in the quarterfinals and then knowing that they have this 8 games to scout what OMG's been doing, they get to look at if they've developed any patterns and might give Royal chances to go at them at level 1. And they were already familiar with OMG here, and also because of how isolated the Chinese metagame is from the rest of the world, they're back into it now. Even though OMG has just played 8 games removed from it, I wonder if they're going to jump back in or if it's going to change OMG's style at all.
Well, let's have a look at the bans coming into this one right now. Oriana, Zed, both banned out here by Royal Club. Obviously aimed at Cool, a man who has done so incredibly well so far.
And one thing we also want to point out in picks and bans here is Renekton in these teams' last 6 games against each other was either first picked or banned. So I really wonder if that's changed at all in this matchup. There's also the support Annie, which gets banned out frequently against Royal. They're willing to pick that within the top 3 picks, like almost any time. And obviously the Jungle York by OMG is something that is heavily banned away from him. So those are the 2 big things to watch for, or I guess 3, and there's just not enough bans left. We're going to see one of those 3 things.
Well, we see Aatrox banned out here by Royal, and OMG have ran him already in the top lane and in the jungle there, so a little bit of variety going on with that one. We'll see how that kind of shapes up OMG's picking phase from this. They're taking a good while on their last ban, but they're going to go and finish off with the Elise ban. There's that Renekton first pick.
Absolutely. Banned 4 times. The 2 games he wasn't. He got first pick once by Royal and once by OMG. So we're going to see whether Godlike can deal with that one. We know that these teams are actually very involved in the 3v1 dives. When we first started watching them playing against each other, we're like, are they still doing the 3v1 dive tower push thing? Yeah,
they
and
are.
It works really well.
They're doing a lot of it.
Because they execute it so well.
Yeah, and these, if you've watched any of those games, you'll know how almost crazy these 2 teams are to just fight each other. They love just getting dirty and getting in there straight for the fight. So let's have a look at the picks on the other side. Corki and Ari, probably the 2 most hotly contested champions coming out of group stage.
Yeah, the only one I'd have to throw in there would be Zyra as well, because she gets picked so much, but this is very much, I almost want to call it the things we've seen at Worlds so far, as opposed to not the things we were seeing all the time in China. When these 2 teams were battling up against each other, we saw a lot more Fizz, some Gragas, some Orianna and stuff, and obviously the Orianna, Zed, and Fizz have all been banned, so I guess, yeah, the Ahri is going to be left so far for OMG, but we look at Royal's picks, and those are very much Royal Chinese metagame picks, whereas the picks right now for OMG are very much what they've been playing so far at the World Championships.
That support Annie going to be coming in from this one. We mentioned earlier on, Tabe loves to play that Annie. Actually plays Cassiopeia support as well, or has done over in LPL. So he's a little bit funky in terms of his picks. Let's have a look then back over towards OMG. We talked about Zyra and how popular she's been, quite frankly, here through Worlds.
And it's strange because Zyra is both weak and strong to different things. Zyra's weak against assassins, which we've seen a ton of, but Zyra is extremely strong at counter-initiating and stopping dives, which we've seen a bunch of as well. So if somehow a team can pick Zyra and not get killed by the assassin, it's an amazing pick. But, there's some pretty good Ahris in this tournament.
Couple we've seen so far. Pretty decent. So it's going to be Lee Sin picked up here for Lovelin in the jungle, someone who Kobe mentioned, yourself mentioned earlier. He's been incredibly good for OMG so far.
Lovelin's Lee Sin will be very exciting to watch, assuming we don't see a total curveball and see going with it in the top lane. Probably not.
See what you did there.
I didn't mean to. I never mean to do these things. But anyway, looking back at Royal, Uzi getting to pick Caitlyn is one of his bread and butter champions. There's actually a clip online of him pulling off an amazing kite with Blade of the Ruin King Caitlyn, which is something you almost never see. But I know a lot of the really popular AD carries are the best carries here at the World Championships and value mobility so highly. So I actually think that Uzi might do something like that again, and he's going to be laning with the Annie, most likely in the mid lane, because that's where Royal likes to go with it.
Yeah, and the Vladimir actually picked up for this one, added in. What's your thoughts on that one, Jack?
So, because specifically they like running Annie in the mid lane, they pick 2 strong side laners, meaning Renekton and Vladimir can both go top and bottom once they get into this game. I think that's why they go for it. I wonder if it's going to burn them not having enough crowd control overall, but that's definitely their plan.
So a Jax going to come out here for Go-Going by the looks of it. Actually did play Jax in the 3rd and final game of the qualifier final where Royal Club actually took down OMG in a clean sweep there. So he's already got some history with that Jax in this matchup. We'll see if it's better for him today.
Well, we've seen one Jax so far. I believe it was Impact, who just went crazy with it late into one game. And I was expecting a lot more Jax before the World Championships. With the Trinity Force buffs and how strong it's been bringing Corki back into the game, it seems like a natural progression for Jax here. This is going to be an interesting one, Joe, because OMG has tons of mobility like we've always seen. At least 4 people who can hop over wall to get those Fog of War assassinations we've been so used to seeing here at the World Championships. And then Royal, they have that mid lane Annie that we've been waiting to see. It usually gets banned away, and they get to pull off their strategy here. Most likely, we're seeing that Caitlyn Annie in the mid lane and a split push attack from Royal. Godlike is a crazy split pusher. It's all he likes to do.
And it's really hard to call this game because of the fact that, Royal Club have generally lost out to OMG, except that qualifier final, which was a bit of an anomaly on the results. And, Very interested to see how the group stage has affected OMG and what Royal Club's preparation has really got for us in this game. But guys, since they've picked their champions, it's time to see who you guys picked to win this regional rematch. And according to lolesports.com, 63% of you believe it's going to be OMG taking on Fnatic in that semi-final game. All the analysts went for OMG as well.
Yeah, well, they're going with what they've seen so far because Royal is a fairly large unknown for most coming into this. And one thing I will say that is known about these teams is the aggression that they display, I think, is going to catch a lot of us off guard. I'm wondering how much analyzing I'm going to get to do during this game because they're going to be fighting again and again and again. And one of the matches I saw against them, Royal had 5 kills before the 3-minute mark. Yeah. That was one of the games with their Aatrox jungle, but they definitely are the type of team that just dives absolutely at any opportunity, sometimes to a fault. OMG is more objective focused and generally does better when they're grouped as 5. Royal is, of the two, crazy enough to think, the chaotic ones.
Well, we are going to get into this one and see exactly what the game's got for us. So, match number 1 between Royal Club and OMG. This game, a best of 3 for a place in the semi-finals to take on Fnatic.
Yeah, and this means after this set, we will have 4 teams left in the World Championships. We're definitely going to have one Chinese team. I guess there's a solace in that of getting matched up against each other in the quarterfinals. They will move on, of course, to play Fnatic, but they can't be looking ahead to that game. They're completely focused on each other, and I really just can't wait to see how these 2 Chinese teams almost transported to a new playing environment, whether it affects them at all.
Well, up until now, we've seen nothing crazy, but we're only 1 minute in. There's still time.
All right,
for
there's
that
still
to go
time for
down.
the craziness to happen. They're definitely thinking about it because Royal, knowing they have Annie, Tabe always starts, charges up his Incinerate, stun on Annie. That's why he's low on mana right now, because he's been charging up his passive to get those stacks. And they can go wherever they want. They can get group stuns if they catch OMG in the right spot, which is why it's actually a little bit scary for OMG to be walking in the way they are. That's actually why Lee Sin was ahead of the pack, because he could theoretically eat a stun and then safeguard back, even though he's already skilled up Sonic Wave, so he couldn't have done that.
Close enough. But they did get in there. They actually walked over the top of the ward there, so Royal know that OMG came onto that blue buff side of the map, and it looks like they may be trying for something similar here on the other side. That's also warded up by OMG, though.
Yeah, OMG's going to see this, and I wonder if they're going to collapse back. They actually haven't committed to any lanes yet. Now Zyra and Corki are going up top. Loveland might try and steal this away. Whoever gets this buff steal is going to put significantly far ahead in the early game.
Oh, Tabby going around the corner there. He's going to get stunned up by Counter-Strike, but we can see that Lucky has been able to take that blue buff away. We could probably expect pressure now coming down onto Royal's blue, surely.
Yeah, I'd actually expect a race to that blue buff, and since Royal has their 80 carry support in the bottom lane, it is an uncontestable blue buff as far as Royal is concerned. Loveland's going to get that. It's actually only going to be about a 15-second delay for Loveland when all is said and done, and he should be able to recover from this.
Getting a bit of help there from Big Pomelo. He came down from that top lane. So let's talk about the lanes here as the junglers get back on their way, on their paths. It's going to be 2v1 in this top side of things with the Zyra Corki taking on Renekton. Bottom side, a similar thing with Uzi and Tabe on Caitlyn and Annie taking on Go-Going's Jax.
Yeah, and I really want to see if we're going to get the 3v1 dives in this game, but because of the way the junglers started, the dive would at the very least be delayed here. Knowing Go-Going knows that Lucky started as blue, so he'd have to go all the way to red and then all the way back to get him. And also, since Loveland started at the enemy blue, his gank path would be delayed as well. So we're actually just seeing very standard 2v1 tower pushes and junglers coming to defensively support. It's not that common that we see this in Royal OMG games.
Well, speaking of coming to support, Lucky going up towards his top lane here. And making sure that Godlike, you see a statistic there at Renekton, 75% of the with a win ratio with that one, and has been an incredibly hotly contested pick over in China, that's for sure. Lovely now coming down to the bottom lane to pretty much mirror what Lucky's doing in the top side.
And I think a lot of the importance of Renekton in these matchups, actually, they're going right in.
They're going straight in on towards Tabe. He's going to have to flash, puts down the stun as well. Lovely flashes in though. He's going to get Tabe very low. Finishes off there. First blood going over. Meanwhile, White so incredibly low in that mid lane. Manages to survive up for now. Uzi survived in the bottom lane as well, but OMG draw first blood.
That's just Royal not respecting the Jax. Going got early experience from the jungle, was getting experience at his turret, and then all he had to do was charge up his Counter-Strike and go in.
Oh, they're going in for Cool here as well, who does have a flash available. He's going to flash away from the flag and drag there and manages to stay safe, but no flash available for him. He's still level 4 as well. He's going to be a target.
Yeah, like we said, fast ganks all around. We're trying to talk about the bottom lane gank when the mid lane gank happens, but all said and done, OMG absolutely comes out atop that trade because they could combo Jax's stun with Lee Sin's resonating strike and guarantee the kill on Atabe. It's one of the reasons I'm surprised that Royal is doing the 2v1 in the bottom lane. Annie would do better to get back if she's trying to push up mid lane and work on dives and stuns there because the lane is shorter and he would be able to make the retreat. It is very dangerous for them to 1v2 against the Jax Lee Sin because that very thing can happen to them and give them kills.
And the fact is, if you look, with Jax now got himself that Vamp set to Crystalline Flask, plus some potions as well, it's not really that easy to push out of the lane. We'll see how that one all develops. Finally, OMG putting down a bit of damage onto this top tower. Not quite as much as Royal have done in that bottom side, but that first blood coming in there is probably going to make them very, very scared of being pushed that far again.
It's going to absolutely stop the aggression from that Royal lane, unless they continue to disrespect the Jax in that lane. But once he's gotten a whole bunch of levels, they can barely even 1v2 against that Jax. Jax is going to become an absolute monster against that Annie Caitlyn lane.
We can see there, he's freezing up this lane nicely. Doesn't want to be pushing it all the way back and make it a bit easier for Uzi and Tabe to be farming there. And this mid lane being quite explosive already so far. We've seen flashes burnt from Cool, the ghost used by Whites earlier on. Is lucky you're going to get caught out a little bit by Lovelin in the jungle. Both at level 4 though. Not too much danger of them really going in for a full-on fight there.
No, especially if the mid laners aren't going to come over and contest. Lovelin getting a little cheeky with those wards, but once again, he has no fear of Vladimir collapsing down to stop him because its threat is so minimal when compared to Cool coming down, who can add an Ahri charm and actually catch him out of position.
Yeah, Whites is up at level 6 now though, so that Hemo Plague that we should factor in. Meanwhile, Lucky coming down towards this bottom lane, and he's just going to go once again full-on pressure. Lee Sin is waiting on the backside. We'll see if Royal can take the first turret of the game here.
So this is a little bit more of a respectful push because they at least have a third person there, meaning if Going jumps in, they would generally be able to turn it around, and Royal has vision on the other 3 members of OMG. This is them trying to re-siege that turret, knowing that Godlike's Renekton has held his turret better than Going has overall.
So let's have a look down some of the early CS here. And 280 carries obviously in the 2v1 lanes. Pretty close there. Uzi at the moment just got a little bit of a lead from that one. Mid laners, Vladimir White's playing that one up against Cool's Ahri. Also ahead as we are going to see the stun coming down to Going and Lovelin taking a lot of damage there. This could open up that tower finally.
Yeah, they are taking a lot of harass near there, and it does seem like the next wave could do something, as well as maybe more for Royal. As we were talking about earlier, one of the big reasons Renekton is such a contested pick in the Chinese metagame is because the early and mid-game pushes they make. They don't care if Renekton doesn't have great late-game skill, because he can do this.
Here we go, going to go in there. The Counter-Strike actually going to stun at one, but it's Going. He's not going to escape this one. Getting stunned in there. The turret went down. They picked up the kill, and Godlike moving down through the map there, undetected as they dive onto that bottom lane.
Yeah, he was... See, that is earlier than you would normally see a Renekton roam, and you're thinking, why would a Renekton leave his turret against a Corki Nazar? Is just going to die. World doesn't care because this is effectively an exchange of turret and kill and dragon for just a turret, and they're willing to make that exchange.
And the blue buff as well is Cool here, going to go in towards White. The Ignite already ticking there. Is a charge in there. White saved his pull till the very last second, didn't have to burn his flash, but either way, Cool's removed any kind of threat now from that mid lane as OMG take the dragon.
Yeah,
sorry,
absolutely.
it's Royal.
Now is where's OMG going to go from here? They just burned their Ahri ultimate in mid lane. Corki and Zyra have pushed down their turret, but there is no dragon to get for Cool's advantage over White's. I mean, so far in that middle lane, Vladimir, who is a pretty good laner early on, but I don't think quite Ahri level, has done enough work to outfarm Cool. I think that was in part because of Lucky's early gank, but it still should be noted that Whites is trying to farm up only so he can become a split push threat. He's going for that, what looks like Spirit of the Spectral Wraith split push build, because his summoner spells absolutely show he's doing that, knowing he brought Flash and Ghost on Flash.
So where are we going to see this one develop? The duos have now gone into that mid lane, as we may have thought maybe came in a little bit earlier on. We'll see Ari and Vladimir facing off once again on this top side of the map, and we'll see how Whites does now that he's built up a lot. There's a Evo play going down. We can see how much damage is coming in, but there is Lovelin. He doesn't have that pull. Look at the damage though. Cool going so low, but he's managed to walk away from it. Whites gets kicked back and executed by Lovelin.
Nearly enough burst for Whites, but at the end of the day, it was an overcommit, using his pool aggressively to try to finish off Cool, and Lovelin, like a wizard, is always there at the right spot.
Now Jarvan coming back to this mid lane. See if they're actually able to put that pressure back down. Going to be harder against the Corki, and more importantly probably that Zyra as well, who can catch you off guard in just the split second. There is Lovelin getting himself a nice bit of farm and experience and pushing out that top lane as well. He's now 2-0-0 with his Lee Sin.
And we'll see if he can start taking over the game. I remember his Moby Bear from the group stage that got a couple of early kills and then absolutely stomped all over the game. Lee Sin could do something similar. You can see with that extremely early Sightstone, he's going to try and shut down Royal's roam, because Royal loves to roam early on, and that is typically how they beat OMG. We already saw Godlike roam all the way from the top lane to the bottom lane to create Royal's first bit of advantage, which is why they're still sitting on the 400 gold lead. And of course, Lovelin counters that with an early Sightstone. It gives OMG 2 Sightstones overall on the map and should work to control it for them.
That is that blue buff. Giving over actually to Uzi there for that mid lane.
It makes enough sense in this composition because they have the Renekton and the Vladimir, who are typically 2 side laners. The blue buff isn't beneficial or that beneficial to any of them, whereas Caitlyn can definitely run into some mana problems if she's using all of her spells on recharge, which Uzi's going to do now since Tabe and Caitlyn have transitioned to this mid lane for an extended siege.
And between the two AD carries, CS is very, very even at this point. We can see that Bloodthirsts are almost done for Uzi. Oh, Cool might be in trouble from this one. He's going to be baited in here by Whites. There goes Jarvan out of the brush, and there is the Cataclysm. But Cool still got a charm left. Got a charge left on his Spirit Rush to get out of there. Brilliantly avoided by Cool.
Right there, Royal was underestimating their damage. They knew that Cool was going to pop his ultimate to escape, and they tried to burst him down anyway. Lucky no longer has Cataclysm, but it does give them a bit of a turret edge right here if they can take this.
Should be able to finish this one off. See the minions actually going down pretty quickly, and they might have to wait until that next wave does come available to them. Meanwhile, Royal stacking themselves up here in this mid lane as Godlike going to get caught out, but will they go diving in onto him? No, they won't. Lee Sin waiting off to the side, but Lovelin decides against it.
And this is very interesting. OMG is sacrificing turret pressure for farm on Jax. Going has been freezing the bottom lane for the past minute or so, while Royal is mercilessly pushing this middle lane. They're about to dive as 5, and Jax is nowhere to be found here.
Oh, Big Pomelo actually going to throw down the Stranglethorns from this one, and we see them go a little bit low, but White's coming in from the backside. Ace in the hole comes through. Uzi picking up a snipe there onto Big Pomelo, but now White's caught out of position. There's a counter-strike, not going to get the stun as White falls, but Lovelin dives straight in there. He'll get back out towards the Warden. This is a difficult decision. Very, very low health bars across the board. Going goes low. He flashes back to safety. Now the focus is Lucky as they dive in on towards Sand. He's lower than half HP. Godlike flashes over towards him as well. He's going to try and chase down Sand here.
Fast enough?
Not got much health remaining, and he will be able to pick up the kill. Meanwhile, in middle, the rest of them kind of just had a ceasefire, broke up that fight, but a crazy one.
Crazy to think there were only 2 deaths there, but of course they went to Royal because they had the advantage. They got the initiation onto Big Pomelo, and then it was all about chasing. Lovelin actually did a spectacular job landing his Q right as Whites came out of his pool of blood, but then the rest of this chase was just teams collapsing on each other. Flashes were saved to the last instant to get away from this fight, and then Ignites just weren't quite taking people down. Godlike arriving right at the end, and because specifically Godlike had upgraded to Ninja Tabi earlier on in the game and San had not, is why Godlike could chase him down here for the kill.
Brilliantly done from Royal. That gives them that advantage in the kills and the gold. Now they're putting down pressure onto this middle turret once again. White's just sidestepping that charm. He needs to be careful though. Grasping Roots have grabbed him. He has to pull up. That turret is still alive there. Royal not able to finish it off with that last push.
Yeah, and up on the bottom of the screen, Big Pomelo died once again. That was a little strange. He was just off on the side trying to ward. Jarvan caught him and they just bursted all their spells down on him. I really feel like OMG trying to freeze a lane for go-going is absolutely hurting them in the interim. They're definitely going for a late-game Jack strategy because they recognize that Godlike is much stronger on his Renekton at this point in the game. It's actually very counterintuitive to their regular playstyles, knowing that these games are usually decided by 30 minutes on average.
Well, Dragon is now up and available. Royal have started it off. It's very, very low. They're going to smite it down. Lovelin has to flash away from that one. Meanwhile, Godlike at the front. He's falling low. Emo play going to go down. There's the first kill of the fight as Cool will pick off Godlike. Whites gets in there. Kicked straight back out by Lee Sin, but look at the damage from the side. Here comes Go going. There's another kill. It's a double coming down for Cool. It's not over yet either as Lovelin picks one up. But look at Uzi at the back. He's still doing work. There's the triple for Cool. And now they're going to try and chase down the AD carry onto a trap. That was a little unlucky from Lovelin, and Uzi should be able to walk off from this one. Gets himself a bit of farm on the way out. Classy.
That was still an absolutely insane turn by OMG. They get a 4-kill fight, even if Royal got the Dragon. That was actually a power play attempt by Royal to get that Dragon, but OMG just collapsed in and had a brilliant team fight. Maybe they get this turret afterwards.
Well, it's gone very low. Only Uzi is there to hold this one off. Minions start to stream their way into that mid lane, but I think they've bided enough time here with those minions going down. Have Royal for that to be safe.
Yeah, so the fact that Ari got 3 kills in that exchange means Cool is an absolute monster coming in. We have to see this fight again and figure out just how it happened. Tabe's stun got burned on Loveman as he was escaping, which meant they didn't necessarily have it for the fight. And even though Royal landed a 4-man Hemo Plague, Uzi could never get in position to fight this one properly, and Godlike did not get off his Renekton ultimate because he died so early on. That is so core to Royal's mid-game team fighting strategy, is to have a Renekton in the fight for an extended period of time. Once he was gone, all OMG had to do was finish off Lucky, and they could just chase down the rest of the team.
So 6-4 in kills. Still, Royal Club hold that lead as Cool here. Going on towards Godlike, going to use that ultimate, but not quite enough to burst him down. He's got Meat Spirit, the Sunfire Cape finishes. White's here, going to have to use that Ghost. Goes into the pool just before that Counter-Strike stuns him up, but they're going to close in on him. This is bad news for Whites. He still has a flash available, though. When's he going to use it? There is a flash away, and with the rest of Royal coming around, they actually back off.
Both of Royal's solo laners are getting pushed on a little bit. We saw Cool nearly take down Godlike because Godlike has no magic resistance, and that's actually going to be a problem considering Cool picked up that triple kill in early DFG. And then White was trying to split push against OMG's other solo laner going and immediately had to just get out of there with his Ghost. That's not good for Royal overall, knowing that they kind of had a bit of a split push strategy planned and that it's already getting countered is a bad thing. Whites is actually transitioning potentially early off of this build. He had a very early Hextech Revolver, and if he was truly a split push Vladimir, he would have built the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith very early on. But the fact that he has not built that yet, and he may be going towards Azania's Hourglass, could just be Royal saying, yeah, we cannot split push anymore. Let's go team fight with this.
Speaking of which, team fights, yeah, Cool gonna go into this one. Big damage on towards Tabe, who's less than half HP right now. Go-Going's gonna come in from the side. Godlike trying to tank up the front. Here is Go-Going, gets the stun onto 2 of them. Godlike going low. Lee Sin dives to the back. He's managed to live from that one, but the rest of the team might not be so lucky. Tabe going low. There is the charm landing onto Uzi. He cleanses out of it straight away, and OMG can't quite find their way in.
Another fight with everyone getting quite low. Big Pomelo and Godlike nearly died in that one. These teams are good at team fight because they do it very frequently. It's amazing this game is only 6 kills to 4. And honestly, I think one of the big reasons Royal cannot chase on for these kills is they have generally low crowd control in their composition. They don't have a true mid laner right now. Vladimir and Renekton are both kind of side laners as far as team fights are concerned, and they don't have the traditional lockdown or assassination that we're used to seeing here at the World Championships, which is allowing OMG to disengage from a lot of these fights.
Finally, Royal getting bored there. That turret was still up, just deciding to tank it up, and that puts him 3-1 ahead in terms of turret kills at this point. They still hold as well a 2,000 gold lead. Let's have a look down the items once again, because the AD carries have taken their first big step with that Bloodthirster coming for Uzi and the Trinity Force on the other side for San.
Absolutely. So no surprises with San's build. Trinity Force is the quirky thing. The only bit of a curveball is the Berserker Greaves instead of Sorcerer Shoes, because Corki does more magic damage than physical damage in team fights. But instead he's going for the attack speed itemization. We look at Uzi as well. He's doing a bit of a give or take here. He has not went the full Bloodthirster Last Whisper build. He's got a Zeal sprinkled in there because, again, he is relying on his auto attacks.
Whoa, look at this. Jax diving straight in on towards Uzi. Going to sidestep the Grasping Roots, but will he be able to get away from it? Going down to half of HP, and he flashes away there. Uzi now in a lot of trouble. Going to chase him down. He's trying to heal up. There's the net coming out. He's still running, but not for long. There's the jump in. Going gets one. And on the other side, on the tower, Lovelin picked up Tabe as well.
Yeah, and what's Royal going to do about this? Because OMG just completely committed to their bottom lane while the rest of Royal was not there. They have their side laners in strange places right now. Vladimir is in mid lane, Renekton is going top, and Lucky cannot stay there for his buff.
Oh, he's actually going to manage to get away from that one. He's still trying to hold out
He
here
wants to smite it.
for this red buff. And it's going very low, but red is going to be picked up there. Meanwhile, Lucky down, getting caught out from the backside. Cool comes around, catches him off guard. That will be another one for OMG. Meanwhile, the most satisfying sound in the game is that Jax hammering away on the inner turret in the bottom lane.
Whites isn't happy about that either. He completely commits once again to OMG, and let's see if he can chase this time. Vladimir, no crowd control.
Going very low here, going. Can he get off into the brush in time? Yes, the Zonya's used by Whites as well. Lovely coming around the side, doesn't go in as he spots Godlike. Good call.
So before any of this invading happened, OMG had gained control of Royal's red buff and the jungle surrounding it, and Royal was refusing to accept that. That's the reason that they got dove on. That's the reason that they got hurt trying to go in and contest for red, because OMG had complete eyes on them and outnumbered them. Royal couldn't fight in that area, but they did anyway, and it just gave OMG exactly what they wanted.
So, Dragon time for OMG. Are they going to be able to finish this one off? There's no one around there, and that will be a pickup for OMG. Nicely taken there as well. 31,500 to 29 right now, building up that lead very nicely.
And this is where Royal really has to start worrying about the game, because they were actually up 2,000 gold a couple of minutes ago, and OMG was already the one seeming to come out on top in team fights. And now that OMG has actually came out on top significantly in a skirmish, what's going to happen the next time a big team fight happens? And knowing Royal versus OMG, the next team fight is going to happen. It's going to happen fairly shortly as well. Seeing that Cool has his DFG and that Godlike just has that Negatron cloak, I'm wondering if OMG can just evaporate Royal's tank line before the fight and then roll on through with the rest of their damage. It's very dangerous right now for Royal, and they almost have to be afraid to take a 5v5 fight.
He's slowing down here somewhat for what is guaranteed to be just a little bit of time, as both teams actually fairly close in proximity there on the top side of the river. We'll see if someone ends up getting caught out. We can see Lucky there just dealing with the plants that Big Pomelo has put down, trying to get rid of all those wards there. Now Godlike and Lovelin having a bit of a chat up here in the top side of the river. Lovelin just trying to bully him out of position there.
Yeah, Lovelin is definitely a very scary man right now. 404 on Lee Sin. It's not because he has damage items, it's because of the vision he provides and his ability to reposition people in team fights. Going as well is going to be a big problem. His Trinity Force is not even completed yet, and he's already destroying anyone on Royal in a 1v1 engagement.
Yeah, they can't stand and fight with him. We saw Godlike there just walking away from that scenario. There's a ward down in this brush, which Royal all being revealed from. Cool also is pushing down towards his bottom lane. That's going to have to be dealt with. They're going to put the ace in the hole through on towards Lovelin. About a third of his health gone, but not really getting anything from that at all.
Yeah, that did prove, though, that Uzi's hitting pretty hard. We should note that he is the most farmed person in this game right now. 225 CS. You wouldn't think that he'd have the most gold, but he does 8,500. The next closest is Cool at 8,400 on his 4-kill Ahri. So, there it is. the analyst talked about it, protect the puppy. Uzi's nickname is Crazy Puppy over in China because everyone just wants to cuddle him and try to finish him out. That's not the reason. It's because he yells a lot.
Yeah, a very temperamental player, that's for sure. Which we'll see how that keeps him up here in this best of 3. Right now, both teams pretty much stacked on top of each other in this middle lane. There's the wards going down. One inside the Death Brush. Godlike not scared of getting right to the forefront now and just checking, see what's going on from that one. Meanwhile, Royal actually just pushing straight up this mid lane.
Yeah, Royal saw going trying to create a split push opportunity, and they know that they actually can't deal with that, so they're grouping as 5 and threatening turrets immediately, effectively trying to draw going towards them. But I wonder if this is one of those situations where Royal is damned if they do, damned if they don't, because they've been losing in team fights and they can't deal with going. They have to have something break their way here.
Well, look at this for a positional play right now from OMG. They've pushed up this mid lane right to that inner turret. And Royal around the side from this one. There's a block from Big Pomelo. Are they going to be able to keep pushing back in there? No, Royal have managed to get that control of the mid lane back. OMG back off.
Yeah, that's a pretty painful block. I almost feel like Going should have taken that one, or someone who can lifesteal up a little bit of health, because now Big Pomelo is rather wounded if they were to actually start a team fight, which I think is one of the big reasons they decided to back away and give some of this control of Baron back to Royal.
Oh, Lovely getting stunned up there. Going to get knocked up as well, but honestly, can't quite finish off that Lee Sin here in the time that you've really got with his ridiculous maneuverability.
Especially with that Sightstone.
Yeah, with the Sightstone coming down. Pretty much makes him uncatchable at that stage. Did see OMG starting to back off a little bit. Royal almost mirroring what OMG did a few moments earlier and pushing up that mid lane.
Yeah, this game is still rather close, but OMG's gold lead is stretching out a little bit. And OMG's very comfortable with where they are at in this game right now because they know eventually Going is going to reach a point where Royal isn't necessarily able to deal with them.
And
Royal might get this fight though, and it's in OMG's turret.
Yeah, he's managed to dive in there. Look how low Tabe's gone. Gets knocked up. Cool now, unstoppable as he finishes off that kill. Lovelin goes low. He manages to get back, but the flash in from Uzi will secure them one back. And it's now a 2-for-1 fight. There's Ace in the hole
Right back
coming
in.
through. Going dives to the back line, but he will fall. There's the charm onto Uzi. He's going to cleanse. San going for
Uzi's
two.
still alive.
Doesn't get any of them as the Zonya's used there by White. Crazy turnaround again.
And we talk about Uzi's positioning and his kiting ability right there. He seemed absolutely dead in that game. Even when he took a charm to the face, he still stayed alive. And a fight that seemed to be a disaster for Royal might just turn into a win and a turret, Joe.
That was really strange from Sam.
Yeah.
The fact that he got Uzi so low and then switched to Whites in that second. He's like, well, I got a Zonya, so I'm going to get out.
I almost feel like he thought Uzi was dead before that happened. Let's take one more look at this one. Going re-engaged with the flash, and everyone thought they could get Uzi right here. He got the one, he thought that missile was going to finish him. Yeah. He thought the missile. San was thinking one step ahead. That's like taking your eyes off the ball before you catch it. He dropped the pass, and everyone on OMG died for it.
And what could have been, or should have probably been, a double kill for him there.
Yeah.
Turns out to be a death with no kills picked up for him. Either way, good stuff from Royal to stop that happening there. You see that bottom lane being pushed out once again for Going. Now got that Trinity Force finished, and he's going Blade of the Ruin King second.
Yeah, that's a very offensive Jax build, actually. If Uzi can position well enough in these team fights, knowing that he now has Cleanse and QSS, OMG might have a problem closing down onto him. This is actually becoming one of those Royal games where, yeah, you have to protect Uzi. The Caitlyn is the one thing in this game that could potentially outscale and win Royal the match. Godlike is going to just have to be a tank that blocks for him. Tabe is effectively going to have to use his Tibbers for the defensive stun. And knowing that Jax is in the bottom lane right now, Royal is just all out this Baron. This would be a 50-50 steal chance against a Lee Sin or a 5v4 fight. Jax is pushing the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Something's going to happen soon, Joe.
They're pushing through. There goes the kill. Cool. He's godlike as he takes down Annie. Big Pomelo is low. He's actually going to fall as White picks himself up a double. Royal going to keep going on Baron, but they're losing the inhib.
Absolutely nothing is stopping Jax here. At the best, this is inhibitor traded for Baron. Baron is still not down, though.
No, but Lee Sin is. He gets sniped off at the back. There's the chance to steal completely gone. Royal going to be recalling here. Well, that turret is already down. The inhib itself is now going to be finished off as well.
Classic question here. Is a Baron worth an inhibitor? Things have changed over time. I've actually seen it go both ways. Since home guard boots have been added to the game, I've seen teams be able to reactively defend their inhibitors with home guards, and Royal needed to make a play in this game. OMG committed to trying to get both. They could have just given up the Baron. Instead, they gave up kills as well for an inhibitor trade. We don't know actually how to call that one. We just got to wait until they keep fighting.
Goes in. The Crocodile was waiting for him around the corner, but Counter-Strike means he's getting out safe. Royal Club going to be picking up a Dragon here as well. So they've lost that in him. They've picked up the Baron. They're going to get themselves a Dragon. That leaves them ahead now in the game by 1.1 thousand gold.
Yeah, and this is about a 3,500, maybe more gold swing. I'd have to check exactly because they were down quite a bit, and specifically, this gave a whole bunch of more gold to Uzi. He's now almost 12,000 gold on his Caitlyn, which is 1,500 ahead of Cool's Ahri right now. Despite Cool being 7-0, it seems crazy at that, but Cool is not actually getting much gold for killing Tabe at this point because he's already killed him 5 times. That completed the 3rd big item onto Uzi. And the fact that Royal has the Baron buff now effectively means that OMG's engagements are inherently more dangerous, while Royal is just trying to get Uzi to that 6-item 80 carry Caitlyn.
So there. Going in the mid lane, just pushing things out and doing the work in terms of getting that inhibitor back for OMG to make sure that Baron wasn't lost and they didn't get anything in response to that one. Right now, Royal, they're trying to get some vision down of their own on this bottom side of the map. We can see that Whites has actually started to push down there. A lot of pings going on as they spot Lee Sin. Godlike actually all up in that jungle, but they've got full vision here, OMG.
Exactly, and the fact that Royal is pushing the lane that has super minions effectively defends the inhibitor for themselves. The thing they have to worry about is the stronger other lane since an inhibitor is down, and those minions destroying Royal's turrets. But they are ready to go in and dive this, and I have to call out Whites' build adaptation, going Deathcap and Zhonya's instead of the split push Vladimir build, and being a massive factor in these team fights as Royal just brute forces their way in as OMG is completely contained within their base. There is flash up on Tabe, and he might go for a Tibbers. This could be an attempted end by Royal.
The bear comes out from this one. Right now, Royal just on the steps, now pushing things back completely, and at the same time making sure that their inhib being down is not really a factor in this game at this point. There's the Q coming out of Lovelin. Wise not to follow that one up. The rest of the team, there is the flash Tibbers coming in, not really doing what they would have hoped from it, and Royal back away to the steps. There's the Stranglethorns going down as Whites gets into the base. There's the ace in the hole. Uzi gonna pick that one up. That's already 1 man down. Can they finish off the tower? Charm landing onto Godlike. He's at less than half as going down into the back. Lee Sin kicks the 3 of them in, but Godlike still got enough health to maybe survive this one, and with the rest of his team all there with him, this is bad news.
And they still have the Baron buff on 4 people. Only Cool and San are alive. They're trying to go back to base to get health, but Royal is still pushing in. They've got the Baron, and they're making their play.
They're going to try and win the game right here. 32 minutes in, 2 men left alive. They dive on towards Corki and Ahri. They managed to get Godlike a little bit lower.
They're back. I thought they're out of minions.
They're there. Minions are there. The Charm landing on towards Lucky. Here comes Big Pomelo. They're on to the Nexus, but can they finish the Nexus? Corki goes down. Ahri goes down. Only Zyra left to defend. This is going to be game number 1, going over to Royal Club.
They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one, and what an insane ending. We knew Royal Club and OMG would fight like crazy. We knew Royal had that window in the game before Renekton got outscaled by Jax. They rushed the Baron, they traded Baron for Inhibitor, ran right up the Inhibitor lane, went for the Flash Tibbers, won the fight. Uzi could not be stopped, and he finished him off.
Crazy ending to that one. We can see OMG wondering a little bit, how did that happen to us? We had that gold lead going down. We made these decisions. Going just having a chilled drink right now. He doesn't look too worried, I have to say. And it is a best of 3 of all. This is the first blow, if you like, from Royal Club, but there's still 2 games left in this series. OMG's not out yet.
No, and if we had questions about whether Royal would be slow starters, I think we just answered them right there, because that was a rather quick game, 32 minutes and 47 seconds. That's pretty much right on average with what those guys played in the regular season, and I'm still a little blown away by the ending of that game.
Well, we say it's a quick game, but the fact is that it wasn't quite as kill-heavy as some of the other games that these guys have played. We mentioned the Jax, who was freezing the lane pretty much right under his own turret in that bottom lane, and playing it slow that way to try and get himself into that later game.
Yeah, and I think the story of this game was very heavily hinging on GoGoing's choices to split push and the quick decisions that Royal made. And they were very willing to give up sacrifices, right? Because they're willing to let Jax get farmed. They're willing to let Jax get their inhibitor because they can get a Baron and because they can end the game with it. That type of decision-making takes a lot of practice. There are so many teams that will bounce back and forth, lose a turret and the Baron when someone pressures you like that. But that's the way you play that game.
And very decisive finisher as well. We often see teams struggle a little bit to close things out. They've got Baron, they've got these advantages there, but they're still very scared. But Royal, you have to give it to them. Once they saw that opening, they went all in to finish it.
And Uzi, to me, was living up to the hype there. Like, his Caitlyn, even though it seemed like you're against a Jax and a 7-kill Ahri with the DFG and a death cap, still didn't die. He got kicked into a fight, but he was only there because enough of OMG's damage was already down in that last engagement. So when he did get kicked in, he just kept on fighting. He kept on killing people, and they never had the damage to finish him off. That was just, you know, such good work overall by Royal, because we know these teams team fight so often, and typically OMG had the edge in the 5v5 team fights, but that is not what we saw that game. Whites' Vladimir landed some ridiculously strong Hemo Plagues, and I think that really turned more than we're giving him credit for.
Well, we will see Royal go 1-0 up now in the best of 3. Not all over yet, though, for OMG. We'll see them in action in Game 2 in a little while, but for now we're going to head over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on Royal's win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think we raised an eyebrow as well with the composition coming in here from Royal. It said fight. That's what the Chinese teams like to do. Imani, we've been saying it the entire time. You're just itching to go. Start off.
I actually really liked Royal's composition. It was a bit unique, and when you have champions like Renekton and Annie that early in the game can put out a lot of AoE damage, of course you have to remember Tibbers is sitting there burning as well in that AoE. And when you pop that Hemo Plague, and with a frontline mage like Vlad who's constantly doing AoE, it magnifies all of that Dominus and Tibbers damage as well, and it makes things pretty vicious if you're going to have an extended engagement. And if we look at OMG coming in, trying to kill Uzi, cool on Ahri, looking for that opening, it takes time to get that opening, and all the while your team's just getting burned down.
That being said, you know, they are going up against a very mobile comp here, at least in an Ahri. It's not a wombo combo. That takes definitely some skill and some precision to land that. A couple times, and he's done missing, so it's a very, very complicated comp to pull off.
And people would probably wonder, like, why did Uzi play Caitlyn that game? He's not known to play Caitlyn. He normally plays hyper carries like Trist or Twitch, and the reason is OMG knew that he wanted to play Twitch, and they picked Jax, Lee Sin, Ahri, which are not good champions for Twitch. You can't hit Lee Sin because he's too mellow. You can't hit Jax because he has Counter-Strike up, and Ahri's just an assassin that's going to kill you. So he picked a much more safe champion like Caitlyn, and he was still able to carry that game.
Yeah, Caitlyn really worked for him in the team fights, being able to use his maximum range. Actually does really well against the Corkian lane, but the matchup was dodged. There's not much synergy between Caitlyn and Annie, so I kind of frowned when I saw that, and I would have liked to see something else, but Uzi definitely shows why he's so good, because he has this long-range, uncatchable AD carry, and if he gets caught, it's because he wants to. If he wants to get kicked in the middle of a fight, he'll allow it. But otherwise, he'll just place. His reaction time on Cleanse is unreal.
Oh, yeah. So these team fights were really fun to watch. We should bring up a clip here.
Yeah, let's get the replay on the screen.
We have one prepped. Let's grab this up on your screen. And Double Lift, I know you want to start this one out.
Yeah, so this was when Royal's 3,000 gold behind. Normally, you're not itching to push down towers right here and play aggressively, but, I mean, this is two Chinese teams going head-to-head. One thing I want to point out here is you have to watch both the supports. Zyra landed a beautiful ulti, but so did Tabe. And I think a 4-man Hebo Plague and 3-man Timber is what you're going to see. Roll the clip right now, and you'll see Jax is going to go in really aggressively because he knows he's ahead. There's going to be a 4-man Hemo Plague and a beautiful Wombo combo from both teams. But I think Loveland overcommits right here. He doesn't have to die, but he dies anyways. It's fine. It's still 2 for 1. OMG can just back up. It's 2 for 1. They killed 2 people. Only Lee Sin died. Okay, but I think GoGoing gets a little bit too greedy here. And this is just Son playing really well. He cleanses Ignite, sidesteps the missile, and just kills.
So that was
just
Uzi
beautiful.
playing really well right
Yes,
there.
that was
the
amazing.
sidestep on the missile. But yeah, the cleanse immediate sidestep. Uzi had already committed to his Valkyrie forward because he was like, shoot the missile, oh, he's dead. No, he ends up paying for it because the Vladimir he's going after has Zanya's.
And just the presence of mind to not cleanse Jax's Counter-Strike and to save the cleanse for later is it's just too amazing, dude. Uzi is so good.
As well, you have to shout out, you're like, oh, Loveland overcommitted. He didn't have to die there. Uzi flashed forward to get that shot to kill him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So a good question here is, when is it a good time to be able to fight when you're 3,000 gold down? Because that was kind of one of the biggest points you had coming into that. How does a team find that opening?
Well, generally when I watch two Chinese teams play, any time is a good time to watch a team fight. Like, just go, 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 go. And
At the same,
it's just a wombo combo versus another wombo combo. Go ahead.
At the same time, though, eventually throughout the game, you saw Jax split pushing becoming an issue. So when they actually have everybody locked up in a lane, they become very clustered and very predictable. And that's where those AoE teamfight can come in. If Jax is coming straight at you, you can at least dodge Counter-Strike. That's what you saw at the start of that fight. Jax sweeps in, Counter-Strike's only one target, Renekton. He doesn't care. Everybody disengages, whacks away at Jax. If they're coming from different angles or they're spreading AoE like they did that one Dragon fight where they turned it around, I would have never guessed they would have, but they just let Royal have the Dragon. They came in, spread out, and used their mobility so well to counteract the AoE comp. This is actually probably why Royal was pushing, because if they didn't, they would get split pushed and mobility would have torn them apart.
So what do you guys feel we're learning a little bit about the strengths of each region coming in here? Obviously, we see China's region just being one that fights. OMG put the stamp on that as they went through their group stage. Do you think that's the one that's going to get it through? We also have, SKT, who does themselves like to fight, but only when it's surely warded and everything's going their way.
I just can't stress enough how well these guys fight each other. Every fight, 10 to 15% health. They would leave the fight. Coming one more time, just hit somebody, leave again.
A little bit.
Yeah, just one fight went on for a good 35 seconds, and one guy died, and all the rest were hit on like 15%. I don't even understand how that's possible.
They fight so much, they get a lot of practice at it.
That's true.
You got to give it to them. This is definitely going to be an action-packed series. I'm much more excited for the rest of it now than I was at the start.
One thing that we haven't touched on was the Baron, and whether people agree with it or not. Take it away.
I think that
real quick,
Royal played that really well. And again, it goes back to the fact they didn't have an answer to the split pushing Jax. So they lost the inhibitor. And when they took it into the lane with the super minions and then shoved it in afterwards, they nullified the gain from the Baron, took 2 towers, took the inhibitor, and just went all in one more time. So that was a fantastic use of that Baron.
Crepo, final thoughts?
Yeah, OMG was pretty much forcing a guaranteed split push with a 50-50 Nasher.
Right.
And Royal just read that completely. They knew if we give them a 50-50, the game can be done here. If we deny the possibility of a 50-50 by engaging and getting Lee Sin down and then taking Nasher, trading it for inhib and then pushing the inhib lane where the inhib was down, that was the correct play, and I just really like how they played that. Really good read.
If anything I learned from you is that 50-50 is always on your mind. You're watching for a team to make
We've
that
lost
mistake.
too many 50-50s. They're not 50-50s. They're more like 40-60s.
All right, everyone. We have to take a short break right now, but when we return, we'll see if Royal Club can lock down the series and a spot in the semifinals, or if OMG can force a Game 3. But first, we turn up the volume and listen in to the sounds of the game as the members of Royal Club celebrate their first win at Worlds.
对，一波，抢 A 了，抢 A 了吗？没有打人啊，打人啊！你看小狗在干嘛？保护小狗。男生，男生，男生，男生，男生，男生，别出来！
「
when I picked OMG, I was like very sad, but because I know it's broadcast live, so I have to like pretend to be very happy and just keep on my smile. But I don't know why, I just keep on failing in picks.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends World Championship. It's time for game number 2 between OMG and Royal Club, and with one more victory here, we could see a royal flush for Royal Club. But it's going to be hard. I mean, the fact is here, we heard there from Tabe, actually, which is a point we didn't mention, that he was the one that picked OMG out of all those, or out of the 4 teams that he could have picked from.
Yeah.
And we've also seen from the other side, the fact that Royal Club had this seed, they've had quite a few people doubting that they've deserved that because of how well OMG have done against them in the past.
And there's really only one way to find out who really deserves the #1 seed, and it's by playing out the rest of these games. That first game was incredibly close. I know White's mid-game switch to Vladimir, or whether he had that plan all along, to go with the team fight Vladimir build instead of the common split push Vladimir build, was game-changing in team fights, specifically when they wanted to dive in to help Uzi live up to the hype. Basically, his Caitlyn in that game, positioning-wise, damage-wise, build-wise, the side steps he did on the Corki missiles were completely, I don't use the word much, but they were just they're incredible. He was godlike on Caitlyn that game, and OMG needs to do a lot to shut him down.
Really impressive stuff there from game number 1. OMG obviously now moving over to the blue side, and we'll see if that changes their fortune a little bit from this one. It was a very close game for a lot of it, a game even which OMG were leading, to be honest, so they're not that far away from where they need to be. It's just some fine adjustments.
That game could have went either way so quickly if, you know, if the Baron choice wasn't right, if they weren't able to get that nice team fight by the inhibitor and finish off the game, they could have been criticized for that because they get pushed right back with super minions, get taken down. Anything really could have happened in that game. 50-50 was really what that Baron was if they didn't decide to peel off and go for the team fight. Because they had to go for the Baron. They had to force a 50-50 because Jax was pushing that bottom lane. And we shouldn't be going back to first game so much, but it was that recent and that important that really OMG's got to feel a little down after losing in that passion.
Let's have a look at game 2 here then. We see that Corki actually been banned out here by OMG, and Uzi has proved that he's incredibly good. Not sure how strong he is on Corki though. We've not really seen too much of him on that at any point really. On the other side, Aatrox banned out, that Renekton taken away from Royal Club. They didn't want Go in to pick that up first.
And I'm thinking that there was a lot left up. I was thinking maybe they'll first pick Ahri, but instead they just decided to go with the Shen. That's like your generic first pick.
Yeah, generic first
games.
pick. Left open, it's going to be taken away, as is Zed.
Hello.
And Zed getting through is dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
We've seen how much of a ninja Whites is when we had a look back at that final play when he fell off his chair. Didn't fall, he was just being a ninja. On the other side, Kale coming out from this one, very, very possibly. And Royal Club actually played the Kale a little bit earlier on in the season, in the playoffs actually, against IG. This time around, though, we're going to see it with OMG by the looks of it, and against that Zed makes sense.
Yeah, the last I saw was in the European regionals when Alex Each actually played Kale against enemy Zed and was victorious in that one, but that's the most we've seen of the, so to speak, like Kale counterpick. Lulu was a decent thing to pick against Zed as well because you can polymorph him after he goes in with his death mark to try and stop his damage. I'm actually just a little bit surprised about all the things that have been left up in this game because there were so many effective target bans or regional specific bans. Annie banned, Corki has generally just been dealt with by a lot of these teams, not banned away. Renekton has not been a priority, but because of all that, we get the double ninjas in a game, and now it's on OMG to react to the Zed.
Sona Vayne locked in here as well, and if Uzi, gets to the stage that it did in that last one, that Vayne's going to be even more terrifying than what the Caitlyn was.
Yeah, Vayne trying to dodge out from the Shen taunts and the Ahri charms. How often do we get to see Ahri 5th picked?
Not very
at the
often.
end of a team. Yeah, I'm going to go with, I don't think it's happened in the World Championships.
I don't think so.
Let's just say it hasn't.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened. 0%
I don't
chance.
think it's happened. I think we're good on. So I was safe on that one. Ahri has been so highly contested in these ones. If she's not banned out, she's definitely in those first round of picks. On the other side, we saw the Varus coming in for San and the Ahri that we're already talking about. Looks like we could see a Vladimir or a Rumble or something else, but it will be a Rumble.
They're just overloading damage right now on Royal, and they have very low amounts of crowd control, so they're all about, You know, Royal has done this before. They overload their team with damage and then dive anyway because you can only run away for so long, even if you're not crowd controlled. They just chase you down like a mob. At least they'd have the move speed from Sona, whereas OMG has a very conventional looking team composition. They have the Lulu to try and soft counter Zed a little bit, but aside from that, it's just the normal things we'd see from maybe even a non-Chinese team. I actually, despite the huge crowd control gap in Royal, I fear their damage, and I'm excited to see Uzi on Vayne and whether he can just get going.
Zed being let through, that's something that we've seen extremely rarely here. A couple of times, in fact. Actually, 50% win rate on that Zed coming through, if my memory serves correctly. And the fact is, in the right hands, Zed right now is so unbelievably strong.
Yeah, and the thing that OMG would have going for them is since Royal picked it so early, OMG was able to at least build a decent amount of counters into it. They have giant shields coming in from both Shen and Lulu, so if the name in the game is single target assassination, it's actually not going to work out very well. Which is why I think the Rumble pick from Royal also works, because he's the one who's going to try and spread damage and get people low overall. This one's interesting, Joe. One more win, Royal's just knocking OMG right out of the tournament, who was undefeated in the group stage until their very last game.
Until their very last game, which was so one-sided it almost didn't feel real after what we'd seen from OMG on the previous days. But this would be a very big disappointment to them. The fact that they came into the group stage losing out on that first seed, which would have made this their first game of the tournament, as it is for Royal Club. And for them to go out at this stage, probably unthinkable before we started playing this best of 3 from their side of things. But they are behind, and they have to win 2 games in a row now against Royal Club. So let's get into game and see how this one is all going to develop, and whether we're going to see level 1 action that we predicted in game 1 but didn't really see.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's OMG who would have the crowd control advantage at level 1. Usually when I just write off the level 1 and say it's not going to happen is exactly when it happens. Like game 3 of Cloud9 versus Fnatic yesterday, where Fnatic was able to pick up a double kill. But right now these teams are putting up very defensive walls. It's a little curious that they have played each other so many times. Maybe they've kind of exposed all their level 1 strategies already, and since OMG recognized Royal was grouped up and OMG has the crowd control advantage, they're very willing to group up and try and get some ward control down. But with how many wards we saw last game, it didn't have a very large impact on the overall game, and I think these teams are familiar enough with each other that we're not going to see any action.
You can see them, they're headed up towards that wolf camp. Their path was spotted, but one thing that's not going to be spotted is the fact that they've all recalled from this one. This is going to take Royal a little bit of time to actually realize that it's happening.
That's actually my favorite invade by teams, when they get spotted invading and then hide in a spot that they predict has not been warded, because it puts an immense amount of unknown pressure on the enemy. At this point, Royal, you can already see they have to walk the long way around with Vayne and Sona to get to the bottom lane. Royal can no longer plan their jungle paths either, because unless Royal had a ward on OMG's blue buff right now, Lucky's not going to know what buff to path to next. He wants to go to blue, but it could actually be gone, in which case he'd be left with only 1 buff.
Well, the good thing from their side is that they do have that ward kind of on the corner, so they will probably be able to predict that Lovelin has in fact gone back for it. Either way, it's a dangerous little start here. Blue buff has already been done for Lovelin, actually smiting that one up. Gonna get his wolves as well, so not going straight over to his second buff just yet.
Yeah, 50-50. He guessed right, basically. Royal likes those 50-50s. They're pretty good at them so far. You can see the laners, at least from the 1 of the 1v2, aren't showing their faces quite yet. In fact, Going was giving a very... What was he doing? He was just giving an extended pull on the red buff, as far as I could tell. Another 2v1 lane setup, and I think that favors Uzi. Vayne wants to be able to farm like this.
Yeah, farm is something that is certainly going to have plenty of the rewards down on his bottom side, so Lovelin not going to be able to get around without being spotted. And he is going to be coming over that side here. And he's going to try and get involved, but there's already that ward right there. He's spotted already at this stage.
Yeah, so the jungler's not making too much noise early. Anything could happen at any moment. We know how quickly Lovelin likes to go and gank. And in the first game, it was actually Uzi and Tabe who did not respect the Jax or Going in that 2v2 lane and paid heavily for it by giving up a kill to Lee Sin. Lee Sin's lane presence in those 2v2s is perhaps the greatest of all junglers. So when Lee Sin goes to babysit, it's actually kill pressure down in that bottom lane.
See Lucky coming across to this top side here. They know that Lovelin's there. He's actually showed himself straight away as he came through that lane, and it would have to get a taunt out basically for Gilgoin to get something started in that one. Lucky doing the same here on that top side. Actually a lot of damage here coming on towards Big Pomelo, but see Lucky just repelling away from it.
Yeah, one thing about the Rumble in the 1v2 is he doesn't actually have nearly as much kill pressure because he cannot chain any significant crowd control aside from his slows to really lock someone down. Basically, they're just trying to help each other's 1v2s farm, and I think Shen and Lee Sin are better suited for that as far as the lane matchups go.
Oh, Big Pomelo again getting a bit caught up in this top lane. He's going to go very low. Has to flash away from that one. Royal not committing to it afterwards, but Big Pomelo feeling the pressure here.
Hey, if Lucky keeps landing those stuns, even if they don't have the better lane matchup, they're going to win out in that 2v2 because Loveland has not been landing his resonating strikes in this bottom lane against Uzi and Tabe.
And the fact is that Uzi can knock them straight back as Gilgoin has a bit of an attempt there, and he's going to take a lot of damage for the pleasure. Gets that shield out of Lee Sin, but that third silver bolt going in there as White's here. Going to take him very, very low. The ignite was put on him, but he will be able to walk away from that one with his shadows. Meanwhile, San in this top side going super low, and there's the first blood. And San not even using his flash there as he falls. Now Tabe in trouble. He's a dead man. Lovely may go down. This is a short kill for Uzi. No, but he flashes in there, picks out, but now the turret's attacking him. He needs to be able to knock back Go in here, who lands the taunt, gets the kill, and that leaves us at 2-2. These lanes just exploding with action.
What the heck just happened right there? It was a 1-for-0 and a 1-for-2. Both of those 2v2s just decided to fight. We knew there was kill pressure from the Lee Sin and the Shen. Underestimated the kill pressure from Lucky and Godlike. Wow.
Well, Lucky's been landing those cocoons.
Yeah.
And that's a very big part of that one in there as well. San goes down, uses barrier, didn't use flash. Now, it's never good to be using your flash if you're not going to get in there. As White's here, just going to exchange some damage with Cool. Never good to burn that flash without being sure that you're going to need to. But also, on the other hand, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I'd agree with the better safe than sorry when you're playing teams as aggressive as these guys. As far as the mid lane goes, White's has actually been forced into a fairly defensive item build right now. He's started with 2 Doran's items. I really feel like Cool has the early upper hand on him in this one. In the last matchup when White's was playing Vladimir, he stuck with Cool's Ahri quite well, but I think one too many charms have hit White's early on, and since the junglers have been completely occupied by babysitting, or it's not really babysitting, kill laning against the AD carry and support, it's allowed Cool to take a little bit of an upper hand in that mid lane.
Just saw that Lucky was hanging around as that wave was pushed right back on towards Godlike's tower, but this time decided to back off and not stay around from that one. Very low farm when it comes to those jungles at this point. We've seen why. Here is Lee Sin actually headed down to that bottom lane as well, so Lovely going to be doing pretty much the same as we saw before. We'll see if they can actually get in and pick up any kills again.
And Ahri, since she was 6 first and pushed up, can now threaten this bottom lane. Royal is in big trouble.
Yeah, Tabe in a lot of trouble from this one. They're going to focus down Uzi. He cleanses instantly out of the charm. Now, though, Tabe, is he going to be able to escape? The taunt not quite landing. Lovely going low. Cool managing to pick up the kill there with a last tick of damage.
These guys are rather skilled right there. Uzi actually hit Cool mid-shadow dash to negate one of his spells, but then he got both procs of his Ahri Q to actually finish off Tabe. Very nearly a desperate save.
Oh, here comes the Stan United San. Is he going to be able to get down and get that kill? Lucky repel. Godlike now getting caught out. Going taking a lot of damage. There's the arrow going through. Not really doing too much damage to Godlike. And again, a very close scenario in this top lane.
And Godlike really wants to hit level 6 here, because if he could, it would prevent this dive. But since he is not, he has to be extremely scared. Once he gets that creep, he can save himself. But OMG is looking to make something happen here. He's 6.
So close. There is the level 6 turret. Not quite down just yet. Godlike here is going to get dove upon. He is going to get finished off by San. There is the equalizer coming down, but it's not going to be enough damage, or is it? Here comes White. San going to get popped. Big Pomelo going to be the next target. He gets slowed down by the Glitter Lance. Meanwhile, Lucky on the other side going in for it. Double kill comes out by White. And in the end, we see that Lee Sin coming up there to help things out. Don't want to take on Whites and Zed. But again, crazy, crazy, crazy stuff, Jeff.
That's the way these guys play. Absolute chaos. And because Going came up to support that, it actually gives Royal the eventual larger win by getting the mid turret with Uzi and Tabe.
So, turret going to be finishing off a lot of minions here. Uzi not wanting to give any kind of free farm over. Meanwhile, White making sure that this top turret still survives. If we look where we are in the game as that first turret goes down now, tied on kills, just that one turret down, but it's not a massive gold lead or anything that they've managed to pick up. If we look at the farm, it's decently even across all lanes as well.
Yeah, this game is rather good. Right here, Whites is now kind of transition lanes with Rumble because they've lost themselves in the rotations. You can tell OMG wants to lock them down for a little bit of damage here. It's a tall task to kill Whites, but if he commits deeply, whoops, gave a little juke there.
Yeah, but I envy people that can do that.
Their reaction times are almost preemptive as far as this goes, especially Uzi in the couple clips I've seen. He is tumbling sometimes before people use spells for him.
We've seen the cleanses on him, like getting out of a charm the second that it actually lands on him. We saw Dragon being started off there, but Royal actually starting to back away. They've used that pink ward to make sure that they've got vision control at that bottom side. Right now, OMG actually pushing back for a turret here, and they're going to take the mid out of the turret.
Yeah, Godlike probably should have stayed to defend that turret, but he was roaming down for other tasks, and I feel like having the mid lane turret down for Royal but the bottom lane turret down for OMG is an advantage for OMG. It will specifically give Loveland more territory to roam through if he tries to set up any counter jungle or dive opportunities for OMG, as well as because Cool has been able to have the upper hand on Whites. The farther Ahri can shove up the lane, the longer Ahri can disappear for, and the more overall map pressure that creates.
So let's have a look down some of the items here. San actually picking up that Phage here first. So we'll see. Well, he's got to be ahead of Trinity Force at some point with that one, obviously.
I wonder. That's the Genja special right there.
Yeah, the Phage first, and then just a bit of randomness around it.
I really wonder whether San's going to be going for a Trinity Force Varus, because so many Varus have just been going for the Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper. Trinity Force is just a whole new ballgame. I really wonder what San's going to go with that.
Now, this mid lane that we've been looking at here, obviously White's getting that double kill in the top lane, really starting things off nicely to him. He was taking a lot of damage from Cool a little bit earlier on. Godlike is in trouble. He is going to get kicked into the taunt. Meanwhile, Royal Club use that distraction in the top lane to start themselves off that dragon again.
Yeah, and that was just Loveland sneaking in because the mid turret is down, but Royal getting the dragon. Maybe the fight turns. Tabe lands crescendo.
Wow, Tabe going very low, but Cool, he's going to get burst down from this one. Uzi picks up that kill. Whites is going to finish off Big Pomelo, no problem. And now San, he's a dead man. Uzi going to get the finish on that to get a double kill, but is it over? Going. He's chased down here. Lucky, where's the cocoon? Flash away from Going, gets him back to safety. Brilliant pickup from Royal.
Huge play by Royal there, especially because of the kill distribution. It's 3 kills on Whites and 3 kills on Uzi. That is exactly what they need. If those two get going, the game is effectively over, and they are so close to getting farmed. Tabe almost baited that in because he had allowed a 3-man crescendo, and again, San thought he had the kill, and did have the kill. I thought he got away. The rest of Royal came all the way over the top. You could see Uzi's chase potential. The best Vanes always end fights in the front because they move so well. And now with Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves completed for Uzi, I think OMG's in trouble.
OMG are in trouble. 1-0 behind in this best of 3 in case you're just joining us and didn't see game number 1. And Royal Club are in the driving seat from this one as well. OMG need to find something to get back into this game. Let's have a look down those items once again, because the Haunting Guy's just been finished off there for Godlike in the top lane. On the other side, Shen not got that Sunfire Cape quite done.
Yeah, and both of these side laners or top laners have really sacrificed this game. They are incredibly low on farm because it is completely an arms race between Uzi and San. And I think it totally works in the favor of Royal, because I think Godlike does much better with low farm than a Shen does. If Going doesn't get farm, Uzi is just going to melt through him. And that farm distribution is huge for Royal once again.
And Uzi now with that Blade of the Ruin King done. It's not something that they want to go 1v1 with. And there was Uzi with that Blade of the Ruin King. Yep. He's now down for this one. Royal Club were pushing that mid lane there. Nice pick off from OMG.
Yeah, that was him just getting hit by Cleanse. It was the map control that they had lost because the mid turret was down. You can check, he got hit by the charm. He had his Cleanse, but actually chose not to use it because he figured he was dead to rights in that situation. And now, OMG gets engaged.
Oh, White's going straight in there, gets kicked off to the side, but cool, gonna go low from that one. Not quite got the damage to finish off, and OMG able to walk away, almost getting that pick that they just lost out on back for themselves.
Yeah, White's is actually sitting on 2,000 gold, but because Uzi was down, they wanted to keep his presence on the map and push this middle lane. But it's tough to push against that cool wave core.
Yeah, wave instantly obliterated and not able to get down. Meanwhile, Godlike finally having a bit more time here in this bottom lane to get his farm back up to that of what his opposite number is. Go in there. He's been on that top side of the map now up at 81 CS, and we'll be finishing off that Sunfire Cape here with that trip home.
Yeah, I think that Sunfire Cape is rather huge for going. I don't know if it's enough yet to deal with Uzi. Godlike as well, farming away in this bottom lane, having to really just sacrifice so much and hold against two people almost the entire game so that the rest of Royal can go and make plays. I'm really expecting Royal to try and force some team fights soon, and I have to see whether their lack of crowd control prevents them from forcing the right team fights and how willing OMG is to commit to these dragon fights, because I feel like when you're running a team with low amounts of crowd control, you force fights by running at objectives and basically baiting the other team towards you. That's the only way you get your mitts on.
So Red Bull heading over here to Sun. Cool, clearing out that mid wave. He's now got that needlessly large rod in there. We can see that San almost got that Trinity Force finish, so it's not quite on the same path as what Genji is. White's going very low from this one. There is Stan United actually coming down, and that's an easy kill and another pick from OMG.
Cool is really making that Ahri work. As long as he can land charms while Royal is trying to split push a little bit and get Uzi going, it's going to create power plays for OMG. Royal was completely on the other lanes right there, and it's making it difficult for them to collapse in for this one. There's the equalizer though, trying to desperately save that turret. The fight turns.
Yeah, they need to be careful from this one there. Is the ultimate coming out from San, not quite able to lock them all up with that one. Are Royal going to be able to close in and pick up some kills from it? Nope, OMG walk away pretty simply.
Yeah, very contented just taking the turret despite getting the Varus ultimate onto Lucky in a potential 2v5. OMG really showing their focus on objectives so far with that play.
So can they take the turret here? OMG
See, Royal wants to get a fight here. They recognize the cool Ahri ultimate is going to be up against soon, and this is finally Royal being grouped up. If they could get OMG to engage on them somehow, they could then use their double Blade of the Ruin Kings and actually go for a big team fight. But you can see OMG is just not having it.
Not having any of that one. Cleanse is available for Uzi as well. Didn't use it in that last fight, and that could be crucial when the taunts and the charms start coming their way. There's a cocoon thrown out from Lucky, who's been pretty damn accurate with them so far. Not quite landing it this time around. Going, we'll just tank up a little bit of damage there as they try to get rid of this wave, and Royal not able to get in there again.
At the very least, we're going to see Royal force down for a dragon here and maybe go in for a 50-50. Lucky loves going for those 50-50s. As far as Dragon is concerned. And once again, OMG might be trying to do a split push, and since Royal has already lost two inner turrets, they almost can't commit for that. Uzi pops his ult to chase, and I don't know if they can get anything.
Yeah, going after Cool there, who used the ultimate of his own. That Dragon is available now, but neither team really choosing to go down there. Royal finally, with the ulti away from Cool, know that they could maybe head off for this one. Lovely actually coming over the wall there. That's a very dangerous move from him. Gets shielded up by Lulu. There's White's actually coming in. Wild Growth goes down. Going. He's getting obliterated. There's a three-man crescendo coming in as well. Tabe picks up a kill, but they're only going one way right now. San taking tons of damage there as he falls. They're still chasing here as well. Lovely. Can he get away from this one? Tumble comes down, and that's a triple kill for the Vayne.
5 for 0, a clean ace. Even though that initiation seemed forced by Royal, that's how confident they are in their team fighting capabilities. They take the turret, they're all low, but everybody on OMG is dead. This could be an 18-minute Baron they take. Let's check out how this fight works. Whites got popped up during his death mark, but because of that, it made OMG creep in. Notice how Cool and San move forward right as that crescendo was landing. It's exactly what Royal needed. And then, like all good Vaynes, Uzi near the front of the team for this last team fight, knows the last auto attack will kill, so he automatically moves onto Loveland, gets that kill as well, and that is the monster swing in this game.
Monster swing. Baron is taken down there by Royal. And we wondered, is the Sona Crescendo going to be enough crowd control? And Jack, if you hit 3 people with it, it's enough.
Absolutely, it's enough. Tabe with huge plays. He was 0-6 on Annie in the last game, but he landed the Tibbers when it was required. And he is putting himself in harm's way just so he can land these crescendos. And we were talking so much as this Dragon's actually going to maybe be contested. I'll tell my story later. Let's see if OMG can get it alive.
Well, I'm going to pick it up, and there is the ward over the back.
Story time. Because we were wondering how Royal got this #1 seed, in a sense, because OMG was so dominant during the regular season. They won the winner bracket final in the Chinese regionals, and then they got 3-0'd by Royal in that finals match. And we were wondering, does it really mean anything? Maybe OMG was off their game that day. Maybe Royal is just that good. And now Royal, 1 game away from making it in.
Yeah, Cool's dead. He's not getting away from that one. Deathmark coming down to finish him off from Whites. And this is an inner turret. Baron is on. They're regenerating every last bit of damage that's coming in from that last one. They could crowbar their way through for the inhib.
As soon as they got Baron in the last match, they went to end the game, and they are just powerfully pushing down this middle inhibitor. They have to wait for the next creep wave, but OMG is really scared right now.
Yeah, in our prep, watching a lot of these games between these two teams, we tried to find the real differences between them, and one of them was that OMG, after picking up objectives, did generally better pushing out the wins and maps. But Royal Club, if they were feeling they had any problems with that, they don't see them in this game. In that first game, they finished it off. In this one, they're looking for the damage as well as they go in towards Loveland. There's a wild growth put down very early. Royal Club gonna start to just back away from it. They took the inhib on that push.
They got what they came for. They're now up 3 turrets and 5,000 gold, but they got what they came for. They want more. Hiding behind OMG, going for them.
Oh, Tabe actually getting charmed in there. Is the cocoon on towards Loveland. Oh, managing to get away somehow. Go-Going is gonna TP off to him as well with that San United. Meanwhile, Lucky diving into the back there to try and lock out Big Pomelo. And another crazy encounter with no kills.
Well, here's the trick. If the crescendo doesn't land and OMG stays out of range of it, OMG can just disengage like that. They have the Shen kick that can go away, they have the kite from Varus' spells, and they have Lulu's kiting ability as well. The whole reason that OMG ate that ace in the mid lane was because they half committed to Royal's engagement initially, and then Royal was then able to chase them down. So it's still actually fairly difficult to Royal to control their engagements, but with this lead, they can brute force things down.
See them pushing in now towards this inner turret in the top lane. Still very, very cautious about where they put this pressure and how much they actually put down. Loveland losing a lot of health there. And I think one thing that we also can't really forget is the crescendo, just the threat of it actually. When it's not being used and it's off cooldown, they know that it's available. OMG have to be even more cautious than a little bit later on when it's already down.
And games like this are actually very hingent on flash crescendos as well, but it's still on cooldown for Tabe. And I'm actually a little surprised at Royal's caution here. They typically have 1 more wave of minions to come through for this. I wonder if they're going to try to flank around the side or brute force down on this last minion wave that they have with the Baron buff still being on them. OMG is holding this very dangerous turret right here. Royal's last chance.
Okay, hold on a little bit longer to that turret. The minion wave in mid, as you rightly pointed out, is starting to push through. They're gonna have to deal with that here. And we can already see that Cool has left the rest of his team, and he's going to be going back for that one. A 4-man defense would be very risky from that one. We are going to see Go-Going. There is a crescendo coming down. Go-Going gets a wild growth, but he's not going to escape that one. A kill for Uzi, and this Vayne is causing them all kinds of problems. Finally, Cool going to come back in. Uzi going very low. Cleansers off there right at the end. Whites is actually going to die, but that is the turret somehow surviving. Everyone from Royal low, and White's dead.
Well, Royal actually decided to dive without any minions. They didn't care about the creep wave because OMG was so good at clearing it with Varus and Ahri. You could see they locked down Go-Going, the tankiest member of that Royal team, and it did give OMG a little bit of time. You can see the Lee Sin kickback on Uzi stopped the initial chase, and since Cruel was actually off to peel minions, he arrived right at this moment. He did not get his Ignite off onto Uzi, which meant the cleanse could end up saving him and stopping. I guess it didn't stop any damage at the end from Cool. It meant it was a 2-for-1 instead of a 2-for-2.
So, OMG managing to hold out to the turret. We'll see how long they can do that for. Is that red buff taken down? Baron coming up in less than 2 minutes. Dragon's on its way through in 1.5 as well. So that means we're probably in for some more action. So let's have a quick look down some of those items coming out here right now. Phantom Dancer now added into the Blade of the Ruin King, along with that Quicksilver Sash coming out as well now for Uzi.
Yeah, Uzi's QSS is going to do a lot of work for him because he knows his cleanse is down, and it's going to give him a little bit of Cool durability right there. Means Cool most likely won't be able to 100-0 Uzi, and knowing if he can position properly, it would then allow him to clean up fights his main. But OMG going for the fights. They have the man advantage.
Oh, lovely. Naturally going very deep. Cool going to go over towards Sammy. There's a Stan United being used very early. Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. Sand's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of them.
Oh my
Uzi.
God, right there. Royal just ace OMG. They beat them 4 times in a row. They're going for 5. They have minions in the mid lane. Super minions, in fact. They're going for the win.
They're going for the win, and honestly, 15 seconds for most of the players to come back up into this game. This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals 2-0. Amazing performance, the Zed, the Vayne. Too much for them to handle this time around, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
So much emotion for them coming in. They had to watch OMG go 7-1 in the group stage, and then they had to draw them to play in the quarterfinals. They are longtime rivals from the Chinese LPL. They beat them 3 times in a row to gain that #1 seed, and then with that bye into the quarterfinals, they beat them twice more in a row to move on. Well deserved by Royal.
And we talked about the whole strategy there. You saw Uzi, that pink keyboard, obviously a big key to his victory here. The fact is, they had to protect him. Protect the puppy is what they needed to do, and that's exactly what they did. In fact, if we look at that last fight, he kind of protected himself. He was just on his own at the back, surprised them, and they were able to rip straight through. Amazing performance by Royal Club, and I guess that really does silence the naysayers who said that OMG should be #1 seed coming out of China, because Royal Club have just beaten them twice in a row very convincingly.
25 minutes in this last game. You can hear the ovation from the crowd there. And you're absolutely right. Uzi, he's crazy too, because he was going into 4 or 5 people. Yes, they were low, but he calculates exactly what he can do. This is a scary Royal team now because they fight more frequently than anyone else. I cannot wait to see their matchup against Fnatic now, because that is 2 very distinct play styles going against each other.
That's going to be absolutely amazing, isn't it? I mean, OMG were the team, I think, to beat from both groups, actually. I mean,
seemed like it.
They seemed to be the team. I think a lot of people favored them maybe for this whole tournament after seeing what they did in the groups. There is Uzi on your screen, certainly enjoying a moment that he definitely should enjoy, because what a victory. OMG, as we said, 7-1 in the group stage, despite that horrible loss to SKTT1 in their final group stage game. It didn't look like the same team that we'd seen for the other ones, and they've just been absolutely dominated by Royal Club.
Yeah, wow is really the last thing I can say to sum this one up, because we know how strong OMG was. We know the rivalry between these 2 teams. And now Royal's story just becomes so amazing because they stormed through the end of their regionals to get the #1 seed. And they felt, and Tabe said he felt so bad and upset about drawing the other team because he was expecting that to be, you know, their main challenge coming in. They took care of that pretty easily. Their weaknesses as well, coming in saying that Royal wasn't able to capitalize on their advantages very quickly. They would kind of meander around in the mid game after forcing so many team fights. But now that they know how to play the early game and know how to force fights, if they can end games the way they just did against OMG, they are incredibly dangerous since we're down to only 4 teams now in the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's and I talked about it in the middle of the game that was the one concern that we had. That was the one thing that, from our eyes, really put OMG above Royal Club for this one, because they did do so well after winning team fights to push through. Royal Club kind of hanging around and seeming a little bit dithery in terms of where they were going and what they were doing, but that wasn't present in this game whatsoever. We saw in game number 1, they just shoved up that lane with the super minions coming back to their inhib that they lost while they were picking up that Baron. And pushed it straight through and took the win right there. And they've done the same here. Pick up an ace. Of course, it makes it easier when you pick up an ace to do that and just walk straight through into the base. But no messing around, straight to the point, get the game won. 2-0 against OMG. Amazing.
And 20 kills to 9 in the last one. It only took them 25 minutes and 20 seconds. That is so dominating. I'm very glad now that they made it through, just because a team that plays this aggressively, I just need to see more of. We know now Uzi is a god on AD carries as far as it goes. What are teams going to do to slow him down? And you can't take away from the rest of the team because Whites was always right in there with him. The whole team played great.
Amazing victory there. And, well, we know our second semi-final matchup now as China's Royal Club are going to take on Europe's Fnatic.
Yeah, and also, if you want to see that semi-final live at the Galen Center, go to lol.esports.com/tickets to pick some up.
You definitely want to do that. It's going to be an amazing matchup. Let's get over then to Shox, who's hanging out on the stage here with Royal Club support Tabe.
Thank you very much, Joe. Tabe, congratulations. What an amazing series. And I have to say, even though you guys beat OMG over in the qualifier, a lot of people favored them to win. Did you guys feel the same way?
First of all, hello guys. I love LA. To the question you just asked, I think OMG and Royal Club both are really strong teams. But after so many days, because we came earlier on 15th of September, we played a lot of scrims. We don't want to be tourists, you know. We don't want to come LA play and just the first round to play the games and just go by. Goodbye. So we tried really, really hard and we practiced a lot. So we are really happy to win, but because both of us are China teams, so I'm not that happy now. Yeah.
We understand. Now, I gotta ask you about your opinion on Big Pomelo and San, because you, together with Uzi, you absolutely rocked those games.
Like, to be honest, on the point of view, I played badly during laning phase. Like both games, everyone can see that I just killed by their jungler and going like the same method, 2 games. I was really depressed. Yeah, but comparing to the performance between our bot lane and OMG's bot lane, I think both did really great. But because Uzi always tries to play super carry like Vayne or Twitch, yeah, he just carries the game. Yeah, and like during mid game, the first game, my Annie, I had a 3-man stun initiate, and the second game I also did the same 3-man stun initiate by Sona. So I think this is why we changed the whole game. We just win. Yeah.
Just win, absolutely. Now, to get into the final, you're going to have to just win against Europe champions Fnatic. What are your opinions on that matchup?
I love every team in this S3 tournament because I always thought Koreans are the best and the second place is China. But to be honest, I think every team in the world is super strong. They just have different style. For example, C9's jungler is one of the best jungler I've ever seen. He just carries the team playing as a jungler. But for example, our jungler plays different style. He just ganks a lot and buy a lot of wards. So I think these very small differences can just tell me that every team has its own style to win the game. But I didn't respond to the question about Fnatic. I think, okay, sorry. I think Fnatic's mid player XPK is very, very good. I think he is really, really good. But I am very confident that White can beat him in mid lane.
Right.
But something funny I want to say is Fnatic scrims a lot with us too, but they never try hard. I don't know why.
Guys, give it up one more time for Royal Club. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. All right, now let's send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on Royal Club's impressive sweep of OMG.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And honestly, it really was just fantastic play put out by them. He said, we didn't want to come here and be tourists whatsoever. And they absolutely showed that even without time on the stage, in the group stages, they were still able to come out very strong.
Well, I think it was really smart of them to come out early and take advantage of all the teams in the group stages, setting up those scrims. They were a safe scrim partner for everybody in groups, right? Because no one had to face them. So it's a good strategy if you want to win some games later on. Come in, get yourself all warmed up.
They definitely put in the work, and it showed.
I do agree with what he said about Fnatic. It's a team you can never count on the way they play scrims as when you meet them in the LCS. We've done that. We've made that mistake once. I'm not saying they're not playing serious. They just have like a way different vibe to them. They try out what they need to try out, and they
Was
get
that
a little
the first time you found out about the Fnatic brush?
Oh, no, we know about the Fnatic brush for a long time already. But yeah, Fnatic always surprise on lands and on important matches. They really switch the switch around pretty much.
Yep.
And they go ham. And it's really nice to see how they always keep performing on lands, while in the LCS they look sometimes a little shaky.
And let's get right into the picks and bans on this one, because I almost feel like, and obviously this wasn't between the two teams, but they said to each other, let's go ahead, give you your comfort picks, and we'll go at it. Just at each other's throats. Ari on one side, Zed on the other. Ari coming in as 9th pick on blue side, so that's their final. Something we haven't seen all tournament that Joe and Jat were talking about. Doublelift, start us off. What do you think about those picks and bans?
I think both team comps were actually really smart. So you saw on one side they had Shen and Lulu to kind of counter Zed, and on the other team they had a very disruptive assassin comp with Zed, Vayne, Rumble, and that just allows Vayne. There's so many threats on the team. You can't just focus Vayne or else you're just going to die. Both team comps were really well thought out, and Royal executed better.
On that point, I have to say the Lulu and Shen that they had to counter Zed in a crucial team fight in the mid, they actually used all of that crowd control with no damage coming out.
Yeah.
And so the execution, you're right, completely in Royal's favor there.
Yeah, we'll look at that replay in a little bit. But before we start talking about that, I'd really like to talk about the first Dragon fight, which occurred after, or was it? It was the Dragon fight that occurred after
Rumble got killed?
Rumble got killed up in top lane.
Right.
Because this was a big change in OMG's style for me, because throughout this tournament, they've been in the driver's seat. They've been the aggressors, forcing their strategy on other people for the most part. But that Rumble kill, yes, is Rumble critical to taking these dragons? Absolutely. But they Shen ported in. Loveland was still on Lee Sin up in the top lane trying to run to this dragon fight. And the single target damage coming down when they engaged a dragon was so high from the team composition run by Royal that they just lost the dragon. They lost the fight. If OMG had just played the top lane turret, tried to put pressure up there after Rumble had died, they could have come up with at least an even trade right there instead of unnecessary fighting.
And I think their strategy right there was, we think, because Chinese team fights last so long for the most part, they last 25 to 35 seconds, they thought that Lee Sin had enough time to kind of get in there. And you saw the biggest misplay right there was San using his Varus ulti on only Sona, and then hesitating, what do I do? He should have just used it to disengage, wait for Lee Sin to get there, so it's a 4v5 situation.
And he did some wrong pathing as well, leaving one more shot on a Sona. I just want to point out how much confidence Royal is showing by running a team comp like this. This is basically a multiple threats. If you get behind at one point, you will never be able to kill people through Lee Sin, Shen, and all the shields, and so much damage coming out.
And not to mention, Rumble built Leandries first, so there's no tankiness here.
No way back. There's no way back.
Sword boots into Leandries into another blasting wand. He was not thinking about his own safety.
And let's look at that replay right now. We'll bring it up on your screen. How all of this came together, led up to this fight, and really the control that damaged the single target focus mounting you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to disrupt this composition, you have to use your CC perfectly, like we were talking about. So let's go ahead and roll this right here. So Loveland coming in, and Godlike with the big Rumble ult. But right here, they use the taunt and the Wild Growth just on Whites. Doesn't even take him down. Look at the Rumble ult, too, splitting the team. And that allows Uzi to be protected from both of his flanks and then roll up the fight from the rear.
That was also Tabe, what he was talking about, the three-man crescendo.
Yes.
That was on the priority targets there. Got Varus and Ari. locked up that team fight right there.
And that was just a superior use of CC. But Godlike's Rumble ults were so on point because in this composition, you must have good Rumble ults because you have to split up the team so that Vayne and Zed can get into a small skirmish and 1v1 people. And the other thing about that fight as well was we had both Blade of the Ruin Kings finished on Royal and no
Huge
DFG yet on Ari. And so Royal was in a big item power spike right there. OMG hadn't quite made it there yet.
Final thoughts, gentlemen?
I just want to point out that was the second crescendo that won them. Like the first crescendo at the Dragon fight also was like super good by Tabe. Basically allows those really squishy mass damage characters to dish out way more damage for the 2 seconds that crescendo lost, and it basically gives them as if they would have more HP that they could use to tank the fight. No, they could put everything on damage and just one more combo. As Monty said, split them up. The ones that are split up to the front, put the CC on them, and then just blow them up.
And we can't end this segment without talking about Uzi, man. Like I know, like this guy. I knew he was this good. I didn't think his team was going to keep pace with him. I mean, obviously Uzi's the star of the show. His team played really well, but man, this guy, he is that good. He does live up to the hype. He played spectacular both games. He died 1 time in the first game, and he died 2 times in the second game. I mean, come on.
With his cleanse usage, I wonder if it's purely reactionary or if his game read is just that good that he just cleanses preemptively almost, because it's literally like a 0.1 seconds, 0.0 something. Like it's so quick.
From both champions, from Caitlyn and then on to Vayne. Doublelift, you'll be able to learn more from him tomorrow. But right now, we got to move on. We're going to head over to D-Man on the couch, who's hanging out with Curse's Voyboy.
Thank you very much, Riv, and welcome to the interview lounge, Voyboy from Curse Gaming. So let's talk about the game that we've just seen there, Voyboy. What a fantastic matchup to start with. Very aggressive stuff. What were you expecting? Obviously, you were coming up to this, knowing that you were going to watch this match. Were you expecting it to be that crazy?
I definitely was not expecting it to be like so dramatic. We knew going into this, Royal Club and OMG, 2 of the top Chinese teams. The LPL just famed for their aggression. I expected the games to be just all-out brawls, and that's really kind of what we saw. This is obviously not the first time we've seen these teams go head-to-head. At the LPL finals that actually earned these teams their spot to Worlds, Royal Club beat out OMG before in a best-of-5 series. And I was actually kind of expecting to see something similar. They actually just blew me away. Uzi's plays were phenomenal. I was really impressed.
So obviously we see the Fnatic Royal going through to the semi-finals. SKT1 already there as well. What are you thinking from these guys? They're up against Najin Sword, of course, in the finals. Is there anything that surprised you coming out of the groups, coming out of the quarterfinals? Obviously, we now have seen every single team play. Is there any of these teams that have really surprised you coming into this tournament?
I wouldn't say any like really big surprises. Obviously, everyone here is a top contender. Everyone was looking strong. I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised with Fnatic's success. I've always been a fan of their dynamic playstyle. Like you can never really count on what Fnatic's going to play like throughout the series over the course of their history. Like so, as an XPK, they have such deep champion pools. They'll just whip out like anything. And here we see like double TP strats. They basically just play whatever they want, just try to build as much synergy as they can. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see like the contrast in playstyles between Royal Club's Chinese aggression and the Fnatic like double TP, go for the mid to late game. I think it's going to be really awesome to see.
And obviously, you play top lane yourself. Has there any been particularly in that top lane that's impressed you from any of these teams so far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for the most part, Soaz has been really awesome to watch. He was instrumental in a lot of Fnatic's wins in the group stages, and they just came out strong with like some crazy Lissandra plays versus Cloud9. I would honestly say, like, I think, yeah, that's probably it.
And of course, you're playing for Curse Gaming. You've got a bit of a situation going on in Curse Gaming. What's happening exactly with Curse for Season 4? You guys obviously in the LCS.
So yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't have the best season. We didn't make it here. We kind of disappointed our fans and ourselves, I guess, and we're now going to be fighting for relegation. But I think that it's definitely something that we all have our hearts and minds set on. Right now, we're sort of just evaluating our roster and maybe looking to make some changes going into the next season just to be as well prepared for relegation and the upcoming games as possible. So to be determined on that.
So be determined. Well, keep your eyes peeled. Thank you very much, Voyboy. Now, of course, we're going to go back over to the guys and the analyst desk to look at the World Championship bracket.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And now that we've completed the quarterfinal round, we are one step closer to finding out who will win the Summoners Cup. Let's check out that bracket. In our first semifinal match, it's a showdown between the Korean powerhouses SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. And in the second series, it's China's Royal Club versus Europe's Fnatic. Okay, gentlemen, now that we've seen where the teams have landed, it's time to see where the four of you stand in the prediction of the games after the quarterfinals. Because of everyone choosing the same teams, SKT and OMG, in the respective matches, even though your records are different, the standings are going to stay the same. Monte Cristo is in first with a 3-way tie for third, or actually a 5-way tie if you count all 3 casters for second. And bringing up the bot lane, it's Double Lift. You got to do some work there, Double Lift. And even though you're still in last, I'm proud that you didn't try to switch back to Royal after game 1. So kudos for that.
Although he was constantly saying, I knew I should have picked Royal.
I know, because, man, I should have just picked Royal. I knew Uzi was so good.
You would have
Shoulda.
No more
You still
belief.
would have been behind me, though.
Yeah, that's true. I can't beat my coach.
All right, guys. I believe we're ready. Already 41 group stage matches and 4 quarterfinal series into the World Championship. But we are, and it's down to the final 4 teams. Coming up on Friday, it's an all-Korean semifinals as Faker and SK Telecom T1 battle Prey and Najin Black Sword.
Then on Saturday, China's Royal Club and their incredible AD carry Uzi take on Xpeke and Fnatic.
The semifinals kick off live from the Galen Center Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific and 5 a.m. Saturday for those of you living in the Central European time zone. But why tune into the semifinals when you can watch them live? There are still seats available for both Friday and Saturday's best of 5 fights.
Head over to lolesports.com/tickets for all the information that you need to see Fnatic, Royal Club, SKT, and Najin Black Sword compete for their shot at the Summoners Cup.
All right, now let's send it back to Shox over on the main stage to send us out in style.
Thank you very much, Riv. It was another amazing day here in the League of Legends studio. Congratulations to Royal Club and SKTT1. And if you missed any of tonight's matches, or you're like me and you just want to watch them again, head over to lolesports.com. That does it for the quarterfinal round of the Season 3 World Championship. From all of us here, thanks for watching. Good night, and we'll see you at the Galen Center.
Telecom. Bengi's the first victim of the fight, but it's soon going to be much more of the Gamma Bears down. That's a double kill for Impact as he continues to chase down. They land the charm. Faithful is down. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out. There comes the Claw of Doom. They land a massive Glacial Doom, and that's just melted. Double kill for Faker. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semi-final.
Here comes Go going. There's another kill. The double coming down for Cool.
杀他，算了算了，走走走。
拿走！拿走！没走！拿走！
别出来这样。
拿走！没走！别推耳机，别推耳机！别推耳机，别推耳机！别真切的。
now.